Chapter 1970 Qinghong Battle Armor. Chapter 1970 Qinghong Battle Armor Bang. Yi Yuan lightly threw a punch out directly cruise. H.I. Plussing a true G.O.D. realm battle spirit to dust. Entanglement? It did not exist. The battle spirit's strength was not up to his level. It could not cause any hindrance to him at all. Sigh, if we had known earlier, we'd have followed me. Facing these battle spirits, body cultivators have too much advantage. Isn't that so? It's too late now. Extreme Lux people had regretful faces. Song Yu's face swelled to the color of pig liver. Yi Yuan walking over was like looking at flowers while riding on horseback. It was too effortless. Very soon his position went past those squads that went first. While those squads were still caught in arduous struggles, their progress was very slow. Enough C.R.A.P. Still not moving, the treasures will be S.N.A.T.C. head by people. Song Yu said crossly. One sentence made everyone startle awake. A group of people also rushed into the battle spirit great army. One squad after another pressed onward ahead and also scattered the battle spirit army. Everyone's speed of progress also became much faster. Yi Yuan came out from the center, but at this time he already walked to the front of the entire squad. The places that he said by those teams were all extremely surprised. Of course, they were also very envious. Although the cultivation of a body cultivator was very arduous, at this time it was undoubtedly the most useful. Amen. Yi Yuan's brows suddenly raised up, his gaze sweeping to the earth mound not far away, where more than 10 skeletons were lying scattered. Looking at the appearance, they were the children of destiny that entered in the past. Existences with the potential to become Empyreans died quietly in this place just like that. Yi Yuan turned around and walked over towards the earth mound. What is that body cultivator doing? There are quite a number of true G.O.D. realm battle spirits over there. Yi Yuan's every action had everyone's attention. Someone discovered his unusual action very quickly. The strength of the battle spirits over at the earth mound was clearly a magnitude stronger. There were already quite a lot of true G.O.D. realm battle spirits gathered. But Yi Yuan did not care. Those were mostly first firmament true G.O.D. strength battle spirits. They did not pose much threat to him at all. When he came over, he would smash them with one punch. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at those skeletons that numbered over a dozen. It was only to see him reach his hand out and sweep, collecting the storage rings scattered around the skeletons. The backgrounds of these children of destiny were all very oblique. They naturally would have with them some good stuff. Yi Yuan collected them without being courteous. When the various teams saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely envious. No wonder he was a person with the emperor surmounting aura. This was picking up treasures wherever he went, collecting all the storage rings. Yi Yuan then lifted his hand and punched, blasting out a large hole in the earth mound. Then, flicking his sleeves grandly, he swept those skeletons inside. All of you are also considered pitiful people. I'll lay you all to rest. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and buried these skeletons. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred. A weak aura was detected by him. These children of destiny clearly know that it's dangerous here, but all run over here. There's a problem. Yi Yuan thought, his gaze aimed at the top of this earth mound. Even though that side had people's line of sight blocked by countless battle spirits. Amen? What is he trying to do? Everyone was extremely doubtful when they saw Yi Yuan's action. The further one went up, the stronger the strength of the battle spirits. If Yi Yuan went further up, wasn't that courting death? Up there were second firmament true G.O.D. powerful battle spirits. No matter how strong your defensive power was, could it still resist a second firmament true G.O.D.? But Yi Yuan went up just like that. Heading up first firmament true G.O.D. D battle spirits became more and more. Yi Yuan did not care at all, giving a punch for each one, hitting until those battle spirits cried in pain. When the children of destiny below saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This strength was also a little too fearsome, right? Dealing with a first firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirit, they could achieve it very easily. But a group of true G, oh, D realm battle spirits, their pressure would be very great. However, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. Yi Yuan's attention was not on those battle spirits at all. His eyes were looking around, as if searching for something. Suddenly his eyes lit up. In the dirt, an inconspicuous battle armor caught his attention. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus right at this time, 3 battle spirits suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Yi Yuan looked at those 3 battle spirits and said with a faint smile, "It's not easy for you all to cultivate. Do you want to dissipate like clouds and mist?" The 3 battle spirits were indifferent. Roaring wildly, they pounced over toward Yi Yuan. These 3 battle spirits were shockingly second firmament true G. ODS. There were also more than 10 first firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits that pounced over together with them. Far away, when Songyu saw this scene, he was immediately wildly ecstatic. Die. Die. Who asked you to posture? 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits, I want to see how you fend off. Roar. A dragon roar surged to the sky, obliterating the 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits. Those battle spirits immediately had a large swarm of them dead. Then Yi Yuan laid his hands on that unremarkable battle armor from the earth mound. "S so strong. I really didn't expect that his strength was actually so strong." Those were 3 second firmament true G. Oh, D battle spirits. They were actually obliterated by him, just like that. What's he holding in his hand? It looks shabby and tattered. Right at this time, that battle armor trembled slightly. The dust on it immediately scattered off. A powerful force immediately appeared before everyone. That battle armor seemed to be emitting a joyous light cry. Songyu's face changed, and he cried out in surprise. This undulation, could it be an Empyrean spirit treasure? Whose? H. Plus that battle armor turned into a stream of flowing light, wrapping Yi Yuan's body up. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Qinghong battle armor. Not bad, not bad. Good stuff." No wonder those children of destiny all braved the danger and still wanted to climb up this earth mound. This battle armor was called Qinghong battle armor. It was precisely an Empyrean spirit treasure. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan with envious looks on their faces. Inside this ancient G, D battlefield, there were treasures everywhere. It depended on whether you had the lucky chance to obtain it. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure so effortlessly. Right at this time, several first firmament true G, D battle spirits pounced toward Yi Yuan without heed for their lives once again. All of a sudden, a green light radiated brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. Bang! 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 Those battle spirits were directly blasted into debris by the green light, just like that. Yi Yuan did not even take the initiative to activate it, and it actually had such terrifying power. A bright pearl being cast into darkness. Seeing the light of day again presently, the Qinghong battle armor seemed to have the intention of seeking credit, and it actually took the initiative to exhibit its power. When the others saw this scene, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. This luck was also a little too heaven-defying, right? If this battle armor was worn on them, that was simply sweeping away all obstacles. It was just a pity that belonged to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his figure moving, descending the earth mound. Along the way, Those battle spirits did not dare to approach him in the slightest at all. With the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more effortless for him to advance now. When the rest saw this scene, apart from envy, it was still envy. Except they did not dare to ease up in the least. Continuing ahead, Yi Yuan even casually picked up quite a number of true Ji, mystic treasures by the roadside. Either way, he was walking in front. Everyone could not keep up with his speed at all. Those children of destiny were all angered until they vomited blood. They were powerless to do anything no matter what. Chapter 1971, All Didn't Eat Rice? Chapter 1971, All Didn't Eat Rice? Envy, jealousy, hatred. These were those children of destiny's current emotions. People were casually picking up treasures there, but they had to deal with the endless battle spirits here. This kind of mood was really what the F***ck, but they could not help it. With Yi Yuan obtaining the Qinghong battle armor, it was even more likely that he could enter a place where no one could put up resistance against these battle spirits. Even those first firmament true existences could not get close to his body at all too. The ancient battlefield indeed had treasures everywhere. Yi Yuan really picked up quite a number of precious materials, mystic treasures, cultivation methods, secret manuals, and etc. along the way. However, this area was just the outer region of the ancient battlefield. The majority of treasures were mostly celestial deity mystic treasures and true mystic treasures. The Qinghong battle armor that Yi Yuan obtained was absolutely an extremely rare item. It was also precisely because of this that everyone was extremely envious of him. These children of destiny were highborn. They normally did not lack true mystic treasures on them. But Empyrean spirit treasures, even the lousiest Empyrean spirit treasure, a single one was also not what they could be ent. One led to Empyrean spirit treasures being placed in the outside world. Each item was sufficient to cause a stir. Suddenly, the scene before Yi Yuan's eyes changed. There were actually no more battle spirits following around him. Those battle spirits seemed to fear something, all retreating away. And it finally came out. So many battle spirits. Just how many powerhouses died in that war back then? Who the HELL knows? Looking at this appearance, probably just the true realm powerhouses are in the tens of thousands. One small team after another killed their way out of the heavy encirclement of the battle spirit army, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Even if it was forming teams to do battle, there were also quite a few children of destiny who died inside the battle spirit army. Even on extreme luck's side, they also lost 2 children of destiny. Now, counting in Yi Yuan, extreme luck only had 7 people left. Song Yu arrived behind Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure." To them, Empyrean spirit treasures were absolutely considered a major lucky chance. As long as Song Yu obtained this Empyrean spirit treasure, he felt that he might have a chance of breaking through to Empyrean spirit treasure. However, Yi Yuan ignored him. Yi Yuan was currently straining his eyes and looking into the distance, brows tightly locked. In front was a stretch of dusky fog. With his visual prowess, he could merely see 1,000 feet away too. Seeing that Yi Yuan had no reaction, Song Yu's brows furrowed. He then said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you right now, didn't you hear?" Right at this time, there were several more figures that slowly walked over, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. These were all third firmament true powerhouses. Emperor surmounting aura is also not a big deal. "Hand over the Empyrean spirit treasure," said a handsome young man with well-chiseled features to Yi Yuan. Entering the ancient battlefield, destiny is useless. Strength is number 1, another effeminate middle-aged man said. Although Yi Yuan performed extremely eye-catching inside the battle spirit army, in the eyes of these third firmament true it was nothing at all. With their strength, even by themselves, they could barge through this battle spirit army too. The might of a third firmament true G. Oh, D was far from what second firmament true G. Oh, DS could compare to. Yi Yuan turned around slightly, sweeping a glance over everyone's faces, and said with a faint smile, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure? Come and take it yourself." "Ha! Think that you're of the Emperor surmounting aura, you can be condescending? This place doesn't have just you, one Emperor surmounting aura." "I Zuemo am one too," said that handsome youth disdainfully. "Just an Emperor surmounting aura." "I, Feng Shaotian, am also one. Therefore, are you planning on making us take action?" said the effeminate man. "Counting in Songyu, there are 4 people surrounding Yi Yuan at present. They were all third firmament true G. Oh, DS. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan did not have chances of victory either. The rest were all quaking, clearly not expecting that these 2 people were both people with Emperor-surmounting auras. Possessing an Emperor-surmounting aura and their own strength was even this strong. This was the capital to be arrogant. Meanwhile, in their minds, Yi Yuan was somewhat overestimating his own ability. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Really so much nonsense. If you're not making a move, I'll be taking action." His voice had yet to fade when the color of the sky suddenly turned dim. A powerful stellar power suddenly appeared around Yi Yuan. Stellar war banner. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing drastically. Empyrean spirit treasure. It's another Empyrean spirit treasure. Zuo cried out in surprise. This kid actually has 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. Feng Shaotian similarly cried out in surprise. However, it was already too late for them to cry out in surprise. Yi Yuan, who had already reached Origin Pill Realm, when he used the Stellar War Banner again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was only to see him point the War Banner directly SMA's HI, plussing over toward Songyu. That horrifying stellar power made Song Yu's countenance change visibly. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, immediately mustering up all of his divine essence to stop the stellar war banner's power with world power. Zuo and the rest were also swift when the opportunity arose, giving a loud roar, "Attack together!" The other 3 people unleashed attacks toward Yi Yuan without thinking. 3 terrifying energy undulations charged straight over toward Yi Yuan. This was a method of relieving the besieged by besieging the besiegers, wanting to force Yi Yuan to pull back and save himself. It was not that they wanted to save Songyu, but the strength which Yi Yuan exhibited made them rather terrified. Losing a companion, their combat power would naturally be greatly discounted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of defending at all. It was only to see rays of verdant rainbow emit off Yi Yuan's body, directly protecting him inside it. Bang, 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 under the stellar war banner. Songyu was akin to being struck by a sledgehammer, directly flying out backward. Meanwhile, the other 3 attacks landed right on Yi Yuan's body. The verdant light could not hold on very soon and dissipated. Yi Yuan's figure was shaking until he retreated more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize himself. How is this possible? Is it real or fake? He's actually completely fine? The 3 people looked at Yi Yuan, shocked until it could not be any greater. The joint attack of 3 great third firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouses. Yi Yuan actually forcefully withstood it. There was not even a hint of injury on his body. Even if he had an Empyrean spirit treasure, this defensive power was also too perverse, right? One had to know Empyrean spirit treasures were not a panacea. If the offensive power was strong enough, one would also be shocked to death. Under the teamwork of 3 third firmament true G. Oh, DS. Even if a second firmament true G. Oh, D used an Empyrean spirit treasure, they should also have been shocked to death alive. But Yi Yuan was actually completely unscathed. Although third firmament true G. Oh, DS were strong. Yi Yuan's perfect sixth transformation, golden body's defensive power, was perversely strong to begin with. Now, adding on the Qinghong battle armor for third firmament true Ji. Oh, DS to want to hurt him. It was really very difficult. Unless they could keep on dragging it out and then deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. More importantly, Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all, because Yi Yuan still had another Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand. He had the stellar war banner. Song Yu struggled to crawl up, already sustaining considerable internal injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan with an apprehensive look. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. This was a setup that made him jealous until it drove him crazy. Yi Yuan patted the dust on his body and said with a cold smile, "What? All didn't eat rice? Just this bit of strength, and you also want to obtain an Empyrean spirit treasure?" The 4 people's faces turned grim, practically dripping water. Chapter 1972. Consider yourself ruthless. Chapter 1972. Consider yourself ruthless. Isn't it just relying on the power of an Empyrean spirit treasure? What ability can that even be considered as? Zuo-emo laughed coldly with a look of disdain. They were naturally unconvinced in their hearts. Putting aside the spirit treasure, Yi Yuan was not their match at all. What kind of ability can that even be considered as, with him relying on foreign objects? Of course, if these treasures landed in their hands, they absolutely would not say so. Yi Yuan swept them a glance and said coolly, "I have Empyrean spirit treasures. I'm bullying you all. Still not convinced?" Finish talking. Yi Yuan did not say a word. The stellar war banner was waved once more. When the 3 people saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. Witnessing the stellar war banner's power, how could they still dare to be neglectful? All mustering up their strength, the 3 people joined hands to resist. Bang! 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 Rumbling sounds shook the heavens. Yi Yuan relied on the power of the stellar war banner and did not defend himself at all. He just pounced on the 3 people crazily, completely a bullying style of play. Zuo-emo, 3 people were beaten until they were practically about to vomit blood. They had yet to have fought such an aggrieved battle before. They could only take a beating and could not fight back. Fighting back was still okay, but they could not budge him even a little. Their attacks did not have any effect when landing on Yi Yuan's body. Fighting until now, Yi Yuan was completely fine. Rather, it was them who were beaten by the stellar war banner until their innards were in upheaval, divine essence being in disorder. This kind of fighting style was simply unreasonable. Stop! Quickly stop! We don't want the Empyrean spirit treasure anymore. Feng Xiaotian shouted repeatedly. This kind of battle, he did not want to continue fighting anymore. Their divine essence was already somewhat losing steam. Looking at Yi Yuan, on the other hand, he was completely fine. Was this guy really a first firmament true Ji? Od? Could it be that his divine essence was endless? This kind of fighting method was too shameless, but they could not help it at all and could only admit defeat. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped. Zuo-emo, 3 people heaved a sigh at the same time. But currently, the 3 of them were panting heavily for air, clearly tired out badly just now. At this very moment, the gazes that these children of destiny looked at Yi Yuan with were full of alarm and fear. No wonder he was of the Emperor surmounting aura, being just a first firmament true Ji. Oh, D, and he actually already had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. Furthermore, these 2 Empyrean spirit treasures had both offensive and defensive ability, and could actually let him jump realms to overpower 3 third firmament true Ji. ODS. This kind of destiny could be rated as heaven-defying. Various Lord Emperor surmounting auras. If you need Empyrean spirit treasures, you're welcome to come to take it at any time. Yi Yuan had a proud appearance due to having spirit treasures, as he said with a grin. The few people's faces were very ugly. Zuo-emo gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." Finished talking, he brought his own squad into the fog. He seriously could not stay in this place anymore. The rest also slunk away. Originally, everyone harbored the mentality of watching a show. But no one could have thought that the few strongest children of destiny were actually suppressed completely by a first firmament true G, OD. They finally knew that Yi Yuan's strength was already the pinnacle-most existence among these children of destiny. At this time, a handsome youth suddenly walked up and said to Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Brother Yi is indeed skillful. I'm from pure source, great imperial capital. My strength is just all right. I wonder if I can form a team together with Brother Yi?" With his taking the lead, many children of destiny who boasted that their strength was decent all wanted to form a team with Yi Yuan. For some time, Yi Yuan became a hot property. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Sorry about this, but this Yi doesn't have the intention of forming teams with people. If there are any fortuitous encounters, everyone each relies on their own abilities." As he said, Yi Yuan also strode straight into the fog. He was neither kith nor kin with these children of destiny. He did not have the duty of being their protective umbrella. Previously, when Zhou and Mo, the few of them, came to find trouble, these people were all harboring the mentality of watching a show. Now, they wanted to come and find him. How could there be such a good thing in this world? But Yi Yuan did not notice that a gaze in the crowd was staring fixedly at him all along, without leaving. Upon entering the fog, Yi Yuan's eyesight could only reach several hundred feet far. Yi Yuan immediately perked his spirits up 120%. He had a feeling that starting from here, it would be considered entering the truly dangerous region. Were those battle spirits outside strong or not? Very strong. But those battle spirits, not one actually dared to approach this fog. It clearly indicated that this place was very dangerous. This D-A-M-N place. I can't see anything at all. How to search for treasures. D-A-M-N it. I can only see several dozen feet away. This place is too peculiar. Everyone follow closer. Inside the fog, those children of destiny were all depressed to the extreme. Their eyesights were not as good as Yi Yuan, so they could only see several dozen feet away. For a true D-realm powerhouse, this was no different from being a blind person. This feeling made them very depressed. Yi Yuan discovered that after entering the fog, the various teams became much more scattered. It was not like the group of battalions previously. Everyone also knew that while this place was dangerous, there would probably be quite a lot of good stuff. However, Song Yu and Zhuomo's two squads chose the same direction as Yi Yuan without prior agreement. Of course, they actually completely did not know that Yi Yuan was not far from them. Amen? No, wait. Having just turned around, Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was amiss. Turning his head around again, he looked toward Song Yu's squad. With this look, he could not help shuddering with fear. They entered from extreme luck, great imperial capital. There were a total of 9 people. Excluding him and those 2 who died, there should still be 6 people remaining. But why were there 7 people in the team currently? The people that came together, Yi Yuan had an impression of them. Sweeping a glance over, Yi Yuan discovered that there was something wrong with the last person. He followed closely behind the last person before him, just like a specter. About that last person, Yi Yuan had an impression. He was called Qianfeng, a peak first firmament true G. D powerhouse. But right at this time, that specter-like person's fierce eyes actually looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt shocked. This guy could discover him. Could it be that this mist was useless against him? Qianfeng, careful behind you. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately warned Qianfeng loudly. At the same time, his figure shot out explosively, moving toward that specter behind Qianfeng. They came out from the same great imperial capital after all. Yi Yuan did not wish to see something happen to Extreme Luck's people. When Song Yu's squad heard Yi Yuan's yell, each and every one of them was baffled. but they all instinctively turned to look at Qianfeng. Qianfeng himself was also stunned, having a baffled look on his face. He instinctively wanted to turn around, but already did not have the chance. He felt a stabbing pain behind his neck. Then his entire person shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, each and every one of their pupils constricted. Right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived. The stellar war banner swept out without the slightest hesitation. Bang! However, that figure was faster than him. With a whoosh, it dove into the fog, disappearing. Arg! 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 At the same time, a series of miserable screams sounded out inside the fog, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Chapter 1973. Changing Commander. Chapter 1973. Changing Commander. When Yi Yuan rushed over, Qianfeng was already sucked dry. And all this happened in just an instant. Song Yu and the rest looked at Qianfeng's corpse. All of their faces were deathly pale. If that ghostly thing was following behind them, and if Yi Yuan did not discover it in time, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. This speed of sucking blood was too fast. They actually could not react at all. Furthermore, this guy followed by their side for so long, and yet they actually did not notice it at all. It was just that. How did Yi Yuan discover it? They did not see Yi Yuan at all just now, and Yi Yuan could actually discover the ghostly thing following behind them. How did this guy do it? Everyone was anxious and doubtful, looking at Yi Yuan with a FLUS teared face. Yi Yuan, did you see clearly what that thing was? Song Yu's complexion was somewhat pale as he asked. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a green shadow. Its speed is too fast. After saying this, he inspected Qianfeng's dead body and discovered that behind his neck there was a very fine puncture, like it was poked by a needle. As for others, there were no other wounds. Currently, the other teams also encountered similar situations, all having someone being sucked dry. Some teams even had several dead already before it was discovered. But until now, no one saw what that was at all. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Suddenly, Gu Jingyang said to Yi Yuan, Why Yi Yuan, why don't you join our team? Yi Yuan, previously it was all our fault. But everyone came from extreme, luck, great imperial capital. I hope that looking on the account of being from the same hometown, you don't leave us in the lurch. Ma Chang also said with a terrified look. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. Along the way, many problems were already demonstrated. He possessed 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him and could rival for great third firmament true G OD powerhouses. His defensive power was virtually without any weakness to exploit. Now that green one tie which others all could not see, Yi Yuan was the first to discover it and saw it. If not for Yi Yuan discovering it, when that green monster continued sucking one by one, it was likely that they would not realize it. Seeking sanctuary with Yi Yuan was the wisest path currently. With these 2 people taking the lead, the remaining 3 people, including Lu Yi, also spoke up one after another, hoping for Yi Yuan to join. Song Yu, who was by the side, his expression was ugly to the extreme. He was this team's leader. Now he was actually overlooked by the entire team. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. This Song Yu made things difficult in every way. Actually, he did not want to join a team. But in the end, everyone came from extreme luck, great imperial capital. If they all died here, he indeed could not justify it. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that inside this fog was indeed full of danger. If they grouped up together, it would be relatively safer. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help looking toward Song Yu. Song Yu's expression was like a chameleon currently, changing nonstop. Brother Song, you also saw the situation earlier. If Yi Yuan can join us, we'll be akin to adding wings to a tiger. This ancient D battlefield is much more dangerous than we imagine. An additional person is also an additional portion of strength, isn't it? Guijingyang urged. Song Yu knew that if he still did not agree, these people would probably be leaving with Yi Yuan. At that time, he would become a loner. Even if I agree, will he be willing to agree? Song Yu said with a cold smile. Him saying these words was equivalent to giving himself an out. As long as Yi Yuan loosened his mouth, this matter would be considered a done deal. Seeing Song Yu's appearance of wanting face even in death, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't plan on joining Brother Song's team. Moreover, right from the beginning, Brother Song also didn't plan on bringing me, isn't that so?" Finished saying, he turned around and left. "You want face? Why should I give you face?" Song Yu's face turned to the color of pig liver. Seeing that everyone's faces were unfriendly, Song Yu hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yi, wait! Please join our team. After all, everybody came from the same place. The matter previously, it was all my fault. Brother Yi, please don't mind it." This was considered an apology. Song Yu practically used all the strength in his body to say out the sentence. When had he, Song Yu, admitted his mistake to others before? But right now, he was riding on a tiger's back and found it hard to dismount. Not apologizing would not do either. In this present situation, he did not have any confidence in himself. Yi Yuan gave Song Yu a glance and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Want me to join also can. But this method of dividing treasures will have to change." Song Yu's face changed, but he became depressed very quickly and said, "How does brother you want to change it?" Yi Yuan said, "Whoever puts in more effort gets more treasures." When the rest heard it, they were overjoyed in their hearts. This method of distribution was clearly much fairer. Song Yu nodded his head and said, "I have no objections." At this time, it was also no longer his turn to object. Settling the storm, everyone continued advancing. Along the way, everyone finally knew Yi Yuan's prowess. Each one of them managed to get quite a few treasures. At times, the treasure was clearly very far from them, but Yi Yuan saw it with one glance. Clearly, Yi Yuan could see much further than them, recalling when in the Battle Spirit's army they did not even pick up a strand of hair. This treatment was simply a world of difference. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's distribution was also very fair. Practically everyone got a share. The treasures that their squad obtained were several times those of other teams. The intestines of these people were currently green with regret. If they had long followed Yi Yuan, how great would that be? Furthermore, they discovered that screams would frequently sound out inside this fog, indicating that the other teams were still continuing to be attacked. Only their team was without incident all the way. That D-A-M-N green thing never came to find them again. Brother Yi is indeed well deserving of having an emperor surmounting aura. Not even those monsters dare to come close to us. Yeah, previously it was all us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, to actually look down on Brother Yi. In the current situation, each and every one of them was very satisfied and also did not stint with their praises toward Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as them. The calmer it was, the more intense the uneasiness in his heart. Everybody be more careful. This fog is full of perils. There absolutely won't be just this bit of danger, Yi Yuan warned them. As if in order to affirm his words, several black things suddenly shot toward them, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan was naturally the first to discover the problem. His face could not help changing as he cried out in surprise, "Everybody be careful! Brother Song." "Got it." Song Yu answered in a solemn voice. In the team, the two people's strengths were the strongest and naturally blocked at the forefront, and the rest supported through coordinated actions. This was also the best way of fighting that they discussed beforehand. 7 to 8 afterimages arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan utilized the Stellar War banner without the slightest hesitation. Bang! 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 Those 7 to 8 afterimages were directly sent flying under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's attacks. However, they had yet to have time to be happy yet when those black shadows charged forward once more, as if they were not affected at all. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, "Such powerful defense! Everybody be careful." Chapter 1974. Black Corpse and Green Corpse. Chapter 1974. Black Corpse and Green Corpse. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan and the rest unleashed all of their means, bombarding the CLUS, Tur of Black Ent. 1. Ties indiscriminately. But those Black Ent. 1. Ties did not get the least bit of wound. This time, Yi Yuan saw clearly. This CLUS, Tur of Black Ent. 1. Ties looked like a group of black apes, black hair growing all over their bodies, with their mouths revealing sharp tusks. They were neither human nor ghost, being hideously horrifying. Furthermore, the defensive power of these guys was extremely formidable. Just now, he utilized the Stellar War banner, and it actually did not leave behind any marks on their bodies. Be Black Corpse. Song Yu looked at that group of black things, his complexion deathly pale as he said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black Corpse? What's that?" Song Yu's expression was ugly as he said, "After martial artists die, their corpses will undergo all sorts of unusual changes under some special environments. This kind of black corpse is the hardest to tangle with. Its defensive power is extremely fearsome. It is akin to a wall of bronze or iron, being impervious to swords and spears, as well as virtually immune to divine essence attacks." Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that. These black corpses were also around second firmament true G, D realm, but their defensive power could virtually rival him. Encountering this sort of thing was indeed very troublesome. Furthermore, the speed of this thing was extremely fast, unable to shake off at all. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across Yi Yuan's face. Competing on the physical body? Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, Yi Yuan put away the Stellar War banner and said to Song Yu, "You protect them, leave these guys to me." Song Yu was stunned and said, "Leave them to you?" He knew that Yi Yuan cultivated the body and martial arts concurrently. But Yi Yuan's fleshy body power was also merely comparable to first firmament true G-OD. So how was he to fight with so many black corpses? Just as Song Yu was in a daze, Yi Yuan already shot out like an arrow that left the bow. Bang! It was only to hear a dragon roar sound out. A black corpse in front of him was blasted until it flew straight out backward. Awoo! The black corpse let out a shrill scream, extremely ear-piercing in this fog. Song Yu and everyone's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in great astonishment. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan's fists were unleashed like the wind, each punch hitting the flesh, unfolding a fierce close-quarter fight with 7 to 8 black corpses. From time to time, those black corpses emitted shrill screams, making people shudder with fear. Inside the fog, Extreme Lux people were long already dumbfounded with amazement looking at the blurry shadows. How can his fleshy body actually be so fearsome? Gu Jingyang said, "Yeah, his fleshy body is clearly only comparable to a first firmament true G. But this combat power is actually able to thrash those second firmament true G. Black corpses. No wonder when he was among the battle spirit army, those battle spirits could not get close to him at all." Ma Chong also said in surprise. This fleshy body strength already completely exceeded their imaginations. On combat power and defensive power, Yi Yuan far surpa. Said same rank powerhouses, and he was even a magnitude stronger compared to a second firmament true G-OD. They reckoned that even if Yi Yuan did not borrow the power of Empyrean spirit treasures, violently thraws, plussing second firmament true G. DS was also nothing difficult. In the crowd, Lu Yi's gaze suddenly turned intent. As if recalling something, he cried out in surprise, "It's the perfect 6th transformation golden body." Yi Yuan must have cultivated the perfect sixth transformation golden body. What? Perfect sixth transformation golden body? How is this possible? Song Yu cried out in surprise. Everyone knew how difficult cultivating the perfect sixth transformation golden body was, and how dangerous it was. This sort of thing was practically impossible to happen. However, apart from the perfect sixth transformation golden body, they could not find any reason to explain everything before their eyes. Yi Yuan fighting 1 versus 8 actually beat until these black corpses wailed in pain. This combat power was simply off the charts. However, just as everyone was in shock, they did not detect that danger was already quietly closing in. Ever since Yi Yuan reached the grand completion of Tao Realm, his divine soul was much stronger than those in the same rank. Suddenly, he had a foreboding feeling well up in his heart, and he could not help yelling loudly, "Careful! There's danger!" When Song Yu and the rest heard that, they could not help being startled inwardly, immediately going on alert. But it was already too late. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus 8 green shadows arrived in front of them like ghosts. Song Yu's expression changed drastically. There was no time to think much. He suddenly hacked out more than 100 streaks of sword lights. But the speed of each of those green shadows was too fast, he was actually unable to lock on. Bang! 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 There were 3 green shadows who were directly bombarded, flying away. But there were still 5 green shadows that rushed into the squad. The other few people also each used their means, wanting to resist. But their strength was ultimately much worse off compared to Song Yu. "Ah! Save me!" A scream came over. One of the people was directly hauled away by the 5 green shadows, having no time to even resist. "Explode for me!" Right at this time, a roar suddenly came over. The power of stars suddenly unleashed, and it actually reached first despite launching later. Those 5 green shadows were directly blown up by Yi Yuan's stellar war banner. It turned out that Yi Yuan had already finished off those 8 black corpses and arrived in the nick of time to save people. So stinky. All of a sudden, a fishy stench came over. Those green monsters that were blown apart had green juices flowing all over the ground. Yi Yuan held his breathing and asked, "Hu Fei, are you all right?" The current Hu Fei was still suffering from the shock. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did he suddenly startle awake. Shaking his head, he said, "I am fine, thank you, Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Since all of us are companions, there is no need to be too courteous. These monsters come and go like shadows inside the fog. It's impossible to guard against them entirely. Everybody be more careful." Song Yu similarly had not recovered from the shock yet. Just now, the speed of those green monsters, each one was too fast. If not for his strength being above the average person, he would likely have been hit already too. Suddenly his expression changed and he said, "I got it! Yi Yuan, these are green corpses." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Green corpses!" Song Yu nodded and said, "Green corpses are also a kind of corpse variant. What it likes the most is to suck human blood. These green corpses' whereabouts are strange, making us unable to guess. It can even transform into a human form. But its greatest weakness is that its defensive power is very weak. The one who sucked Qian Feng's blood dry previously was likely a green corpse." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Black corpse, then green corpse. This place really has strange things of every variety." Song Yu's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Not good! The blood of green corpses is poisonous." Hu Fei, when everyone heard that, their faces all changed, looking over at Hu Fei. "Hu Fei, you!" Gu Jingyang cried out in shock. Hu Fei was also stunned and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with me?" His face already started rotting, becoming incomparably hideous, but he seemed to be completely clueless. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he roared loudly, "Hu Fei, open your mouth!" At this point, Yi Yuan already quietly replaced Song Yu's position, becoming everyone's backbone. In his one sentence, Hu Fei instinctively opened his mouth. "Whose?" H. Plus a medicinal pill flew straight into his mouth, melting the moment it entered his mouth. Then everyone saw that the places that were rotting on his face and body were actually recovering frenziedly. One side was rotting, one side was recovering. Two overbearing forces crossed swords fiercely inside Hu Fei's body. Hu Fei screamed miserably. He fell to the ground, and he started rolling about in agony. Chapter 1975. Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit. Chapter 1975. Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit. A heart-wrenching yell made everyone feel palpitations. This kind of yelling persisted all the way for close to an hour. All the way until the end, Hu Fei was already exhausted and could not even make a sound. Cured. It's actually cured. I heard that the poison of a green corpse is completely incurable, but now he's actually cured. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Although Hu Fei already had no strength, the rotting flesh on his body was currently recovering. Clearly, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill won against the green corpse's poison. Everyone looked at the scene with astonished faces, full of disbelief. In that sort of situation just now, it was obvious that the green corpse's poison was extremely strong. Even if there was medicine, it would be very difficult to treat too. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pill actually forcefully dragged Hu Fei back from the palace of H. LL. Brother Yi is well deserving of being hailed as a master. Such means is simply inconceivable. Guo Jingyang exclaimed with admiration. This is truly superb medical skills that can revive the dead. Brother Ye's means I've had a taste of it. Ma Chang praised sincerely. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't know whether this Nourish Clear pill was useful or not. Under that kind of situation just now, I could only give it a shot. When Song Yu heard that, his pupils could not help constricting as he said, What? Nourish Clear pill? This is just the Nourish Clear pill? Not just him, everyone was filled with shock. The Nourish Clear pill was just the most common rank 6 detoxification pill. Its refining difficulty was just level 1. In terms of medicinal effect, it was unbelievably weak. They all thought that what Yi Yuan fed Hu Fei was some miracle elixir, but who knew that it was just the most common streetwear, the Nourish Clear pill? For the Nourish Clear pill to be able to have such terrifying medicinal effects, what grade did that have to be? Purple Spirit Divine grade? Void Spirit Divine grade? As for Vast Spirit Divine grade, they did not even dare to think about it. They had never seen before a rank 6 Vast Spirit Divine pill. Yi Yuan nodded and said, The spirit medicines of extreme luck, great imperial capital's myriad treasure tower are limited. They don't even have some precious spirit medicines, so there's no way to refine some detoxification pills with good effects. I can only use the Nourish Clear pill to make do with it. Yi Yuan did not understand their astonishment. The Nourish Clear pill was truly too easy for him. He casually refined, and it was peak Vast Spirit. Except Song Yu and the rest exchanged glances, and they were immediately rendered speechless. This kind of accomplishment was also a little too frightening, right? Just the Nourish Clear pill had such terrifying effects. Then if let him refine some high-level medicinal pills, how dreadful would it be? Right at this time, Hu Fei slowly woke up. I'm not dead yet? Hu Fei said somewhat dazedly. Hu Fei, you have to thank Brother Yi properly. If not for his medicinal pills, you'd probably already be a pile of white bones now, Guo Jingyang said. Hu Fei suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's yell, making him open his mouth. He hurriedly bowed to Yi Yuan and said, Many thanks, Brother Yi. This kindness, this who will never forget for life. Brother Yi is a true gentleman, repaying ingrate. 1. Tude with kindness this who is ashamed. Those who ridiculed Yi Yuan previously, Hu Fei was naturally one of them too, but now he was filled with regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to be courteous. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Let's continue moving forward." After traveling for more than half a month, they did not encounter any more danger. Now, even Song Yu did not have any temper toward Yi Yuan too. As for the others, they had long already regarded Yi Yuan as the backbone. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure stopped. Song Yu raised his brows and asked, "Brother Yi, are there any discoveries?" They all knew now that Yi Yuan's visual prowess was much stronger than theirs. He could always discover some things that they could not discover. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to actually be able to see the profound heaven single breath fruit in this place." Profound heaven single breath fruit. Song Yu's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. It's actually the profound heaven single breath fruit. That thing, as long as you swallow one, it will match up to 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Guo Jingyang said with a look of excitement. The others were extremely excited. A profound heaven single breath fruit was sufficient to let them break through one or even two minor realms. How could they not be agitated? "Brother Yi, how many of this profound heaven single breath fruit are there?" Song Yu asked rather nervously. If there was only one, then he would have rejoiced too soon. This spirit fruit could only be owned by Yi Yuan alone. This kind of heaven and earth spirit fruit did not enter the ranks. It was even more useful than 100 medicinal pills. Its value simply could not be measured using divine essence stones. 2 small realms of true Ji. Oh, D realm, if really cultivating according to the normal routine. Under the circumstances of swallowing a medicinal pill, there was absolutely no chance without 1,000 years. With the profound heaven single breath fruit, it was equivalent to saving 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. Yi Yuan said 3. Discuss the matter of distribution later. There's a black corpse guarding beside the profound heaven single breath fruits. This black corpse isn't simple. I'll go and lure it away. Song Yu, you bring them to harvest it. Song Yu's face was full of excitement. If there were 3, he could definitely get one. This way, him breaking through to the 4th firmament true G. Oh, D-realm would virtually be a sure bet. Okay, you be careful, Song Yu said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and slowly headed over there. The black corpse had clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, but it did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he used a pair of black hole-like eyes, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "This black corpse seems to have already given birth to a trace of spiritual wisdom. This is truly inconceivable. Looks like it's the effect of this profound heaven single breath fruit." He approached the black corpse unhurriedly, just like that. The aura on that black corpse's body grew stronger and stronger. Its entire being was ACCU, mule-adding momentum, awaiting release, just like a startled tiger. Finally, when Yi Yuan walked closer and reached 100 feet in front of him, the black corpse could not endure it anymore, suddenly attacking Yi Yuan. Bang! A fierce clash. Yi Yuan and the black corpse each retreated more than 10 steps, evenly matched in strength. But even if Yi Yuan had the Qinghong battle armor protecting, his innards were already in an upheaval state now. Peak initial stage, rank 6. Yi Yuan was alarmed in his heart, finally knowing this black corpse's strength. He previously already felt that this black corpse was not simple. Now, after exchanging blows, it was indeed the case. The power of one's fleshy body was the integration of heavenly Tao laws into the flesh and blood. The naked eye could not perceive it. Only when using vital energy erupting with power could one see through the actual situation. A peak initial stage rank 6 was equivalent to a 3rd firmament true G, OD. It was just that this black corpse's fleshy body power was clearly much stronger than a 3rd firmament true G, OD. while Yi Yuan had merely just entered the sixth transformation. By relying on the perfect sixth transformation golden body, Yi Yuan's strength was comparable to second firmament true Ji, DS, coupled with the Qinghong battle armor. Yi Yuan's defensive power approached third firmament true Ji, OD. But matching up with this black corpse, Yi Yuan could not gain the slightest bit of advantage. However, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the least bit, directly launching a second round of attacks. Bang, 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 class, plussing 3 punches in a row. Yuan finally could not resist spurting out a mouthful of blood. When that black corpse saw the situation, he pounced over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. His intellect was limited in the end, and he was wary of Yi Yuan previously. Now, discovering that Yi Yuan was not a match, he immediately chased after. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, turning tail and running. Song Yu. Got it. Song Yu was long prepared, Russ. Plus ing at the profound heaven single breath fruit, like an arrow that left the bow at this time. The other few people followed closely behind and also pounced toward the profound heaven single breath fruits. However, just as they were about to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Chapter 1976, Lu Yi's means. Chapter 1976, Lu Yi's means immobilize. A voice suddenly sounded out. Song Yu 4 people's figures were actually forcibly immobilized in midair, just like that. Yes, only 4 people, because there was one other person who was still moving. Lu Yi. It was only to see a yellow talisman in his hand turn into a myriad of fine threads, dissipating into the wind. One chaos origin immobilizing talisman exchanging for 3 profound heaven single breath fruits. It really is worth it. Lu Yi looked at those 3 profound heaven single breath fruits greedily, an excited look on his face. With these 3 profound heaven single breath fruits, he would be able to break through to the middle stage true G, D realm within a very short time. How could this sort of good thing be shared with others? The pupils of Song Yu and the rest constricted. None of them would have thought that the Lu Yi who was always wretched and low profile would actually rise in revolt at this time. And the moment he took action, it was earth-shaking. They currently only felt that their bodies were bound by countless profound power of laws, unable to break free at all. Lu Yi, you actually dared to scheme against your own companions. Song Yu said in a great rage, if you dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, Yi Yuan won't let you off. Guo Jingyang similarly said with a look of sullen anger. In this team, the one that they looked down on the most was Lu Yi. Along the way, Lu Yi was extremely low profile, causing his sense of existence extremely low. But it was such a person who actually remained hidden with tricks up his sleeves. At this time, the wretched expression on Lu Yi's face was swept clean. The indescribable sharpness in his gaze made people stunned. At this moment, they all understood that turns out this fellow was simply playing a pig to eat a tiger. I even used the Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman. So do you think I dare to touch the profound heaven single breath fruit or not? Not only am I going to touch the profound heaven single breath fruits, but I'm also even going to Talking up to here, Lu Yi's gaze turned cold, revealing a fierce killing intent. He was actually going to kill off all witnesses. The Chaos Origin immobilizing talisman was coincidentally obtained by Lu Yi inside an Empyrean's ruins. There were a total of 5. This thing was incomparably profound and mysterious. Forget about 3rd firmament true G. DS, even 4th firmament true G. DS also had to stop for several breaths of time. And these several breaths of time was sufficient for him to kill his opponent. In the past, in order to SNATCH good stuff, he already used 2. This was the 3rd. And this chaos origin immobilizing talisman was his, Lu Yi's, greatest reliance. It was also by relying on precisely this chaos origin immobilizing talisman that his destiny soared all the way up, breaking through to become an imperial aura, having the qualifications to enter this ancient God battlefield. Playing a pig to eat a tiger had always been his style. Each time they teamed up to enter mystic realms, he would be like this, often rising in revolt at the critical moment. Furthermore, as long as he succeeded, he would eradicate all of his teammates. He was incomparably vicious. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically. Song Yu desperately wanted to break free of that power of law constraint, but he could not break free at all. The SPAC around him seemed to have been solidified, while he was experiencing as if he was being welded into concrete. He was unable to even move a muscle. Lu Yi put away the 3 profound heaven single breath fruits and said with a laugh, "Haha, stop wasting your energy. With your strength, you can't move at all within 100 breaths. Now, this old man will send you all on your way." "Lu Yi, you dare! Yi Yuan definitely won't let you off." Song Yu roared. He was genuinely afraid. He did not expect that he would actually suck. "You, and be here." Lu Yi chuckled and said, "If Yi Yuan didn't leave, I really wouldn't have dared to take action. That kid is too wily. I can't grasp him at all. But now I have to thank that black corpse." In this team, the only one that Lu Yi was apprehensive of was Yi Yuan. The secrets on Yi Yuan were too many. His means were also far too many. Walking along the way, Lu Yi had always been observing Yi Yuan, but the more he observed, the warier he got. Lu Yi also understood that Yi Yuan was also constantly guarding against him. Hence, he had always been very low profile, not daring to overstep in front of Yi Yuan. Lu Yi's gaze turned cold. A small and exquisite axe appeared in his hand. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. Song Yu few people's eyes. S were almost popping out. This Lu Yi actually had an Empyrean spirit treasure too. Are you very surprised? In the past, I obtained an Empyrean's complete legacy, Empyrean spirit treasure, chaos origin immobilizing talisman, and cultivation method. It was all derived from that Empyrean. Do you all think that only your proud sons of heaven? Laughable. Toward Song Yu, these few flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, Lu Yi was full of disdain. He had today, by relying on his own abilities, walking over step by step. But Song Yu they all? These young masters who had golden spoons in their mouths, while growing up enjoyed the best cultivation resources since young. Lu Yi suddenly raised the axe and hacked down toward Song Yu. But right at this moment, a powerful aura drew close from afar, the speed extremely fast. Lu Yi's face changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Consider yourselves lucky." Finished talking, his figure moved, diving into the fog, disappearing. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast, arriving nearby in a blink of an eye. Seeing everyone's state, as well as the Lu Yi who disappeared, Yi Yuan instantly understood. "Yi Yuan, Lu Yi he," Song Yu said remorsefully and angrily. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a sigh, "I've been constantly guarding against Lu Yi, but I didn't expect that this black corpse was so troublesome, so I was a little late in coming back here." Song Yu was struck with terror, only then knowing that Yi Yuan had long noticed Lu Yi. It was only the few of them that brought along Lu Yi foolishly and even counted money for people after being sold. "Since you knew, why did you still bring him along?" Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan said, "This Lu Yi, I couldn't see through him and was afraid that he'll do something in his desperation. So I've never exposed him. But I already warned him when inside the circle. I didn't expect that he actually really dared to make a move." Right at this time, Song Yu felt that the power of laws around him loosen up. He pulled hard. Those law threads directly crumbled apart. It turned out that this guy obtained before an Empyrean powerhouse's complete inheritance. He used the chaos origin immobilizing talisman and immobilized all of us, Song Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan was surprised as he said, I didn't expect that he actually still had such means. I really underestimated him. Yi Yuan daring to leave was only because he originally also felt that Song Yu could contain Lu Yi. After all, not everyone was like him, able to cross two realms to battle. But clearly, Yi Yuan underestimated Lu Yi. With this chaos origin immobilizing talisman, it would likely be hard for even middle-stage true DS to escape his murderous scheme. Song Yu suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Yuan, "Oh, right. What about that black corpse?" Yi Yuan said, "Driven away by me, it shouldn't dare to return for the time being." Song Yu was taken aback and said, "Driven away?" That was an existence whose fleshy body rivaled peak, initial stage, 6th transformation golden body. It was actually driven away by Yi Yuan. It seemed like Yi Yuan's means were even more formidable than he imagined. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Because I felt that there was a hint of strange undulation here, so I employed some means. This black corpse is indeed formidable. It's still beyond my power to want to kill him." Kill. Song Yu was immediately rendered speechless. If it were him, he would have long ran until he disappeared. Yi Yuan actually still wanted to kill that black corpse. Chapter 1977. Profound Heaven's Single Breath Pill. Chapter 1977. Profound Heaven's Single Breath Pill. Sigh, like drawing water with a sieve. All these were in vain. That D.A.M. And Lu Yi, the next time I see him, I'll definitely show him some colors. Song Yu said with a depressed look. The Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit was an extremely rare heaven and earth spirit fruit. It could save a lot of cultivation time. This was too important to martial artists. The others also had resentful faces, clearly all being extremely aggrieved. "Sai, he better be careful. Don't let me run into him again." Gu Jingyang said. Everyone turned around and prepared to leave. But Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Hold on. Amen? Brother Yi, do you still have something?" Song Yu asked puzzledly. Yi Yuan did not speak, but walked to the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruits plant, bent down and carefully pried aside the dirt, revealing the root portion. Everyone was very perplexed, not knowing what Yi Yuan was planning to do here. Yi Yuan cleaned the dirt on the root and pulled out the root without damaging it, saying with a smile, "Although the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit is gone, this tree root is also good stuff." Tree root? What use does the tree root have? Song Yu asked doubtfully. Yi Yuan said, "Because the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit is too heaven-defying. It's totally unable to integrate with other spirit medicines to form medicinal pills. But the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Pill's tree roots is the core ingredient to refine the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Pill. Although the effects of the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Pill can't compare to the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit, it can also let the person who consumes it have a great improvement in strength." When the 4 people heard it, they all had looks of wild elation. Yi Yuan was a master-level alchemist. Him saying this sort of words, that naturally meant that there was some assurance. There's actually still Profound Heaven Single Breath Pill, this sort of thing. That's really great. Ma Chang said in pleasant surprise. However, Song Yu's brows suddenly furrowed and he said, "But where to gather the other spirit medicines in this sort of place?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I just happen to have the other spirit medicines on me. I'm only lacking this core ingredient. Now it can be refined." As he said, Yi Yuan immediately took out the Xianlong cauldron. One spirit medicine after another emerged and was sent into the medicinal cauldron by Yi Yuan. When Song Yu and the rest saw this scene, they could not help being shocked inwardly. Why would Yi Yuan bring along so many spirit medicines on him? Could it be that he had foreseeing abilities and knew that he could run into the Profound Heaven's Single Breath Fruit this time? One had to know rank 6 spirit medicines were not street-side cabbages. Even if one was a 6-star alchemy G, Od, who had already been famous for a long time. It was also impossible to bring so many spirit medicines out on their person. Song Yu and the rest were all people with vast experiences and knowledge. They knew that these supplementary medicines were all some very precious spirit medicines. They did not know that Yi Yuan was the alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. These spirit medicines were nothing to him. Fortunately, the other core medicines and supplementary medicines that the profound Heaven Single Breath pill required were all not very rare. Yi Yuan could just easily gather them and bring all of them along with him. Currently, Yi Yuan not only had Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's inheritance, he even had the sacred ancestor High Priest's powerful inheritance. Regarding some obscure pill formulas, he grasped a lot of them. This profound Heaven Single Breath pill was one of them. With him refining pills on the spot, a profound and inscrutable power of law revolved around the medicinal cauldron and spread out. They all knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemy master, but observing Yi Yuan refining pills in close distance still shocked these proud sons of heaven. Their family clans and great imperial capitals did not lack 6-star alchemy GODs, but the 6-star alchemy GODs that they had seen were simply not even fit to carry his shoes when put in front of Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity, even if they were laymen, they could also feel it distinctly. A medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind spread out. Song Yu and the rest could not suppress the wild elation in their hearts. The profound Heaven Single Breath pill was formed. Brother Song, this is yours. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The medicinal pill flew straight for Song Yu. Song Yu received the medicinal pill and took a look, and he could not help sucking in a cold breath as he said, "Tea to this vast spirit divine pill." He finally knew now the reason why Yi Yuan would be held in esteem by the entire extreme luck great imperial capital with a mere first firmament true GOD's cultivation. This kind of pill refining skill was simply inconceivable. When Gua Jingyang and the rest heard vast spirit divine pill, for words, each and every one of them were shocked speechless. Yi Yuan nodded and said to the others, "You all stand guard over Brother Song. I'll continue refining pills." There were many profound Heaven Single Breath fruits, root hairs. It was sufficient to refine 5 to 6 people's share of profound Heaven Single Breath pill. Those that were there naturally had share. After several hours, Guijingyang 3 people each received a profound Heaven Single Breath pill and were agitated until their faces flushed red. People should not look at how each and every one of them was children of destiny, proud sons of heaven. Concerning this vast spirit divine pill, it was still their first time taking it in all their years of living. Furthermore, it was even such a heaven-defying, profound, Heaven Single Breath pill. Right at this time, Song Yu's aura suddenly changed and actually broke right through the bottleneck of 4th firmament true GOD. When the 3 people saw this scene, their faces revealed wild joy. Originally, Song Yu was only an initial stage 3rd firmament true GOD. Just by consuming a medicinal pill, he actually broke right through to become a 4th firmament true GOD. This medicinal pill was heaven-defying. Incredible. Incredible. This profound Heaven Single Breath pill's effect is not too off compared to the profound Heaven Single Breath fruit too. Hu Fei exclaimed with admiration, "Brother Yi, I, Guijingyang, have never admired anyone before in this life. Today, I'm really prostrating on all fours in admiration of you." Guijingyang praised with admiration. At this time, with Song Yu breaking through successfully, his face did not conceal the look of wild joy in the slightest. He really did not think that this profound Heaven Single Breath pill could actually directly let him break through to be a 4th firmament true GOD. The gap of 1 minor true GOD realm boundary was massive. It was already very impressive for ordinary medicinal pills to be able to make up for 1,000th of the cultivation time. But this profound Heaven Single Breath pill actually directly let him cross the large bottleneck of initial stage true G, D realm and middle stage. So, how could this not make him pleasantly surprised? He bowed all the way down toward Yi Yuan and said sincerely, Brother Yi, the incident previously was all I, Song Yu being a scoundrel. I hope that you don't take it to heart. From today onward, you and I are sworn brothers in life and death. He really felt regret for the incident before now. If it were others, even if they pocketed the whole of these profound heaven single breath fruits plant, they would also have no temper. But Yi Yuan actually contributed his own spirit medicines and helped them to refine such a heaven-defying, profound heaven single breath pill. Repaying ingrate. 1. Tooed with kindness, how could he not be moved in his heart? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo-hoo, Brother Song doesn't have to be courteous. Didn't everyone already say that we're brothers long ago? The words made everyone extremely moved. Along the way, Yi Yuan shared treasures, saved Hu Fei, resisting powerful adversaries, and had long already become their backbone. At this point, they already took Yi Yuan to genuinely be a sworn brother in life and death. Following this, with Song Yu and Yi Yuan standing guard, the others each refined the medicinal pills to break through. This profound heaven single breath pills effect was extremely heaven-defying. Hu Fei's strength was the weakest, being only at the initial stage second firmament true G, D realm. After consuming the medicinal pill, he broke right through to become a late-stage third firmament true G, D, directly crossing more than a minor realm. As for Guo Jingyang and Ma Chang, two people, they broke right through to be peak third firmament true G, ODS. Furthermore, they could feel that the fourth firmament true G, D realm was already not far away. Finally, it was Yi Yuan's turn to refine the medicinal pills. The other 4 people each had a medicinal pill. Yi Yuan still had 2 profound heaven single breath pills on him. Yi Yuan directly swallowed both medicinal pills without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 1978. The Remains of an Empyrean. Chapter 1978. The Remains of an Empyrean, Terrific Fellow. Brother, Yi swallowing 2 medicinal pills in one go. Isn't he scared of being stuffed to the point of bursting? Guo Jingyang said in surprise. Brother Yi is truly an eccentric. He's different from others from head to toe. Relax, he's not a fool either. So, how could he possibly commit suicide? But for him to be able to digest 2 profound heaven single breath pills, his cultivation method likely far surpa. SSES hours. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said, We consumed a profound heaven single breath pill and directly broke through a minor realm. Brother, Yi directly ate 2. He can likely soar straight to be a third firmament true G. D, right? Hu Fei said. When the others heard it, they had looks of approval. This medicinal pill's medicinal effect was so good. With Yi Yuan's talent, breaking through 2 minor realms shouldn't be anything difficult. But Yi Yuan did not do as they wished, directly breaking through to be a third firmament true G. D. It was only all the way until the end did Yi Yuan suddenly burst through the bottleneck, reaching second firmament true G. D. 2 profound heaven single breath pills actually only barely managed to break through to second firmament true G. D. Brother Yi, what's going on here? Song Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The cultivation method that I cultivate is somewhat special. The spiritual energy quant. 1. Tide requires is too great. These 2 profound heaven single breath pills were barely able to let me break through to be a second firmament true G. D. The few people exchanged glances, being extremely shocked. This cultivation method was a little too perverse, right? Yi Yuan suddenly clasped his hands at the few people and said, All right, brothers, let's part here. The 4 people's expressions changed. Song Yu frowned and said, Why like this, Brother Yi? Could it be that we did something overboard? Yeah, Brother Yi. If you feel that the treasures we get are too much, we can take a little less. Gua Jingyang said without the slightest hesitation. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Everyone, no need to think too much. The place that this Yi is going next is too dangerous. This Yi might not be able to make a full retreat myself. Everyone is best not follow. When the few people heard that, their expressions were strange. They were very clear about Yi Yuan's strength. He currently broke through his realm and actually still did not have confidence in making a full retreat. It could be imagined how dangerous that place was. Hu Fei suddenly said, Since that's the case, I, Hu Fei, have to go even more. My life was saved by you. Now, I also obtained your profound heaven's single-breath pill. If this Hu doesn't forge ahead because of fear, what difference is there from an animal? Hu Fei's words made the others all surprised inwardly. Song Yu said, Brother Yi, you saying this is not treating the few of us as brothers. We'll share weal and woe together. No matter how dangerous the place you want to go is, we'll follow you. Gua Jingyang and Ma Chong also each made their stand, saying to follow Yi Yuan over. Yi Yuan was moved in his heart and said with a nod, All right, since you're willing to go together, then this you won't be melodramatic either. Let's go together. Looking at the bones that spanned all over the mountain, Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, Brother Yi, the place that you want to come is actually the Bone Devil Ridge. The Bone Devil Ridge was a rather dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. The children of destiny that entered the ancient G.O.D. battlefield in the past, as long as they stepped into the Bone Devil Ridge, barely any could come out alive. When the few people saw those dazzlingly white bones, they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This Yi owes Jian Sutao a favor. He made me enter the ancient G.O.D. battlefield to help him retrieve an item. It's in this Bone Devil Ridge. Jian Sutao? City Lord? Isn't he asking for your life? Song Yu said in surprise. Yi Yuan was helpless as he said, This old punk is a hypocrite. I was also compelled against my will. The few of you have to think clearly. There's still a chance to retreat now. If you really enter the Bone Devil Ridge, it will probably be too late for you guys to want to retreat. Song Yu said in a solemn voice, Brother Yi, what are you saying here? Would I, Song Yu, be someone who clings to life and fear death? Regarding Song Yu's performance, Yi Yuan was greatly surprised. His impression of Song Yu previously had never been very good. He did not expect that after experiencing difficulties together, he became gutsier, clearly knew that the mountain had a tiger, yet moved towards the tiger mountain. This was not what anybody could do. It seemed like this guy was just used to being arrogant and imperious, but in reality his nature was not that bad. Hoo-hoo, since that's the case, then let's challenge this dragon chasm and tiger den. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Upon entering the Bone Devil Ridge, Yi Yuan felt like he entered another world. In the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, a powerful to the extreme undulation faintly pa-s set out, giving him a feeling of palpitation. Yi Yuan thought about it. Could this be the Qilin Emperor Bone? The party carefully headed towards the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge. Suddenly, a strong undulation came from in front. Song Yu said in surprise, There's actually someone who beat us to it. Could it be that there's someone who's the same as us, also thinking about getting the Qilin Emperor Bone? Yi Yuan nodded and said it's not impossible. Since there's someone who brought the news to Jian Sutao, then there will naturally be people who could bring the intel to other city lords. Come, let's go over and take a look. The few people concealed their tracks and carefully scooted over. The line of vision gradually became clear. Ahead, 7 to 8 people were surrounded tightly by a group of bone devils, falling into a bitter fight. The ancient G.O.D. battlefield was an enormous S.P.A.C. The deeper in, the stronger these life forms. The Bone Devil Ridge was already a very dangerous place in the peripherals of the ancient G.O.D. O.D. battlefield. The strength of these bone devils actually had a few that were fourth firmament true G, O.D. strength. The rest also had third firmament true G, O.D. realm. However, among those 7 to 8 people, there were actually 2 that were fourth firmament true G, O.D. giving Yi Yuan a shock. It's Mo and Feng Xiaotian they all. They actually broke through, becoming fourth firmament true G, O.D.S. Song Yu cried out in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "They are all in possession of Emperor surmounting aura. Encountering some lucky chances in this ancient G, O.D. battlefield and breaking through to be a fourth firmament true G, O.D. is also not strange." Song Yu nodded his head, but secretly sighed at his luck in his heart. If not for Yi Yuan, just based on his imperial aura, it would likely still be quite a bit off to want to break through to be a fourth firmament true G, O.D. In fact, with a misstep, dying at Lu Yi's hands was also not impossible. Thinking up to here, Song Yu became even more grateful toward Yi Yuan. Strange. Why do I feel that these bone devils seem to have gone mad? Hu Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, discovering that it was indeed the case. Those bone devils all had Astonies. Plussing momentum, like humans who were enraged, each move aiming for the vitals. The few people exchanged a glance and said in unison, "There's a treasure!" Yi Yuan observed for a while and made a hand gesture to Song Yu as he said, "Come, we'll circle around." That group of bone devils chased Sui Mo and his party. Clearly, they chased after all the way. Yi Yuan brought his own party and acted cautiously. Very soon they saw a cave. Inside the swarthy black cave, several rays of dim light actually faintly seeped out. "Let's go in to check it out." Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the cave cautiously. Those few rays of dim light became stronger and stronger. Everyone's hearts pounded heavily, being aware that the treasure was right in front. Due to Zui Mo and the rest drawing the bone devils away, it was currently completely empty inside the cave. They did not run into any dangers. Suddenly, the line of sight became clear. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. He then said in pleasant surprise, "This is the remains of an Empyrean." Chapter 1979. Whatever you say. Chapter 1979. Whatever you say, even if the Empyrean had already died for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, his remains were still radiating golden light, emitting an extremely profound energy undulation. This golden bone was indestructible and imperishable. What powerful energy undulations! This Empyrean was likely already approaching the heavenly Emperor realm when he was alive, Song Yu said with terror in his heart. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said in approval. Those bone devils were likely born under the influence of this Empyrean's remains, and they also grew up under his Dao Skanda, resulting in reaching today's realm. Hence, Zuemo, they all wanting to get this Empyrean's remains resulted in driving those bone devils mad. Guo Jingyang chuckled and said, "They lured all those bone devils away which benefited us. The Dao Skanda and energy contained inside this Empyrean's remains is sufficient to let us break through quite a few realms." This Empyrean's remains had a lot of spirituality. Furthermore, it contained tremendous energy. Using it to cultivate and using it to comprehend, heavenly Tao would both yield twice the results with half the effort. What was called a Ma? S of lucky chance? This was it. This was called a Ma. S of lucky chance. In this ancient D battlefield, no idea how many major powers had once perished. Even if just obtained a tiny bit, it was also sufficient for them to benefit for life. I feel that the remains of this Empyrean should be owned by Brother Yi. Along the way, without him, we might have been long dead, Hu Fei said. A hint of unwillingness to party flashed across in Song Yu's gaze, but he struggled for a while and still nodded and said, "What you said is right. Brother Yi, the remains of this Empyrean belongs to you. The treasure being in front, saying that they were unmoved was fake. But they were also clear in their hearts, if not for Yi Yuan, they could not walk until here at all. Along the way, Yi Yuan exerted the most effort, but he distributed the treasures to everyone. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Those who see it have a share. What's the deal with me pocketing it all by myself? This Empyrean's remains. Everyone shares them equally." Song Yu was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Brother Yi isn't joking, right? This Empyrean's remains are likely even harder than ordinary Empyrean spirit treasures. How to split?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We can't divide it, but somebody can divide it." Everyone was uncertain what it meant. While they were in a daze, Yi Yuan already walked over toward the remains. It was only to see him picking up the Empyrean's remains. He actually directly started to refine it on the spot. Buzz! Right at this time, an immensely powerful soul force suddenly emerged from the Empyrean's remains. Ha ha ha! This old man was trapped for countless eons. Today, I finally get to see the light of day anew. Kid, in order to repay you, become this old man's fleshy body. Seeing this old figure, the faces of Song Yu and the rest all changed drastically. Empyrean's residual thought. This Empyrean powerhouse actually sealed a wisp of his residual thought inside the remains. Song Yu cried out in shock, "Be careful, Brother Yi." Guo Jingyang and the rest had looks of terror on their faces as they shouted. The aura that this Empyrean's residual thought exhibited was too powerful, making their divine souls quiver. Empyreans were existences standing at the summit of this world. Their might, mortals were completely unable to understand it. In front of this Empyrean's residual thought, they could not give rise to any thought of resisting at all. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running at all. Looking at the Empyrean's residual thought, he smiled and said, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to divide this into 5 portions." The Empyrean's residual thought was just immersing in the wild ecstasy of breaking free. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, his laughter abruptly ceased. Could it be that this kid was a fool? Right now, this old man is about to seize possession of you. Not just him. Even Song Yu, they all were also shocked, speechless. What was Yi Yuan doing here? The script shouldn't be like this. Could it be that Yi Yuan was scared silly by this Empyrean's residual thought that suddenly came out? Kid, this Empyrean is going to take possession of you right now. Don't you understand? The Empyrean's residual thought looked at Yi Yuan with a puzzled face. This brat did not look like a fool no matter how one looked at him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I'm asking you to divide the remains. Don't you understand?" Fool. Absolutely a moron. At this moment, the Empyrean's residual thought was incomparably certain that this was absolutely a moron. Forget it, indeed a fool. I'll free you afterward, and you'll thank this Empyrean. The Empyrean's residual thought felt very bored. He felt that, at this time, Yi Yuan should be trembling and kneeling on the ground, begging him for mercy. But the script did not develop according to his expectations. He wanted to seize possession of Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan actually wanted him to divide the remains. Back then, after a great battle, he was heavily injured on the verge of death. He was unresigned to it and wanted to revive. Hence, he refined his lifetime cultivation all into a bone of his. Then he directly sealed a wisp of his remnant thought inside this bone and fell into an endless slumber. As long as someone obtained these remains and attempted to refine them, they would be able to open the seal and let him come out to seize possession and revive. Now, someone refined it, so he came out. He thought that the world would quiver because of it, but Yi Yuan did not. Rumble. The Empyrean's residual thought turned into a cloud of black smoke and attempted to directly tunnel into Yi Yuan's body. Careful, Brother Yi. The faces of Song Yu and the rest changed drastically, wanting to rush forward, but their feet could not move at all. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura erupted from Yi Yuan's body. An enormous soul vortex was like a limitless black hole, and it actually took the initiative to welcome the Empyrean's residual thought. Arg! Empyrean spirit treasure. D-A-M-N it. The Empyrean's residual thought that originally had an imposing momentum suddenly cried out strangely. That cloud of black smoke desperately wanted to break free of the vortex's suction. But how could Dustless possibly let him escape? The soul-suppressing pearl was precisely these soul bodies' jinx. Back then, the soul-suppressing pearl's spiritual energy was virtually drained dry by heavenly Empyrean immortal grove. But after Yi Yuan's so many years of Nori's, H-I plus ing, the soul-suppressing pearl's vital energy already recovered 60% to 70%. This 60% to 70% strength was naturally inadequate to deal with genuine Empyreans, but dealing with a mere remnant thought was sufficient. That Empyrean's residual thought unleashed all of its abilities, wanting to escape the soul-suppressing pearl suction. But he was currently like having fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself at all. His mood gradually went from surprise to fear. Little brother, this old man knows that he is wrong. Let this old man off, all right? This old man really knows that he is wrong. How did the Empyrean's residual thought still have that insufferable arrogance from earlier? His words even carried weeping. He was really scared. The threat that this kind of soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure posed to him was too great. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I can let you go, but you must divide the remains into 5 portions." How could the Empyrean's residual thought still dare to say a word of no? He hurriedly said, "Whatever little brother says is what it is. Don't talk about 5 portions. Even 50 parts this old man will divide for you two." Yi Yuan nodded his head. The soul vortex instantly dissipated. The pressure on the Empyrean's residual thought's body suddenly eased up, revealing his figure once more. Except his figure was clearly much fainter compared to before. The expression on his face also appeared very weary. Clearly, he sustained considerable damage. Song Yu and the rest looked at this scene blankly. Each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. There was still this kind of strategy. Chapter 1980, Doomsday Battle. Chapter 1980, Doomsday Battle. A stream of soul force crept out. The remains actually started melting from the middle. Finally, it was divided into 5 portions. The Empyrean's residual thought was currently like an aggrieved little wifey, not daring to even breathe loudly. He slumbered for countless tens of thousands of years, but what he waited for was actually such a result. Even thinking about it felt aggrieved. Getting a share of the remains, Song Yu said very contentedly, "Ha, Brother Yasmin's really emerged in endless streams. This song has broadened his horizons." However, the shock in his heart could not be described using words. He could guess that Yi Yuan definitely had a divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Would he freaking give it a rest already? Stellar war banner, Qinghong battle armor. Now there was also another extremely rare divine soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. When did Empyrean spirit treasures become common streetwear too? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank me for what? Want to thank someone? You naturally have to thank the senior. He put in painstaking effort and sealed his lifetime power into the remains for so many years, waiting for future generations to come. He is very Blee. Poo work." The Empyrean's residual thought almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't make fun of people like this. Song Yu and the rest had smiling faces, treating it as a joke. The Empyrean residual thought said with a bitter face, "Little brother, you look. The remains are already given to you. So can you raise your hand high up in mercy and let this decrepit old man go?" In this short while, his term of self-address changed several times. He first went from this Empyrean to this old man, finally becoming this decrepit old man. At this time, he already became incomparably humble in front of Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What's the hurry? You've already slept for so many years and finally managed to come out. We have got to chat more, right? I don't know what the F asterisk CK to tell you. H ho hoo. I wonder what little brother wants to chat about. This decrepit old man has slumbered for too long and already doesn't remember many things. The Empyrean's residual thought revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Yi Yuan was secretly surprised. This guy already slumbered until his memories dissipated away. How long did he sleep? 50 million years? 100 million years? 1 billion years? Yi Yuan said, "What's your name?" The Empyrean's residual thought was thinking about it, but then he shook his head and said, "Can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self remembers that they all seem to have called me Dowless back then." Dowless? Hoo-hoo, as your name implies, Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. This guy sealed his remnant thought inside the remains. It was clearly harboring the thought of harming people. Presumably, he was also not some good person when he was alive. Except, encountering Yi Yuan now, he could not stir up any waves no matter how formidable he was. Dowless' expression was rather ugly as he said with a bitter smile, "I've incurred little brother's ridicule." Yi Yuan said, "Let me ask you, just what kind of place is this ancient G? Oh, D battlefield." Dowless' brows furrowed together, seemingly thinking hard. But in the end he shook his head and said, "It's been too long, so I really can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self only remembers that this battle back then swept the entire heaven-span world into action. Virtually no powerhouse could stay out of it." Although Dowless' words were flat, when Yi Yuan and the rest heard it, they felt struck with terror. A war that was unequaled by contemporaries that swept throughout the entire heaven-span world. How tragic and spectacular was that? It seemed like too many peerless powerhouses had fallen back then in this ancient G.O.D. battlefield. No wonder it was so dangerous. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "I heard that Dao ancestor powerhouses have perished here before. Was there such a thing?" After another bout of brain-racking, Dowless nodded and said, "That great battle, no one was able to detach themselves from it. Even Dao ancestors could not as well. Not only did Dao ancestor powerhouses die in battle, but there were also even more than one." Impossible. Dao ancestor powerhouses are undying and imperishable, so how can they possibly die? Humph, you also don't come up with a draft when lying. Song Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said with a cold snort, but Dowless shook his head and said, "I didn't lie. The terror of that war isn't what you can imagine at all." Dowless' complexion was somewhat ashen, as if those blurry memories made him very afraid. The few people's complexions were very ugly too. It was still their first time hearing that Dao ancestor powerhouses would actually die. Dao ancestor powerhouses were existences that obtained the recognition of the laws of a region. They were equivalent to the representatives of heavenly Dao. So who could kill them? Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Looks like this heaven-span world is far from as simple as we imagine." Although Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was formidable, he was also just an Empyrean in the end. He was not even a Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, that was another world, another circle. They might have some connection with a certain Dao ancestor, and would also naturally know things that many people did not know. As for Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, he had not entered that circle yet, so the things that he knew were also very limited. All these required Yi Yuan to go and fumble himself around. Regarding that war, how much do you still remember? Yi Yuan asked again. Dowless shook his head and said, "I can't remember clearly anymore. This old decrepit self was also just a small fry in that war. I only remember that later on we called that war Doomsday Battle." Yi Yuan's face changed, and he said, "Doomsday Battle? What a terrifying name. Did the entire heaven-span world come close to dying out? Then who were your opponents?" Dowless frowned and said, "I can't remember too clearly anymore. I only remember that it was a race war." "Race war? Could it be the human race and fiend race? Or demon race? Yi Yuan frowned and said, "It was not any of them. I can't remember any more. I only remember that race was very terrifying. Very terrifying. They were too strong." When saying this, Yi Yuan could feel the tremors in Taoist's heart. Clearly, he really feared that race immensely. All right, no matter what race they are, they already don't exist in the heaven-span world anymore at present, Yi Yuan said helplessly, hearing these two people's conversation. The shock in Song Yu, four people's hearts, practically could not use words to describe. They seemed to have heard the greatest secrets of this heaven-span world. It turned out that Tao ancestor powerhouses would die too. It turned out that an apocalyptic war had happened to the heaven-span world before. It turned out that it was just a shame that Taoist's memories were too incomplete. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to know even more things about the Doomsday Battle. A little brother, this old decrepit self, has already told you everything that I know. See, can I go? Taoist said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Go? Hoo-hoo, you even wanted to take possession of me. Do you still hope for me to let you go?" Taoist said gloomily that was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "A misunderstanding? I don't feel that it was a misunderstanding. You deliberately planned to seal yourself inside the remains. Wasn't it in order to seize possession of people? If I let you out, are you planning on finding a suitable fleshy body and then finding me to take revenge again?" Taoist's expression was ugly as he said, "How is that possible?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "Don't need to say any more. Letting you go is impossible. I give you two options. It is either you follow me starting today, or you die." Chapter 1981. Still want to fight? Chapter 1981. Still want to fight? I'll submit to you. Although Yi Yuan said it casually, like discussing it with Taoist, he knew that Yi Yuan was not joking with him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I'll take you in right now. Don't resist. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." The corners of Taoist's mouth twitched slightly. He was very unwilling in his heart. He, an exalted quasi-emperor level powerhouse, actually ended up as a little fellow slave. How to make him accept this? Accept being under people's roof. There was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, it was not up to him anymore as well. Finally managed to come out of the seal, but the result was such an outcome. He was unwilling. Right at this time, a profound energy was directly absorbed by Taoist, disappearing. There was dustless suppressing inside the soul-suppressing pearl, so Yi Yuan naturally did not need to worry. He was originally planning on directly wiping Taoist out. But on second thought, although this Taoist lost all of his memories, he was after all a powerhouse in the ancient era. Perhaps one day, Yi Yuan could use him. "Brother Yi, let's hurry up and leave. Those bone devils aren't weak. If they return, we likely can't avoid a tough fight too," Song Yu reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and brought everyone away. Who could have thought that as soon as they came out of the cave, they ran into a few people head-on? Who could they be if not Zhuo Mo, Feng Xiaotian, and the others? But currently, those weak children of destiny around him already disappeared. Most likely they had already fallen. The moment Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian saw Yi Yuan and the rest, their faces immediately changed. Taking a look at the cave behind Yi Yuan and the rest, Zhuo Mo said in a solemn voice, "Why are you guys here? Could it be that Empyrean remains have already been taken by you all?" Feng Xiaotian's pupils also shrunk slightly, but what he paid attention to was different from Zhuo Mo. Song Yu. "You actually broke through." "No, wait, you all. All of you broke through?" Feng Xiaotian discovered that not only did Song Yu break through to become a fourth firmament true Ji, but the others also made great progress in strength apart from Yi Yuan, breaking through more than a minor realm. Each and every one of them was practically almost breaking through to be a fourth firmament true Ji. Oh, already. Just what kind of heaven-defying, lucky chance did these guys encounter to actually be able to break through, collectively? With Feng Xiaotian saying so, Mo also noticed it. This shock was by no means insignificant. He and Mo, two people, were both in possession of the Emperor surmounting auras. Previously, they had also each encountered a great lucky chance before barely managing to break through, becoming fourth firmament True G. ODS. As for the others who followed them, they were not so lucky. But Song Yu's squad actually collectively broke through. This kind of fortuitous encounter was simply fantastical. Song Yu was merely an imperial aura. This made Mo and Feng Xiaotian actually somewhat look down on him. But who knew that Song Yu, this group of people, actually caught up with his footsteps without making a sound? Are you very surprised? I, having a mere imperial aura, actually kept up with the cultivation speed of you all. These emperor surmounting auras. Song Yu said with a smug face. Feng Xiaotian had a gloomy look, clearly being choked badly as he said in a solemn voice. Let me ask you, was the Empyrean's remains taken away by you all? Song Yu said with a cold smile. So what if yes? A cold light appeared in Mo's eyes as he said in a cold voice, Hand it over, and I'll spare you guys from death. He currently broke through to the fourth firmament True G. Oh, D-Realm, making his confidence overflowing. With Feng Xiaotian's cooperation, he did not believe that Song Yu could still stir up any waves. As for Yi Yuan's strength, although it was troublesome, they already broke through to middle stage True G. Oh, D-Realm. The power span in the middle was Ma. Civ. Even if Yi Yuan had Empyrean spirit treasures, it's simply impossible to be their match anymore too. Ha ha! What high-sounding sentiments. If you have the ability, come take it yourselves. Song Yu said with a cold laugh. Humph! Reckless and blind thing. Westbound moon treading. After he was done talking, Mo did not say a word. Raising his hand, it was an incomparably swift and fierce sword move. Song Yu was not careless either, raising his sword and advancing. The two people clashed together, breaking through to the middle stage True G. Oh, D-Realm, the two people's commotion was tremendous, more than a magnitude stronger than before. By the side, Feng Xiaotian's figure moved and was about to join the battle, fighting 2-on-1. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him and said coolly, Your opponent is me. Feng Xiaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sneer, Punk, do you really think that you're invincible by having 2 Empyrean spirit treasures? Yi Yuan was still indifferent as he said, You can give it a try. Feng Xiaotian's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Fine. Then I'll let you take a look at the might of middle stage True G. Oh, D-Realm. Bang! The moment he released a powerful world power, everyone's faces could not help changing. Feng Xiaotian's strength was more than a level stronger than when fighting with Yi Yuan before. There was a Ma. Civ gulf between fourth firmament True G. Oh, D-Realm and third firmament True G. Oh, D-Realm. Still the same moves, but the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Ha! As long as I kill you, I can similarly obtain a Ma. Civ lucky chance. The Empyrean spirit treasures on you are mine. 9 firmament Jade Dragon Sword. Go and die. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly, the swift and fierce sword light chopping over towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan did not take out the stellar war banner. He slowly shut his eyes, his body becoming deathly still. He looked just like a dead person. Just as Feng Xiaotian released that ray of sword light, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open. Life and death seal. Life and death. 2 completely different kinds of concepts interweaved and emerged, turning into an extremely powerful seal, meeting Feng Xiaotian's sword light. Bang! Feng Xiaotian's figure was directly struck, flying out backward, flying straight for several hundred feet before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, full of apprehension in his eyes. How did this guy know such a powerful seal? Using this seal with second firmament true G. Oh, D strength, he actually fought to a draw with him? What seal is this? It actually gave me a feeling of being enlightened. This seal actually gave me a composure that sees through life and death. It turns out that this kid's divine essence martial technique is actually so strong. Brother, you really keeps things to his own self. I didn't expect that he actually still had this kind of inconceivable seal. Regardless of whether it was the people on Zhuemo's side or the people on Songyu's side, their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan currently, was incomparably shocked. They all thought that Yi Yuan relied on the power of Empyrean spirit treasures to be so arrogant, but now they all knew that they were wrong. Absurdly wrong. Even without utilizing Empyrean spirit treasures, Yi Yuan's own strength was also powerful until it was sufficient to rival fourth firmament true G. Oh, D. This life and death seal was precisely the second seal art of the 3 lives nirvana seal. Living 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan's comprehension of this set of seal art was far stronger than others. This kind of epiphany after experiencing life and death was not what these children of destiny could compare to. After breaking through to the origin pale realm, Yi Yuan's divine essence was already adequate to display the second seal. Exhibiting it now, the power was indeed extraordinary. Facing off against the fourth firmament true G. Oh, D Feng Xiaotian, he actually faintly suppressed him. Still want to fight? Yi Yuan looked at Feng Xiaotian and said with a smile that was not a smile. Chapter 1982. Falling into heavy encirclement. Chapter 1982. Falling into heavy encirclement over there. Songyu and Zhuemo also stopped. The reason why Zhuemo chose to take action was that he was certain that Songyu's side was not a match for him. There was only him of fourth firmament true G, OD, but who knew that Yi Yuan only used the life and death seal and actually overpowered Feng Xiaotian. This result, seriously, greatly exceeded his expectations. Zhuemo looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "This Empyrean's remains was discovered by us first. We even lured away the bone devils from this place. But you all took forcible possession of it. Where's the logic?" Couldn't beat, started to talk about reason. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "You saw it, and it's yours? I saw you now. I want to take you as my slave. Will you be or not?" Everyone guffawed with laughter. Zhuemo was enraged until his expression was livid, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you be rampant. Could it be that you're really planning on fighting it out to the bitter end?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Fighting it out to the bitter end? You also need to have the ability to do so first. If we really continue fighting, who lives and who dies is still not known. Moreover, you all are also aiming for that Qilin Emperor bone, right? Don't talk about having a life and death struggle. If you get injured in this bone Devil Ridge, I want to see how you S-N-A-T-C-H that Emperor bone." Zhuemo and Feng Xiaotian's expressions choked up, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually also aiming for the Emperor bone. With this, it was troublesome. At that time, a fierce struggle could not be avoided. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuemo two people and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Moreover, me keeping this Empyrean's remains is also considered saving your lives. If not, you Zhuemo probably wouldn't be Zhuemo anymore now." Zhuemo thought that Yi Yuan was deliberately mocking him and said in a great rage, "Punk, don't show off your cleverness after coming off cheap." But the Songyu by the side sneered and said, "Who's showing off after coming off cheap? Yi Yuan didn't bluff you. This Empyrean's remains is simply a hoax. That Empyrean powerhouse sealed a wisp of his remnant soul inside the remains. As long as you refine the remains, that Empyrean powerhouse will come out to seize possession. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't get the remains." Zhuemo and Feng Xiaotian's faces changed when they heard it. Clearly, they had not thought that there was still such a thing. But very soon, Zhuemo recovered and said with a cold smile, "Since that's the case, why are you guys completely fine?" Songyu smiled and said, How can Brother Ye's means be what you can surmise? Yi Yuan said coolly, talk to them about these for what? Let's go. Finished talking. Yi Yuan brought Song Yu and the rest and left straight away. Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian, 2 people exchanged a glance, but they still did not make a move in the end. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Emperor Bone was the end goal. If they expended too much effort here, no one could obtain the Emperor Bone in the end. They might even endanger their lives. The more one went into the depths of the Bone Devil Ridge, the more soul-stirring the undulations coming from the inner area that the person would experience. Along the way, Yi Yuan's party also encountered quite a number of powerful bone devils and even suffered the besieging of a group of bone devils. But under Yi Yuan and Song Yu's powerful strength, the perils were turned into safety. But they also discovered that the deeper in, the stronger the bone devils. These bone devils were very hard to deal with. Their defensive power was extremely strong, being comparable to the 6th transformation golden body. Once tangled by a group of bone devils, it would also be too much for a middle-stage true D realm to bear. Fortunately, the strengths of Yi Yuan, Song Yu, and the rest were all at the top among those in the same rank. Along the way, there were more scares than dangers. Brother Yi, why do I feel like there seems to be something controlling these bone devils? Song Yu suddenly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, even the Emperor's remains were that troublesome, let alone the Emperor Bone. I feel that these bone devils might be controlled by the Emperor Bone. Song Yu's expression changed slightly, and he said, the bone devils that we're encountering now are basically all 1st firmament and 2nd firmament true D realm strength already. Advancing further, we'll probably run into middle stage true D realm bone devils. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this is also something that can't be helped. Middle stage true D realm bone devils will definitely be encountered. What I'm worried about now is whether or not there will be late-stage true D realm, even Empyrean realm bone devils. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. When everyone heard that, their expressions changed slightly. If there were Empyrean realm bone devils, they probably would not be able to even escape. But this kind of thing no one knew as well. Circling around a patch of jagged, strange rocks, the line of vision suddenly became widened. The faces of Yi Yuan and the rest suddenly changed, being dumbstruck with shock by the scene before their eyes. On the flat ground ahead, countless bones piled up together, and they actually piled into an enormous mountain. At the top of the mountain, where one's vision could reach, a thick and large golden bone displayed on it. The aura emitting off of that bone made Yi Yuan's heart palpitate too. How many powerhouses, skeletons pile up to form it? Song Yu's expression changed slightly as he said, even if they were all powerhouses of a region, seeing this spectacular sight that made people's hair stand on end, they still could not resist being somewhat shocked. One had to know those that died in the ancient D battlefield, the lowest was also celestial deity realm martial artists. Among these skeletons, no idea how many celestial deity realm powerhouses and how many true D realms powerhouses there were, or how many Empyrean powerhouses there were. You all wait here, I'll go take a look. Yi Yuan said. Song Yu's expression changed and he said, no way! It's too dangerous for you to go over alone. Let's go together. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, no need. You all coordinate with me here. If there are any sudden turn of events, everybody must run immediately. Don't hesitate. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped and galloped at full speed toward that bone mountain. This ancient D battlefield was a very peculiar place. Yi Yuan's spatial SHI plus FT could not be used at all. Hence, he could only walk by feet. His speed was extremely fast, arriving at just several tens of thousands of feet away from that bone mountain in a blink of an eye. This distance was merely a matter of a twinkling of an eye to the origin pill realm Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. The emperor bone at the top of the mountain gave off a faint golden light. Then, a scene that made people's countenance change occurred. Countless skeletons crawled up from the ground, forming into a bone devil army in virtually a blink of an eye. The strength was these bone devils were extremely formidable. The weakest also had peak celestial deity realm strength. Not good, this is a trap. That emperor bone was waiting for people to go over. Song Yu's face changed drastically as he turned pale with fright and said, however, it was already too late. Yi Yuan was currently in the center of this open field. Even if he wanted to run, he could not run at all. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the Bone Devil Army. This Bone Devil Army was different from the Battle Spirit Army previously. Their strength was more than 10 times stronger. Observing with a slight glance, Song Yu discovered that there were quite a few middle-stage true G.O.D. realm Bone Devils. This lineup practically made people despair. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it. Really didn't expect it. This brat actually served at the vanguard and fell into the Bone Devil Army. I want to see whether this brat dies or not this time. Right at this time, a burst of loud laughter sounded out behind Song Yu. It was Zhuo Mo and the rest who just happened to arrive, seeing Yi Yuan fall into the Bone Devil Army by himself. He and Feng Xiaotian were simply delighted. Chapter 1983. Won't die. Chapter 1983. Won't die amidst the Bone Devil Army. Although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not lose his bearings. With the stellar war banner erupting, it immediately shattered a group of Bone Devils to dust. Even third firmament true G.O.D.S. were no exception either. With Yi Yuan's present divine essence strength, the power when controlling the stellar war banner was more than a level stronger than before. Third firmament true G.O.D.S. were completely incapable of lasting a single exchange with him. The true threat were those fourth firmament true G.O.D. Bone Devils. But Yi Yuan was not worried. Relying on 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, even fourth firmament true G.O.D.S. would also find it hard to get close. Yi Yuan was different from the rest. His divine essence was incomparably pure. His ability to have prolonged battles was extremely strong. This degree of consumption was nothing to him. But Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaotian did not think so. Seeing Yi Yuan demonstrate his invincible might with the stellar war banner, they only smiled coldly in response. Ha! Relying on the power of a spirit treasure to linger on with your dying breath. But the consumption of spirit treasures on divine essence is tremendous. I want to see how long you can sustain. Zhuo Mo smiled coldly. It was just that the sour note in his words could not be concealed no matter what. 2 Empyrean spirit treasures. He was incredibly envious. According to this degree of consumption, at most an hour and his divine essence will be exhausted. At that time, he can only be at other people's mercy. Feng Xiaotian also said. While the 2 people spoke, the shock in their hearts was not any bit less. There were at least 5 or 6 fourth firmament true G.O.D. Bone Devils around Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan actually did not reveal the slightest hint of defeat under the combined attacks of so many Bone Devils. This kind of strength was already sufficiently shocking. One had to know, when Yi Yuan was facing these 5 to 6 fourth firmament true G.O.D. Bone Devils, he still had to deal with countless Bone Devils at the same time. By the side, Song Yu's expression was very ugly. That endless skeleton army had no end in sight. If it were him, he would likely have long been dismembered at this time. Zhuo Mo looked at Song Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile, Song Yu, weren't you implacable enemies with Yi Yuan? Now, seeing that he's about to die, you should be happy. Song Yu gave a cold snort, gritted his teeth, and said to Gu Jingyang and the rest, Do the few of you want to charge inside together with me? Hu Fei immediately answered without another word. My life was given by Brother Yi, so what's the problem if I return it to him? Brother Ye's high morality reaches the clouds. How can we watch by the side? Charge inside. Gu Jingyang said. Ma Chang nodded his head and said with a decisive look, I'll go too. Okay, follow me. Finished talking, Song Yu took the lead and directly charged into the Bone Devil army. When Zhuo Emo saw this action of Song Yu and the rest, he could not help getting a big shock. Were these guys mad? Just what kind of bewitching soup did Yi Yuan give these guys? Inside mystic realms, who is not self-centered and selfish? Why would there be anyone who would go and risk their lives for their companions? Saying that they were companions, everyone was merely cooperating out of interest. Really reaching the juncture of life and death, they would abandon their companions without the slightest hesitation. In reality, they had done so too. Along the way, their companions got fewer and fewer. There were quite a few who were directly abandoned by them. But now, Song Yu, these few guys actually rushed into the Bone Devil army for Yi Yuan's sake without heed for their lives. Good heavens! They didn't know without exchanging blows. The moment they exchanged blows, even Song Yu, this fourth firmament true G, also felt the pressure skyrocket. The surrounding Bone Devils were too many. They were simply unable to deal with the enemies. There were blade lights and sword images everywhere. Even if Song Yu's strength was formidable, he was also teetering on his feet, let alone the others. The few people pushed into a distance of several hundred feet and could not charge in any more. Matching up against a fourth firmament true G. Bone Devil, Song Yu still had to deal with other Bone Devils, and he could only retreat as he fought. In the end, Song Yu and the rest were actually forced out. These Bone Devils did not pursue relentlessly. After exceeding a certain range, they would return once more. The expressions of Song Yu and the rest were extremely ugly. Only at this time did they know how powerful Yi Yuan's strength was. He could actually deal with so many Bone Devils on his own. Zhuo Emo and the rest were also extremely alarmed when they saw. There was no damage without a comparison. He fought with Song Yu before and knew that Song Yu's strength was not much worse than his. If he went down, he naturally could not gain any advantage either. But Yi Yuan could actually remain safe and sound being besieged by so many Bone Devils. One had to admit that his strength was formidable. Later, Song Yu and the rest attempted to charge several more times, but each time they were forced back. There were even quite a number of wounds left on the few people's bodies. In a twinkle, an hour passed, said the expressions on Zhuo Emo and Feng Xiaotian's faces became more and more interesting. They kept on harboring the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune, waiting for Yi Yuan's divine essence to be exhausted. But until now, Yi Yuan did not show any signs of his divine essence drying up. This 1 hour, Yi Yuan actually charged out a distance of several thousand feet and was already not too far away from the borders. Is this guy still a human? Such a great expenditure, and he's actually completely fine, Zhuo Emo said with a look of disbelief. Feng Xiaotian's expression was also very ugly as he said in a solemn voice. Just what kind of cultivation method does this punk cultivate? Even if it's a heavenly emperor inheritance, it's also impossible to not have any reaction to this degree of consumption, right? They were really unable to understand just how much divine essence was stored within Yi Yuan's body. Could it be that it was inexhaustible in supply and would never be used up? Song Yu and the rest already gave up on charging in. They also discovered Yi Yuan's anomaly and had excited faces. Ha ha ha. Didn't you guys say that Yi Yuan's dead for sure? Open your dog eyes and take a look. Is he dead? Song Yu said with a big laugh. Zhuo Emo was triggered by these words, immediately turning bright red as he became angry from embarrassment and said, he didn't die, so could it be that you also won't die? Brother Feng, let's join hands and exterminate the few of them first. What do you think? Yi Yuan failing to die caused Feng Xiaotian to be in a bad mood. He said in a solemn voice, I have precisely that intention. In reality, they had long wanted to take action, but they had been harboring the mentality of watching the show all along. That was why they did not make a move. Now, Song Yu's one sentence thoroughly infuriated these two. The two people did not say another word, directly squaring off with Song Yu. This group of people had been constantly making wisecracks by the side. Song Yu was long I said by it. He immediately raised his sword and stepped forward, fighting 1 versus 2. But Song Yu was not Yi Yuan. Fighting 1-on-2 was clearly very taxing. Zhuo Emo and Feng Xiaotian were not some rookies. They were people with top-notch strength among peers. The remaining Guo Jingyang and the rest, although their numbers were not many, their strengths were a great deal stronger than the other party. Both sides had fire pent up. This fight was fought very fiercely. Yi Yuan there felt something. Seeing Song Yu and the rest get surrounded and attacked, he was also greatly anxious. But the bone devils around him were too many. He simply could not break through in a short while. Song Yu fighting 1-on-2 became more and more strained, with danger arising incessantly. Song Yu, you're at any rate 4th firmament true G. Oh, D2, to actually willingly be a dog for Yi Yuan. Zhuo Emo said with a loud laugh. F***ck, your mom's dog fart. Us and Yi Yuan are friends. People like you'll never understand. Song Yu let loose a torrent of abuse. Friends? Ha. Put your life on the line for Yi Yuan then. Brother Feng, you come and hold him back. I'll prepare for a bit and annihilate this fellow, fulfilling this guy's friends. HI+P. After he was done talking, the aura on Zhuomo's body skyrocketed. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 1984. Worthless. Chapter 1984. Worthless Zhuomo's body seemed to have become a blazing sun. SHI plus Ning with boundless radiance. That horrifying energy undulation. Even the same rank Feng Xiaotian also suddenly changed colors. The power of this move was extraordinary. The color on Song Yu's face changed too. That horrifying power gave him an extremely strong feeling of danger. His moves suddenly turned intense, wanting to force Feng Xiaotian back and get away from him. But how could Feng Xiaotian let him get his wish? Feng Xiaotian urged world power to the limit and latched onto Song Yu firmly, not giving him any chance. Both party strengths were roughly on par. It was easier said than done to want to get away within a short time. The imposing momentum on Zhuomo's body became stronger and stronger. His entire person even turned into a sun, illuminating the entire wilderness. At this moment, he was akin to AGOD. This kind of big move that needed a long time to ACCU, emulate heaven and earth's spiritual energy, tended to have immense power. It was just that this kind of move was not practical. In a real battle, who would give you this kind of chance to launch your move? But now, he was fighting 2-on-1 with Feng Xiaotian. This created the opportunity for Zhuo Emo. At this very moment, with Zhuo Emo as the center, temperatures suddenly rose to a horrifying degree. It was as if it was going to burn everything into nothingness. At this time, Zhuo Emo slowly opened both eyes, but he looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said with a loud laugh, Yi Yuan, do you feel very powerless? You can only watch your companion die helplessly, and you can't do anything about it. Once this grand blazing sun is unleashed, it's absolutely invincible in the same rank. Ha ha ha. Horrifying flame power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Song Yu's expression suddenly changed due to the threat of death hitting head-on. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Feng. Leave the rest to me. Zhuo Emo said overbearingly. Feng Xiaotian gave a big laugh and suddenly pulled away from Song Yu. Ha! Brothers' move is impressive, Feng Xiaotian said. Zhuo Emo smiled proudly, his palms suddenly pus. I plussing. That horrifying blazing sun actually hurtled toward Song Yu. Song Yu wanted to escape, but the surrounding SPAC was already wrapped up by endless flame laws. He seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, being unable to budge an inch at all. That blazing sun got closer and closer. Song Yu's complexion turned white as paper. Having him resign himself to death, that was impossible. But due to time constraints, he could only use his strongest sword move. However much he could ward off was the only thing he could do at this moment. He mustered up all the divine essence in his body, bursting forth in full strength instantly. 7 absolutes, unended sword. Songyu gave a loud cry and suddenly swung a sword out. Seeing the scene, Zuo-Mo laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Mantis blocking the cart, go and die with peace of mind." Although Song Yu's sword was strong, he was completely unable to mobilize too much heaven and earth's spiritual energy in a haste. His move naturally could not compare with the grand blazing Sunday. In front of the grand blazing sun, Song Yu executing the 7 absolutes unended sword was like a child Brandis. Plussing a sword. Song Yu had a look of despair on his face. He discovered that this sword of his could not shake the grand blazing sun in the least bit at all. In that instant the grand blazing sun and 7 absolutes unended sword were about to collide. A horrifying to the extreme sword intent approached from afar, arriving in an instant. Bang! The earth quaked, mountains swayed. Even a true D-realm powerhouse like Song Yu also could not stand firmly. Those bone devils were even scattered flying everywhere by this powerful wave. Zuo-Mo was the first to bear the brunt. It was only to see him spew a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, with his figure flying out backward, directly knocking onto that mountain behind him before stopping. He looked at the Yi Yuan who walked over from amidst the bone devil's pile with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. This sword was unleashed by Yi Yuan? What's going on here? What a powerful sword! Yi Yuan unleashed his sword from so far away and actually reached first despite launching later. Not only did it extinguish the grand blazing sun, it even severely wounded Zuo-Mo. How is this possible? Feng Xiaotian similarly looked at that figure with incomparable shock. This sword releasing actually directly cleaved out a path from amidst the bone devil stack. Yi Yuan's speed was extremely fast and already rushed to the borders of the Bone Fiend army. Song Yu had not walked out of the shock of this sword yet. The joy of surviving a calamity had not appeared yet. This sword move stunned him. Yi Yuan slowly walked over. Looking at the heavily injured Zuo-Mo, he said coldly, "Treating other people's mercy as weakness, you're really laughable. Powerless to do anything? Invincible in the same rank? I really don't know where your confidence came from." Zuo-Mo's expression was ugly to the extreme. No one knew whether it was because his injuries were too severe or because of shame. He was so high and mighty just now, feeling that no one could save Song Yu. But with a backhand, Yuan gave him a slap. That sword seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, being powerful to the extreme. One had to know, in between this sword was still separated by those countless bone devils. After this sword killed countless bone devils, it could still seriously wound him when it reached here. How great was its power? How could a second firmament true G, possibly unleash such a shocking and peerless sword? His opponent was a 4th firmament true G, OD. In reality, it turned out that Yi Yuan had never been serious at all until now. Truly laughable. Along the way, I was just disdainful to stoop to your levels. But you guys really took yourself to be somebody important. A genius? Geniuses of your level are worthless in front of me. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Yi Yuan's words cut incisively, saying until Zuo-Mo did not even dare to breathe loudly. Indeed, it was as easy as turning over his hand to want to kill Zuo-Mo. But what Zuo-Mo did not know was that this sword also virtually drained Yi Yuan's divine essence dry. Yi Yuan already comprehended 5th firmament spatial law not long ago and created this sword move inside the death cultivation PAC called Sword Hollow Etch, the 6th firmament that fused spatial law Sword Dao and the 5th firmament spatial law. Its power was immense. While the grand blazing sun was powerful in front of Sword Hollow Etch, it was not worth mentioning at all. If Yi Yuan displayed this move with 4th firmament origin Pale Realm, 100 Zuo-Mo would also die. It was just that this move's expenditure was too great. Even with Yi Yuan's pure divine essence, he could merely use one sword too. After displaying it, that was really closing one's eyes and waiting for death. So unless there was no other alternative, Yi Yuan did not wish to use this sword. Just now, if not for Zhuo Mo pressuring hard, it was also impossible for Yi Yuan to utilize Sword Hollow Etch. After all, if he relied on 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, slowly breaking through was still achievable. Yi Yuan's words made everyone feel ashamed of their unworthiness. Those able to enter the ancient D battlefield, which one was not a proud son of heaven, existences possessing great destinies, but in front of Yi Yuan they were nothing. Genius? That was just in order to serve as a stepping stone to show Yi Yuan was more gifted. Song Yu looked at Yi Yuan, a look of surprise on his face. He suddenly recalled. Jian Hongxiao had once said before in the Virtuous Wind establishment, the people from the Jian family who had seen before Yi Yuan's destiny all went blind. Hence, no one dared to look and could only speculate that Yi Yuan was Emperor surmounting aura. Looking at it now, the Emperor surmounting aura on Zhuo Mo and Feng Xiaojian's bodies simply paled in comparison to Yi Yuan. Perhaps Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were not limited to just the realm of Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1985, Killing to Establish Awe. Chapter 1985, Killing to Establish Awe. The whole place was silent. Zhuo Mo's side was even silent like cicadas in winter. Yi Yuan's combat power far exceeded their imaginations. That sword move earlier might not be able to deal with 5th Firmament True Ji. D powerhouses, but it was absolutely enough to one-shot 4th Firmament True Ji. DS. Who among them was Yi Yuan's match? This, Brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Feng Xiaotian said with an awkward look. Yeah. All a misunderstanding. Brother Yi is magnanimous. Don't haggle over it with the likes of us. With Feng Xiaotian taking the lead, the others also followed suit and apologized. They were all frightened silly by this sword move executed by Yi Yuan. So how could they still dare to oppose Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone and said with a cold smile, Misunderstanding? Is it also a misunderstanding that you guys wanted to kill Song Yu? Feng Xiaotian had an awkward look as he said, This is also Zhuo Mo. It was him that detested the sight of Brother Yi. So he deliberately led us astray. Zhuo Mo's face changed, and he said angrily, Feng Xiaotian, you. Feng Xiaotian sneered and said, I told you long ago, don't oppose Brother Yi. His talent isn't what you can compare to at all. Pooh work. Zhuo Mo was angered by Feng Xiaotian, spurting out another large mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was amused when he heard this. He then said with a smile, So that's how it is. Then you kill Zhuo Mo now, and I'll forgive you. Feng Xiaotian was first taken aback. Then immediately, his eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. Gritting his teeth, he said, Okay. Zhuo Mo's face changed, and he said furiously, Feng Xiaotian, you dare! Feng Xiaotian smiled coldly and said, Sorry about it, Brother Zhuo. Want to blame that you shouldn't have offended Brother Yi. Whose? H. Plus a streak of swift and fierce sword light arrived in an instant. The current Zhuo Mo was severely wounded. So how could he block the swift and fierce sword? Just one sword and Zhuo Mo's head was decapitated, dead until he could not be any more dead. A peerless genius who possessed an emperor surmounting aura fell, just like that. When Song Yu saw this scene, he also felt satisfied in his heart. Just now, when Zhuo Mo unleashed the grand blazing sun, he really thought that he was dead for sure. Although Yi Yuan made a move and saved him in the end, that kind of despair in the face of impending death still made anger rise from his heart. He was somewhat uncertain why Yi Yuan did not take action himself, but wanted to make somebody else do the work. With Yi Yuan's strength, even killing Feng Xiaotian was also merely thus. How could he know that Yi Yuan could not unleash a second sword at all currently? Earlier, before Yi Yuan returned, he already swallowed quite a few divine essence, recovery medicinal pills, and he was currently frenziedly recovering strength. One had to admit this Qinghong battle armor still had a benefit. That was being able to conceal his actual situation. His divine essence was currently depleted, but others could not tell at all. The reason why he did so was merely buying time. But Song Yu was long already dead set on Yi Yuan now. Although he was doubtful in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Killing Zhua Mo with a sword, Feng Xiaotian said with a fawning smile. Wonder if Brother Yi is satisfied. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, At least you have sincerity. This matter is considered dropped. Feng Xiaotian's heart eased up and he said, Brother Yi, this emperor bone can actually summon so many powerful bone devils. What should we do? Yi Yuan shut his eyes and said coolly, Wait. Feng Xiaotian was uncertain. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, The ones coveting this emperor likely aren't just the few of us. Wait for the others to come over and rendezvous. We'll charge over together. As for who can get the emperor bone, that will depend on their own means. Regarding this, Feng Xiaotian naturally did not dare to say a word more. He could only laugh dryly twice and retreat to one side. Indeed, as Yi Yuan expected, in this following half a month, quite a few people arrived at the Bone Devil Ridge in succession again. Song Yu discovered to his surprise that the ones who obtained lucky chances were not just their party alone. There were plenty of people who broke through to be fourth firmament true G. Oh, DS! There was even someone whose strength had already reached the peak fourth firmament true G. Oh, D realm, being only a step away from becoming a fifth firmament true G. Oh, D. Although some people's strength did not increase too much, they likely obtained quite a few powerful treasures too. Otherwise, they also would not dare to easily step foot into Bone Devil Ridge. The lucky chances left behind in this ancient G. Oh, D battlefield were seriously too many. Of course, the squads that came out first already became incomparably scattered now. There was no need to ask around. Those weak ones were now likely already became part of the ancient G. Oh, D battlefield forever. Even Zhua Mo, this emperor-surmounting aura powerhouse, died, let alone these imperial auras. After having learned about the situation here, those powerhouses all stopped. At this time, it was clearly the time to band up together. Only with everyone pooling their efforts and being of one mind could they pass through this Bone Devil army. Of course, there were people who felt that this was exaggerating things to raise an alarm. They did not believe that the situation was quite dire. The result was naturally being torn to pieces by the horrifying Bone Devil army. After a month, the powerhouses that gathered here were roughly 50 to 60 people already. These 50 to 60 people, their strengths were no idea how many times stronger compared to during the past before they entered this battlefield. At this time, a young man in azure robes came to the center of everyone and said in a clear voice, In my view, the people who want to compete for the Emperor Bone should be pretty much all here. With our strength, it should be sufficient to break through the Bone Devil army. Why not everyone give it an attempt together now? How about it? This azure-robed young man was precisely that peak fourth firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouse, called Zhou Yu. His original strength was not conspicuous among the group of geniuses. But just several months' time had Pa said, and he was already standing at the summit. Zhou Yu's tone had some high and mighty flavor, clearly putting himself on the seat of this group of people's leader. Hey, you say go and we go? This young master. I still want to go after a few days, can I? Stop putting up a front here. Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? At this time, a very disdainful voice sounded out, not giving Zhou Yu face at all. One sentence attracted everyone's gazes. A good show came. This person who replied was called Li Xan. He was also a fourth firmament true G. OD toward Zhou Yu's ATTI. Tude, he was clearly very displeased. The moment Zhou Yu heard this, he laughed. Swizz. H. plus his figure suddenly moved, with his speed being swift to the extreme. At the same time, the sound of tearing through the air arrived with a howl. For Li Xian to dare retort, he was clearly prepared, immediately raising his sword to meet the enemy. Bang! A huge bang came over. Li Xian's sword broke with a clank, and his head was also directly smashed into pulp like a watermelon. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. That rod is an Empyrean spirit treasure. Not only that, but his strength is also so formidable. Looks like the lucky chance this Zhou you obtained really isn't small. All around, there was a series of exclamations. Clearly, they were surprised by the swift and fierce rod. That Li Xian's strength naturally went without saying. Being a fourth firmament true G. Oh, D already indicated he will be a problematic opponent. But under Zhou Yu's rod, he actually did not even withstand one move. Yi Yuan kept on watching this scene quietly. Seeing this rod, his gaze turned slightly austere. This Zhou Yu's strength was very strong. Zhou Yu put away the stick and stood upright, saying coolly, "Who else has objections?" Who else would have objections still? Everyone stood up one after another and gathered together. Clearly, they were preparing to rush the Bone Devil army. In reality, the people that came these few days got lesser and lesser. It could be some that there would be less and lesser people coming if they wait around. Continuing to wait was simply wasting time. Chapter 1986, Returning in Defeat. Chapter 1986, Returning in Defeat, MN? You people over there, still not coming over? Could it be that you have objections? Zhou Yu saw that Yi Yuan did not move, and his brows could not help furrowing. He did not expect that now that he already established awe, there were actually still people who did not know what was good for them. With Yi Yuan not moving, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to move either. Zhou Yu was formidable, but Yi Yuan was also formidable. He did not know who between Zhou Yu and Yi Yuan was more powerful, but without a doubt it was as easy as flipping his hand for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. "Be brother Yi Yu look? Shouldn't we go over too?" Feng Xiaotian asked carefully. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Want to go, you go. I'll wait a while more." Feng Xiaotian's expression turned stiff, gloominess on his face. "I go. Would I dare to go? Already offended you, grandfather, badly before. If I were to really go over and you give me a slash from behind, wouldn't I still have to meet King Yama? But not going, wouldn't I offend Zhou Yu, this great murderous G? Od?" Feng Xiaotian had a difficult look on his face, standing there awkwardly. When Zhou Yu saw that Yi Yuan ignored him, he was immediately greatly enraged. But when he saw that Feng Xiaotian was actually so cautious toward a second firmament true G, he was rather surprised in his heart. Looking at the expression of Song Yu and the others, this squad actually seemed to have Yi Yuan as the center. "Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Zhou Yu looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "This Bone Devil army isn't easy to clear. We should wait for a while more. An additional person is an additional portion of strength," Yi Yuan said coolly. He had personally rushed before the Bone Devil army, and he naturally knew how troublesome this Bone Devil army was. People should not look at how he killed his way in and out alone, because not everyone had such thick divine essence like him. Facing so many fourth firmament true G. D-Bone Devils. Once divine essence was exhausted, it would be the outcome of waiting for death. Furthermore, these Bone Devils' strengths also varied. Weak ones, Yi Yuan could kill them with one move. Strong ones, even he felt very troublesome to handle them. Although Sword Hollow Etch was powerful, he could only unleash one sword move. Not reaching the last resort, he naturally would not use this move. Except, Zhou Yu did not know these. With Yi Yuan not speaking, Feng Xiaotian naturally did not dare to say things out. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhou Yu's face fell and he said in a cold voice, "Looks like there's still someone who doesn't know what's good for them. Forget it. Since the deterrent force earlier isn't enough, then let's have another. This Zhou Yu was clearly someone who was decisive in going for the kill, attacking straight away, directly turning into an afterimage and Russ. Plussing over. Life and death seal. Yi Yuan was long prepared. The life and death seal suddenly rumbled out, meeting Zhou Yu's Astonies. Plussing rod. Bang. The two people each retreated several dozen steps before barely managing to stabilize their figures. Zhou Yu's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that a puny little second firmament True G. D actually received his blow. He knocked a fourth firmament True G. D dead with one blow earlier. How can this kid be so strong? Zhou Yu was secretly startled. The other people's faces changed one after another. They thought that this blow landing, Yi Yuan would definitely be beaten into pulp too. But who knew that Yi Yuan would be safe and sound? Of course, they would not think that Zhou Yu only had this bit of strength. This blow he definitely held back somewhat. But even if it was somewhat held back, it was also not what ordinary fourth firmament True G, DS could withstand. Now it was actually easily resolved by a second firmament True G, D. They finally understood why Feng Xiaotian was cautious in all respects. Zhou Yu's expression was very ugly. He originally wanted to kill people to establish awe, but who knew that he ran into a tough character to actually receive his blow effortlessly. Punk, you're good. Since you want to wait here, slowly wait then. When we get the Emperor Bone, see what you'll use to be arrogant. Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Go ahead. Zhou Yu gave a cold snort, but turned his head to look at Feng Xiaotian and asked, You going or not? Feng Xiaotian's face changed and could not help looking at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan already walked to one side. Zhou Yu clearly saw through already that Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan were not together. I'll go. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, he had never been so oppressed before in his life, but he was scared. He was afraid that Zhou Yu would smash his brain into a pulp with a rod. That was an Empyrean spirit treasure. This thing in Zhou Yu's hand had much greater power than the things in Yi Yuan's hand. After all, Zhou Yu's realm was more than 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Humph, at least you're sensible. Zhou Yu said with a cold snort. Just like this, Zhou Yu brought 40 to 50 people and rushed right into the Bone Devil army. Song Yu looked at this group of people and said with a cold smile, a bunch of blind and reckless people. They think that by obtaining a bit of lucky chance, they are now undefeatable. Look at them. They would not even know how they die. Do they really think that the Emperor Bone is so easy to get? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Can't be forced, so let them be. Just nice for us. Let's make use of this chance for us to refine the Empyreans remains a little. It will more or less increase our strength. There were too many people. Previously, they also could not take the Empyreans' remains out to refine. Now that everyone was gone, they did not have any misgivings. Just like this, the 5 people started refining the Empyreans' remains. The few people's strengths were also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Daolis refined all of his strength into the remains. Although countless years had passed, and the energy inside the remains also dissipated significantly to them, several martial artists who just entered True G. D-Realm, it was still a great tonic item. 2 days later, Yi Yuan's realm reached the late-stage second firmament origin pill realm, causing his strength to increase significantly once more. As for the others, their refining speed was a little slower, but they also advanced by leaps and bounds. Rather, it was Guo Jingyang who actually broke through to the 4th firmament True G, D-Realm in one go. Their squad added another middle stage True G, D-Realm. And right at this time a commotion came over. Zhou Yu rushed out of the Bone Devil army in the forefront. The rest followed closely behind, all also charging out. But these people's bodies more or less carried wounds. Clearly, they had suffered considerable injuries. This side was very S.P.A.C.I.U.S. Zhou Yu saw Yi Yuan the moment he came out, and his gaze could not help turning intent. Just 2 days' time. Why did this punk's strength increase so much? Although he did not break through to the third firmament true G. Oh, D-realm yet this cultivation speed was a little too fast, right? There were definitely treasures on these few fellows' bodies. Zhou Yu's expression was very ugly. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's words were right. They charged a distance of several tens of thousands of feet in one go. But the further in front they went, the fourth firmament true G. Oh, D-bone devils became more and more. They could not charge further at all. Continuing further, they could only be annihilated one by one. There was no choice. They could only turn around and slaughter their way back. This to and fro spent 2 days' time. Putting aside suffering injuries, they returned to their original spot again. Incredibly depressing. When Song Yu saw Zhou Yu he could not resist bursting into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, you fools!" Yi Yuan already said to not be anxious. An additional person is an additional portion of strength, but you guys wouldn't listen. With this, now you know the prowess of this bone devil army already, right? Zhou Yu's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, but was unable to refute. Their lineup was strong, but encountering this bone devil army, they could only return in defeat. Chapter 1987 were different. Chapter 1987 were different originally. Over 50 people went. Now less than 40 returned. Fortunately, those remaining were all elites. They were basically all fourth firmament true G. Oh, DS. These people all had injuries on their bodies, with their expressions showing extreme regret. If they had known long ago, they would have listened to Yi Yuan, recalling those ferocious and berserk bone devils. These people all felt a chill run down their spines. You're courting death. Zhou Yu gave a cold yell and dealt a rod blow toward Song Yu. Life and death seal. How could Yi Yuan let him do as he wished? Waving his hand, it was a life and death seal. Bang! Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, but Zhou Yu shot backward, a mouthful of blood spraying wildly. Zhou Yu was greatly alarmed in his heart. He did not see Yi Yuan for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's strength actually strengthened this much? One had to know the two of them were still evenly matched in strength previously. Now he was actually suppressed by the other party. Although his consumption in the Bone Devil army was tremendous, the power of this rod just now was not weaker than that rod before. The same move he was suppressed, it could only say that the other party's strength was stronger. Already overworked for 2 days and still have the energy to throw your weight about. If I were you, I'd be a bit more obedient. Although Song Yu's words were unpleasant to the ears, he did not say the wrong things. I urged you before, but it was you who acted arbitrarily, harming everybody's lives, Yi Yuan said coolly. The others were silent like cicadas in winter, but they deeply felt the same way about Yi Yuan's words. Zhou Yu's eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth and said, "You're very good. After I recover divine essence, let's settle the score again." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'll accompany you any time." The following few days, everyone was recovering vitality. Although Zhou Yu let out harsh words and was also extremely displeased with Yi Yuan, he also understood that Yi Yuan's strength was sufficient to be placed in the same category as him already. Yi Yuan's strength was very useful for breaking through the Bone Devil army. Whatever grudge, wait until after this Bone Devil army before talking. Sure enough, the following 2 months' time, some more people came again one after another. The numbers recovered to 50+ people again very quickly. And these people that came later, each and every one of their strength, none was not weak. These people were only delayed for so long because they had fortuitous encounters. Their strength was naturally powerful. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of charging in. Only all the way until another 2 months said the numbers breaking through to 70 over people, did Yi Yuan slowly stand up. I'm going to challenge this Bone Devil army who's willing to go together. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, Zhou, you did not move. He just smiled coldly and said, "Ha! The one who said not to go was you. The one who said to go is also you. Now there's merely just a dozen over more people, and you dare to rush the Bone Devil army?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I'm different from you." Zhou Yu's face fell, and he said with a cold smile, "In what way are we different? Do you really think that your strength, Serpa, SSES mine? Everyone, don't listen to him. He's at best on par with me. If I couldn't clear it, could it be that he can clear it?" The others also exchanged glances, not knowing how to decide. After all, those people who had entered once all had psychological traumas. Seeing the other people's expressions, Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. "I want to see how you play." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Russ. Plussing this Bone Devil army. Our squad will take the lead. The others can just follow behind and support with coordinated actions." The moment he said this, the others were startled. When Zhou Yu brought them to rush the Bone Devil army, it was all having the others spearhead and attack. Although his strength was the greatest, the effort that he exerted was actually not considered the most. Those children of destiny who were killed by bone devils were the ones who exerted the most strength. They drew most of the firepower. But now Yi Yuan was actually going to spearhead the attack himself. That was also to say that he would be facing the most bone devils, and also have to face the strongest bone devils. Would this kid be so good-hearted? His strength is decent, but it's also not to the extent of putting himself in danger, right? This wouldn't be a scheme or a plot, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's first reaction was that there was a problem. After all, this kind of selfless thing, body would go and do. Yi Yuan was naturally also not some goody-two-shoes, willingly putting himself in danger. It was just that if he did not lead the attack, no matter how many the people, it was also impossible to charge through. This point he had long waited before. The deeper in, the stronger those bone devils. Even if his divine essence was thick, it also could not bear this kind of consumption. After all, the numbers were too many. If not because of this, he would have long gone to clear it himself. By the side, Feng Xiaotian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Brother Yi, I'll follow you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything. Pretending for what? Would you be so kind-hearted? Wouldn't be harboring some malicious motive, wanting to entrap everyone, right? Zhou Yu said with a cold smile. Song Yu answered with a cold smile and said disdainfully, "Brother, Yi had once slaughtered his way back alone from a place several tens of thousands of feet away. If even he can't clear this bone devil army, then body can clear it." One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. What, alone? From somewhere several tens of thousands of feet away? This is impossible. Even if it's a fifth firmament true G. Oh, D. If they fell into a heavy encirclement, it's also certain death, right? Everyone's first reaction when hearing this was that it was nonsense. Although fifth firmament true G. Oh, DS were strong, they also could not withstand the exhaustion of so many fourth firmament true G. Oh, DS. You all don't need to doubt. I saw this with my own eyes. Brother Yi, he indeed killed his way out from the Bone Devil army by himself. Missing this chance body can get the Emperor Bone. Feng Xiaotian spoke up at the appropriate time. At this time, the people in Feng Xiaotian's team already all died, leaving only him, a lone general without an army. To want to obtain the Emperor Bone, depending on Yi Yuan, was his only choice. Just as everyone was still doubting, Yi Yuan brought Song Yu and the rest and arrived at the borders of the Bone Devil army. That Bone Devil army crawled out of the ground once more, each and every one bearing their fangs and brandis. Plussing claws, extremely ferocious. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Without everyone's help, I don't have confidence in being able to charge through. But I'm only attempting this once. If it fails, I'll give up on the Emperor Bone. At that time, everyone must think of another way then. Now, those who want the Emperor Bone, keep up." As he said, Yi Yuan's stellar war banner suddenly rumbled out, directly blasting open ABL. dy path. Then he brought Song Yu and the rest, charging into the Bone Devil army without even turning his head back. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. 2 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. So that's how it is. Brother Yi is already leading his men to charge through. What are we still hesitating for? Charge. Done talking, there were immediately over a dozen people who followed after. The figures of Yi Yuan and the others were gradually going further away, so they already did not have much time to hesitate. Yi Yuan's words flash. Plussing out Empyrean Spirit Treasures, coupled with leading his men in a charge, already conquered the vast majority of the people. Compared to Zhou Yu, Yi Yuan was clearly much more credible. He did not force everyone to join and was even in the forefront, leading his men. In comparison, the level was immediately established. The people who hesitated became fewer and fewer. Everyone followed after like tidewater. Zhou Yu's expression flickered incessantly. He wanted to be the leader taking the initiative, but in the end he messed up. Now, making him follow Yi Yuan, he was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. But based on him alone, it was absolutely impossible to break through the Bone Devil army. In the end, he gritted his teeth and charged into the Bone Devil army. Chapter 1988. Storming the Bone Devil Army. Chapter 1988. Storming the Bone Devil army with Yi Yuan leading the charge. The team's advancing speed was extremely fast. In places where the Stellar War banner arrived at, there were piles of broken bones. Those people who entered with Zhou Yu before, they felt like the situation was completely different. It was too easy along the way. Although it was still very dangerous, it was way too different compared to the last time. With Yi Yuan overpowering the enemies all the way, the pressure that went onto every person's body did not have much left. With 74th Firmament True G, this force was absolutely powerful enough, practically advancing unreasonably all the way. If we knew long ago, we'd have waited a while and entered with Brother Yi. Brother Ye's strength is really too terrifying. Doesn't he know fatigue? Awesome. We were pursued badly by this bunch of skeletons the last time. This time I can finally hold my chin up high. In the last battle, Zhou Yu wanted to use others as S, H, I, plus elds and naturally refused to charge in front. Hence, everyone was the point of attack. Those Bone Devils attacked without discrimination. They naturally collapsed in disorder. But this time, Yi Yuan attracted the vast majority of the firepower. They only supported through coordinated actions from the sides. It was naturally much easier. In addition, this time, the strength in numbers had a very large increase compared to last time. Hence, they naturally did not feel much pressure all the way until now. At the back of the team, Zhou Yu's rod was brandished like the wind, but the shock in his heart was unable to be described using words at all. In the beginning, he harbored the attitude of gloating over others' misfortune. This degree of consumption, Yi Yuan could not hold out for very long at all. But more than 2 hours said in a blink. Yi Yuan still seemed like he was on stimulants. He seemingly was at his peak state, without the slightest sign of declining at all. Zhou Yu was aware of this. If he continued this level of fighting, he could not sustain for such a long time at all. Was this fellow still human? However, it was also not smooth sailing along the way. The further in, the stronger the Bone Devils. 4th Firmament True G. Bone Devils became more and more. By then, some Bone Devil strengths were already extremely close to 5th Firmament True G. Even Yi Yuan also felt rather strained. The speed of the team's advancement slowed down. Casualties also slowly started appearing. Those children of destiny also did not have the composure from before anymore. In the end, Yi Yuan simply gave up on the Stellar War banner and directly fired out one life and death seal after another. Although the Stellar War banner was an Empyrean Spirit treasure, it was unable to unleash its true power in Yi Yuan's hands at all. His realm was too low. In terms of power, the power of the life and death seal was a great deal stronger. Of course, the life and death seal's consumption of divine essence was also enormous. Even with his divine essence purity, it was still somewhat struggling to make ends meet. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swallowed several divine essence, recovery medicinal pills. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and use whatever moves you have. Otherwise, we'll all have to die here. There's only a distance of several thousand feet away from the Bone Mountain already. Everyone, double up. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He understood in his heart that apart from their squad, this team were all harboring ulterior motives. Many people did not use their full strength at all. They were still saving their killing move, waiting to S, N, A, T, C, H the Emperor Bone at the end. A quick glance around, they already rushed to the foot of the Bone Mountain. The surroundings were virtually all fourth firmament true G. Oh, debone devils. It was already impossible to want to turn back. In their current states, there was no divine essence to let them kill their way back at all. No path to retreat, then there was only advancing. Those one life and death seal after another of Yi Yuan made everyone stare, dumbfounded with their mouths agape. There was actually still such a play. When everyone fought, they normally would not release big moves unless it was an absolute last resort. But Yi Yuan threw out one big move after another like it was free. The key thing was that Yi Yuan could actually really release so many. Was this guy really a second firmament true G? Odi? Ah! 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 Tragic screams rose and ebbed. The casualties in the team were exacerbating. The speed that the team was advancing became slower. The bone devils that they had to face naturally became more and more. Furthermore, the strength of the bone devils got stronger and stronger. Many people could not bear it. Even Yi Yuan also gradually started to despair. He did not think that the strengths of these bone devils at the back were actually powerful to such an extent. Even if he used Sword Hollow Etch, it was also impossible to eradicate clean all at once. What to do, Brother Yi? Song Yu forced back a bone devil and gritted his teeth and asked, What else can we do? Continue charging. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. This distance of several hundred feet in front of them was simply as far as the horizon, despite being so near. It was just that, so what even if rushed up the Bone Mountain? Could it be that these bone devils would not chase after? After reaching on top of the Bone Mountain, it would be even more hopeless. 100 feet, 90 feet, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Yi Yuan's divine essence was being rapidly depleted. Finally, he suddenly fired out a life and death seal, directly blasting away the bone devils in front of him. Ahead was the Bone Mountain. Yi Yuan suddenly dashed Russ. H.I. plussing straight out of the Bone Devil army and climbing up the Bone Mountain. But he did not go up the mountain himself, but turned around and fired out a few more life and death seals, helping Songyu, they all to charge out. Assist everyone. Yi Yuan said without thinking after saving Songyu. Yi Yuan was not a goody two-shoes, but he had his own principles. Without these people, he could not barge through this Bone Devil army by himself too. Now that he stormed over himself, he naturally could not stand by and not rescue those in danger. Following that, one child of destiny after another charged out. After the last person charged out, Yi Yuan already made the preparations to make one last desperate effort. Who knew that at this time, that endless Bone Devil army actually scattered into piles of bones at this time. The originally incomparably noisy wilderness suddenly became incomparably quiet. This transition from commotion to quiet was extremely sudden, making everyone extremely not used to it. But very soon, everyone's faces revealed looks of wild elation. Ha ha ha, we finally cleared it. D-A-M-N. I even thought that I'd be dead for sure this time. Isn't that so? Facing many same realm bone devils at the same time, this kind of battle is really exhilarating. All thanks to Brother Yi. If not for him resisting the vast majority of the bone devils by himself, we'd probably have long died out. They faced quite a few alone, while Yi Yuan practically faced more than a dozen, or even more, by himself. He kept on charging at the forefront. It was equivalent to being a sharp blade. The enemies encountered were naturally also the most. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's fighting style without regard for his life also repelled a large group of bone devils. It was because of this that there were only some remaining bone devils left for the others to handle. The pressure naturally reduced significantly. Everyone understood in their hearts that if not for Yi Yuan, they would have long been completely annihilated. No one could think about getting out alive. There was a wave of laughter and gaily chatting, but Yi Yuan did not smile. On the contrary, he had a solemn look on his face right now. "What's wrong, brother Yi?" Song Yu asked. He was currently rejoicing, but then he saw Yi Yuan's solemn look, immediately reining in his smile. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "These bone devils were clearly controlled by the Emperor Bone. If this is his last measure, he should stop us at all costs." But this bone devil army completely scattered. One sentence made everyone's heart turn cold. And right at this time, on top of the bone mountain, another skeleton slowly stood up. Yes, just one. But everyone's eyes immediately became wide saucers. The feeling called despair was spreading in everyone's hearts. Chapter 1989. Bone Devil 3 Swords. Chapter 1989. Bone Devil 3 Swords, Emperor Bone Devil. How can this be? Before their eyes, there was just one bone devil. The undulation emitting off of this bone devil made everyone feel terror. What was this, if not an Empyrean level bone devil? No one could have expected that going through all kinds of hards, HI plus PS and difficulties to arrive at the opposite SH. What awaited them was an Empyrean level bone devil. No wonder this Emperor Bone was never taken by people despite being placed here for so many years. Crack, crack, crack. The Empyrean Bone Devil walked toward everyone step by step. Each step it took was like stepping on everyone's hearts, making people palpitate with fear and anxiety. That might which blotted out the skies and covered the earth made everyone almost suffocate. Run. Finally, someone could not resist and turned around and ran away. That child of destiny even used his strength to suckle, his speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan did not move, staring fixedly at the Empyrean Bone Devil. It was only to see the Bone Devil's skeleton claw slowly raise up and then lightly flicked. A streak of light blue flowing light tore across the night sky, accurately hitting the child of destiny who fled. Bang! The child of destiny directly exploded in the air, leaving not even residue behind. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, being shocked speechless by this scene. Strong! Too strong! This was the strength of an Empyrean level bone devil. It made people unable to give rise to the slightest thought of resisting at all. There was no chance of escaping. As for joining hands to deal with this Empyrean Bone Devil, don't joke around. Even if put everyone together, it was also not enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Senior, we came for the Emperor Bone. I wonder how we can get the Emperor Bone." The Empyrean Bone Devil turned its head rather mechanically, looking toward Yi Yuan. The other people's hearts leaped to their throats. Was this guy seeking death? He still wanted the Emperor Bone at this time, being stared at by the Bone Devil's pair of holes. Although Yi Yuan was startled, he did not panic. He discovered that this Bone Devil had its own intelligence. If it was the same as those Bone Devils previously, this Empyrean Bone Devil would have long annihilated them all. Why would it wait until now? To this Empyrean Bone Devil, this was merely a matter of raising a hand. Hence, he asked boldly. The Bone Devil's pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Yuan and did not speak either. The air seemingly solidified. Suddenly, the Bone Devil opened that skeleton mouth. The lower jaws moved, using a dry voice to say, "As long as there's someone who can receive 3 of my sword moves, they can take away." His Excellency's remains. Hiss! Everyone drew another mouthful of cold air. Receiving 3 of your sword moves, who could still survive? Forget about 3 sword moves. Even 1 sword move could not be received either. This joke was too much. Yi Yuan looked at the Bone Devil and asked again, "Is it that if we can't receive these 3 sword moves, we can't leave?" Everyone's faces turned intent. Thinking of that guy who was instantly killed just now, they could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. Who knew that Bone Devil shook its head and said, "As long as you block 1 sword move, you can leave. These 3 sword moves, I'll suppress my strength to the same realm as you." The Bone Devil seemed to have found the feeling, becoming much smoother when talking. And when the group of children of destiny heard this, they immediately heaved a big sigh in relief. If it unleashed this sword with Empyrean realm, then no one needed to play anymore. Then, if there are several people at the same time who receive Senior's 3 sword moves, what then? Yi Yuan asked again. This time, the Bone Devil replied very quickly, "First come, first serve." Everyone's eyes lit up. Someone immediately stepped forward and said, "I'll go first." This person's strength was not weak. He was also a middle-stage 4th Firmament True G, D powerhouse. They were all children of destiny, avowed that their strength stood head and shoulders above all others. At least, they would not lose to same rank martial artists. Idiot! Zhou, you could not resist scolding under his breath. The Empyrean Bone Devil did not say much, directly pulling out a bone from its rib. Then the shape of that bone actually started transforming, finally turning into a bone sword that was neither short nor long. Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted slightly as he cried out in surprise. The others had clearly seen the actual situation too. Just now they completely did not feel it. They did not expect that, in a blink of an eye, this Empyrean Bone Devil actually magicked out an Empyrean Spirit Treasure. That child of Destiny's pupils also shrunk slightly, revealing a solemn look. Receive 3 sword moves. Then this Empyrean Spirit Treasure will also belong to the person. I give you all 3 days' time to recover Divine Essence. 3 days later, I'll attack. The Bone Devil said nonchalantly, then immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot. 3 days' time arrived in a twinkle. Everyone swallowed medicinal pills. Their divine essence also pretty much recovered. The Bone Devil and that child of destiny stood facing each other. The Bone Devil opened its mouth and said indifferently, "Now, this Empyrean is drawing his sword." The moment his voice faded, he stabbed the bone sword in his hand out indifferently. Swish! The air emitted a whistling sound. A horrifying undulation closed in on that child of destiny. The child of destiny also made his move. The long spear was akin to a long rainbow, cutting across the sky, flying straight for that sword. There was no fierce divine essence collision, like imagined. The long spear in the child of destiny's hands turned into a pile of dust under the sword. Then his entire person was also sliced into countless chunks, dissipating with the wind. His entire person seemed to have been weathered away. Everyone's pupils, including Yi Yuan's, all shrunk. They knew that this Empyrean's sword move would be very strong, but they did not expect that it would be strong to such an extent. That child of destiny also stormed over together with them, not saying that his strength was extremely strong, but it was at least not considered weak among this group of people. However, he could not even block the Empyrean Bone Devil's 1 sword move. The power of this sword move absolutely far surpa said the standard of a 4th Firmament True G, OD. Even a 5th Firmament True G, OD was likely also completely not a match. This was still just the 1st sword move. Then the 2nd sword move and 3rd sword move. How terrifying would they be? Everyone could not help feeling a chill run down their spines. This Empyrean Bone Devil strength was too horrifying. Next, The Empyrean Bone Devil clearly did not plan on giving everyone time to be afraid and directly wanted to start the next round. This time no one jumped out. No one dared to go and receive this sword. If there's no one, this Empyrean will pick, the Empyrean Bone Devil said coolly. Everyone's faces changed, but saw the Empyrean Bone Devil extend his bone finger, and then he pointed at one of the children of destiny. That child of destiny immediately felt his scalp tingle. The others also slightly heaved a sigh in relief. That child of destiny stood there, his feet seemingly rooted to the spot, unable to even more. Not accepting the battle, directly annihilate. The Empyrean Bone Devil went straight to the point. That child of destiny's face changed. Directly being annihilated, that was annihilating with the strength of Empyrean realm. If that was the case, he had even less of a chance. Bracing himself, he stepped forward. Then, the result did not have the least bit of surprise. He was obliterated with one sword move. Following that, the Empyrean Bone Devil started picking several more people. But no one could receive a single move of his. These fourth firmament true G. Oh, D-proud sons of heaven were as feeble as tofu in front of this sword. There were roughly close to 40 people who made it through the Bone Devil army. The remaining were virtually all elites among elites. But in a blink of an eye, another 7 to 8 died. The Empyrean Bone Devil's finger was just like a death-hastening talisman. Whoever it pointed to, they died. After the Empyrean Bone Devil annihilated a child of destiny, his finger pointed, landing on Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's face changed, toughening his scalp and stepping out of the ranks. Chapter 1990, Different Appraisal. Chapter 1990. Different appraisal. Zhou Yu's complexion was somewhat pale. No one knew whether it was because he was somewhat nervous or because he was afraid. Walking in front of the Empyrean Bone Devil, Zhou Yu took out that Empyrean spirit treasure and drew a deep breath. Suddenly, he swung his rod horizontally, with the aura on his body suddenly changing. A profound power of law wrapped around him. What powerful law undulations! It turned out that this is his true strength. Those people previously are far too lacking compared to Zhou Yu. Maybe he can really block this sword. When experts make their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Although Zhou Yu was still ACCU, mulating momentum, the law undulations on his body clearly far surpa. Said those powerhouses of the same rank. Him striking a powerhouse of the same rank dead with a blow. What he relied on was not just an Empyrean spirit treasure. When fighting with Yi Yuan previously, he did not use his full strength either. The Empyrean Bone Devil still stabbed indifferently, sweeping away all obstacles in the way. Zhou Yu gave a loud cry and suddenly slammed his rod out. At the places where the rod pa S said by, fine cracks would appear in S, P, A, C. One staff questioning the heavens. Two formidable forces collided together directly, immediately stirring up a horrifying air billow, blowing until everyone's face hurt. A-M-U-F, fled groan came out of Zhou Yu's mouth as if being hit by a sledgehammer, directly being struck to the ground. He was wildly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhou Yu's complexion was white as paper, already sustaining heavy injuries. However, he did not have despair on his face. Instead, he had a look of joy. He blocked this sword, completing this impossible task. Up to this point, he was the first genius martial artist to perform to this step. He had reason to be proud. But right at this time, the Bone Devil lightly spat 2 words out of his mouth. Too weak. That tone seemed to be rather disappointed. Zhou Yu's expression turned stiff. The joy from a moment ago immediately evaporated into thin air. This was weak? Then how strong was the power that the other party was comparing with? Everyone drew a mouthful of cold air. Someone as powerful as Zhou Yu actually could not receive this Empyrean Bone Devil's sword move either. Just how strong was this sword move? In their eyes, The Zhou who was already close to being invincible actually became too weak when reaching the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth. This appraisal made people break down. Senior displayed this sword with Empyrean cultivation realm, but appraised me as too weak. I'm unconvinced. Zhou gritted his teeth and said, to them, these proud children of heaven, this kind of humiliation was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Hence, even though he knew that the Empyrean Bone Devil was exceedingly powerful, Zhou still expressed his refusal to give in. The Empyrean Bone Devil looked at him and said coolly, the geniuses in our era, they should be able to easily defeat me with regards to the first sword move. When these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Such a horrifying sword move, it could easily be defeated? Just how horrifying were the geniuses of that era? They did not doubt the truth of these words, because the Empyrean Bone Devil completely did not have a need to lie about this sort of thing. Next one. The Empyrean Bone Devil ignored everyone's astonishment, raised his bone finger, and actually pointed at Song Yu. Song Yu's complexion was deathly pale. With his strength, he absolutely could not block the sword. Suddenly, a figure blocked in front of him and said coolly, Senior, let me try. Looking at this back view, Song Yu's eyes were full of grat. One toot. Somewhat choking, he said, Be brother Yi. Yi Yuan turned his head and said smilingly, This sword is rather interesting. I want to give it a shot. Let me do it. Song Yu had a touched expression, and with a nod he said, Be careful, brother Yi. Yi Yuan nodded his head, turned to look at the Empyrean Bone Devil, and said, Senior, make your move. The Bone Devil did not say a word and stabbed another sword out. Directly facing this sword move, Yi Yuan finally experienced the might of this sword. The Empyrean Bone Devil launched this move with second firmament true Ji. D divine essence. But the power of this move was sufficient to instantly kill fourth firmament true Ji. DS. Within the same realm, it was simply an invincible existence. Feeling the piercing cold sword intent, Yi Yuan immediately drew his sword and made his move. Sword. Hollow. Etch. ASP-A-C annihilating aura instantly spread out. All of the children of destiny, their faces changed drastically. Too terrifying. Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, It's here! It's this move! This was his first time seeing Yi Yuan display this sword from start to finish. That breathtaking feeling was like he saw a beautiful girl, causing his heart palpitating with excitement. This sword was peerless among its contemporaries. The last time he only saw the conclusion and did not see the process. This time he saw it all. He was really unable to imagine that there was actually someone in this world who could display such a perfect sword. After witnessing Zhou Yu's one staff questioning the heavens, he knew that if there was someone capable of truly blocking this sword, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Originally, he did not know Zhou Yu's trump card. He knew that perhaps Zhou Yu could have the strength to rival Yi Yuan. After all, his realm was much higher than Yi Yuan. But now he knew that even if Zhou Yu displayed one staff questioning the heavens, he was likely not Yi Yuan's match either. Because he had seen Sword Hollow Etch's terrifying power with his own eyes before. One staff questioning the heavens could not do it. But now the Empyrean Bone Devil was displaying this sword at second firmament true Ji. D. Facing the same rank Yi Yuan, he might not be able to win. Zhou Yu looked at Yi Yuan's proud figure and actually felt ashamed of his unworthiness. It turned out that this was Yi Yuan's true killing move. Compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. Go. Two swords were akin to two comets, colliding in the air in a blink of an eye. Bang! Sword Hollow Etch smashed the Bone Devil's sword-like cruise. H.I. plus ing dead leaves, carrying an imposing momentum that pressed forward with an indomitable will, aiming straight for the Bone Devil's main body. But right at this time, the Bone Devil casually waved like chasing away flies. Sword Hollow Etch evaporated into thin air as if it had never appeared before. The power of an Empyrean was unbelievably formidable. The crowd was silent. No one could have thought that such a conclusion would actually occur. Suddenly, the Empyrean Bone Devil slowly opened his mouth and said, "Not bad, you're very strong." Everyone turned pale with fright. This appraisal was extraordinary. About Zhou Yu's breathtaking rod move earlier, the Empyrean Bone Devil's evaluation was that the former's move was too weak. But now his appraisal of Yi Yuan was actually very strong. How can this Yi Yuan be so strong? According to the Empyrean Bone Devil's criteria, can Yi Yuan's strength already rival their era's geniuses? Is this a true genius? Hearing this evaluation, all of the children of destiny were dumbstruck with shock. Each one of them grew up amidst praises. Their strength had also always overpowered their peers. But now their brilliance was overshadowed under the Empyrean Bone Devil's one comment. The only dazzling light was Yi Yuan. Zhou Yu's pupils constricted. He wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into right now. He had always viewed Yi Yuan as an enemy. Only now did he understand that he did not have the qualifications to become Yi Yuan's enemy at all. Yi Yuan's complexion was rather pale. This sword practically drained his divine essence dry. "Thank you very much for Senior's praise." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Do you still want to continue?" The Bone Devil asked. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said firmly, "Continue." Chapter 1991. Competing with Ancient Geniuses. Chapter 1991. Competing with Ancient Geniuses. Everyone stared, wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Clearly, they did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually continue challenging. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan already proved himself and did not need to take the risk anymore. But he actually chose to continue. But Song Yu's expression changed, and he said anxiously, "Brother Yi Yu," he was just about to speak, but then he was interrupted. Yi Yuan said, "I promised Jian Sutao that I'll definitely get this emperor bone for him." On the faces of Song Yu, Guo Jingyang, and the rest revealed doleful looks. They had never felt that they were so incompetent before. Yi Yuan choosing to continue, was Jian Sutao the reason? Definitely. But they understood in their hearts that Yi Yuan did it more so in order to protect them. If Yi Yuan gave up under the Empyrean Bone Devil's sword, all of them would have to die. No one could be spared. Then, was there danger with Yi Yuan continuing to challenge the Empyrean Bone Devil? Of course there was. They were too clear about Yi Yuan's strength. Just the Empyrean Bone Devil's first sword move forced out, sword hollow etched this move. So how powerful were the two swords at the back? Unimaginable. The Bone Devil said coolly, "You recover divine essence first then. The power of the second sword will exceed your imagination." Yi Yuan did not say anything. He just nodded his head slightly, swallowed a medicinal pill on the spot, and tried to recover his divine essence as fast as he could. But the others had the jitters when they heard it, exceeding their imagination. How strong was that? But very soon they would see it. After half a day, Yi Yuan's divine essence was recovered fully, causing another commotion. This recovery speed was a little too fast, right? Yi Yuan came before the Bone Devil and said with clasped hands, "Senior, please make your move." The Bone Devil nodded slightly, stabbing the sword out indifferently once more. Although his stance of stabbing the sword was exactly the same as before, everyone's faces changed. "Poo work! Poo work! Poo work!" Even though these children of destiny stood extremely far away, the sharpness exuding from the cutting edge of this sword still made them suffer serious injuries, all spurting fresh blood wildly. There was no earth-shaking divine essence undulation, but the places that the sword edge pa-s, said by, everything was buried in oblivion. This was the sword of death. It could annihilate everything. The first sword move was like a baby learning how to walk compared to the sword. And this was merely just displayed with the strength of a second firmament true G, OD. At this moment, they did not doubt in the slightest that even if it was a fifth firmament true G, Oh, D powerhouse, they also absolutely could not escape by a fluke under the sword. They were very curious just what Yi Yuan would use to block this sword. Right at this time, Yi Yuan also made his move. Sword Hollow Etch. Still this sword was indeed breathtaking. But under the Empyrean Bone Devil's second sword, it also paled in comparison. Bang! After blocking for a moment, Yi Yuan's sword Hollow Etch was ultimately still annihilated. Then, the remaining momentum of the Bone Devil's sword did not reduce, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Roar! A heaven-shocking dragon roar rose to the sky. Golden light burst forth brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. His vitality billowed to the clouds. At the same time, the Qinghong battle armor was also completely activated, releasing a dazzling light. Nirvana Dao Profound Dragon Armor. Yi Yuan roared, directly meeting the Bone Devil's sword. Bang! The two collided together without any flash. H.I. plus Ness, the void was quaking. A streak of sword energy and a ball of golden light met squarely in the void, neither willing to give in. The two energies were both being rapidly depleted. The golden light on Yi Yuan's body was dissipating at a rapid speed. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. What formidable defensive power! Yi Yuan, he actually forcefully resisted this sword. He has the perfect sixth transformation golden body. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? Defensive type Empyrean Spirit Treasure. Perfect sixth transformation golden body. Dragon Race's pinnacle defensive martial technique. This guy simply makes people go crazy. At this moment, how could Yi Yuan still care about holding anything back? He displayed all of his trump cards in their entirety. In terms of defense, he was number one in the same rank. These three things added together. Even if he stood there and let Fourth Firmament True G, DS, H.I.T. Fourth Firmament True G, DS still could not breach his defenses. Just this aspect, Yi Yuan was stronger than Zhou Yu by no idea how many times. But unfortunately, this sword move was not released by Zhou Yu, but the Empyrean Realm Bone Devil. Even if suppressed to a second firmament True G, D strength. Even if Yi Yuan neutralized a portion of the force with Sword Hollow Etch, Yi Yuan still could not withstand this swift and fierce sword. Poo work! The light on Yi Yuan's body directly dissipated, wildly spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, his body directly flying out several tens of thousands of feet like a kite with a broken string. Song Yu's face changed. His figure moved, hurriedly going over to catch Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's body was already drenched by fresh blood. The power of this sword was utterly horrifying. Really received it. Are my eyes failing me? He really succeeded. If it were me, I'd probably be one-shot immediately, right? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, eyes full of incredulity. Such a terrifying sword was actually received by Yi Yuan. One had to know there were two minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, but that trace of sword energy that leaked out seriously injured them. No wonder the Empyrean Bone Devil said that the power of this sword exceeded one's imagination. Indeed, far beyond imagination. Cough, cough, cough. A bout of intense coughing sounds came over. Yi Yuan finally caught his breath, but the injuries of his internal organs were extremely heavy currently. He could not even stand up. Ever since he cultivated to the perfect sixth transformation golden body, he had yet to suffer such serious injuries before. The power of this sword indeed said his imaginations. The Bone Devil looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Junior, you're very decent. Your potential when put in this Empyrean's era is also an ordinary genius already. However, it's also merely just decent. You're still quite a bit off from being a true genius. True geniuses can receive my third sword move. But you, the second sword move is already your limit. No harm telling you then. The power of the third sword move is 50 times stronger than the second sword move. Everyone was rendered speechless from one shock, sinking into the midst of another shock. Yi Yuan receiving this sword already made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. But from the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth, Yi Yuan's talent was also merely just an ordinary genius. If Yi Yuan's talent was merely an ordinary genius, then what would a true genius be like? These children of destiny were all from great imperial capitals. They understood in their hearts that Yi Yuan's talent, when placed in Heavenly Emperor Bodemanda's, was likely also a peak existence. But from the Empyrean Bone Devil's mouth, he was actually just ordinary. Just how strong were the geniuses of that era? Truly a terrifying era. Senior, I want to challenge the third sword move. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said feebly, What? He still wants to challenge the third sword move, is he mad? These should be his final trump cards, right? He was nearly almost killed just now. So it's absolutely impossible for him to receive the third sword move. The second sword is already powerful until it makes people despair. So how strong will the third sword move be? Yi Yuan's words made the group of children of destiny burst into an uproar. Even the Empyrean Bone Devil also determined that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to receive the third sword move anymore. This guy actually chose to receive the third sword without hesitation. Was this guy mad? Or was he tired of living? Could it be that he was triggered by this Empyrean Bone Devil? They guessed correctly. People should not look at how Yi Yuan normally had an appearance of not giving a C, R, A, P about anything. The pride in his heart, no one could scorn it. Originally, he only wanted to protect Song Yu and the others. But now he had a reason to receive the third sword move for himself. He wanted to cross S, P, A, C time and compete with ancient geniuses. Chapter 1992, Perfect Victory. Chapter 1992, Perfect Victory. He's all healed? Could it be that what he ate was an immortal pill? This recovery speed is also too fast, right? Previously, I saw that he clearly had an appearance like he was going to die, but now he's healed in just 3 days? When everyone saw Yi Yuan walk toward the Empyrean Bone Devil, each and every one of them was shocked until they could not close their mouths. 3 days ago, Yi Yuan could not even crawl to his feet. 3 days later, he was completely fine. Just what kind of medicinal pill did this fellow eat? Senior, please make your move. Yi Yuan said with a scorching gaze. The Bone Devil looked at Yi Yuan quietly and slowly opened his mouth and said, Junior, you've already exhausted your potential. It's impossible to receive the third sword move. This third sword move fused 5 kinds of laws. You're simply unable to imagine its power. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. 5 kinds of laws. Was this really what human strength could accomplish? Could that era's geniuses all be able to casually fuse 4 or 5 kinds of laws? Yi Yuan said coolly, no need to say any more. Senior, please make your move. The Bone Devil said calmly. The doomsday battle buried too many things in oblivion. You're not in the wrong. There's no need for this kind of lame dignity at all. But since you wholeheartedly seek death, then this Empyrean will grant your wish. You watch closely. Done talking, the Empyrean Bone Devil raised his sword once more. It was still the exact same posture. It was just that this time it was ordinary to the extreme. It was as if the entire world became silent. Just raising the sword, Yi Yuan felt the scent of death hit him head-on. This sword move, one could not use words to describe it. Seeing extraordinary amidst ordinary, the sound of thunder between silence. Everything lied with the sword itself. This was an extremely profound utilization of sword Dao. It was brilliant in every way. People who used the sword that could control it to such a level, Yi Yuan seldom saw it in his lifetime. It seemed like the other party was the same as him when he was alive, also employing other power of laws with sword Dao and reaching the pinnacle from there. It was just that fusing four kinds of power of laws with sword Tao was truly inconceivable. All of the children of destiny felt asphyxiated. They became wiser this time, staying far away from the center of the two people's battle, in case they were implicated. Last time it was just serious injuries and vomiting blood. This time it was hard to say. The Empyrean Bone Devil said that the power of this sword move was 50 times stronger than the second sword move. This kind of increment could be rated as horrifying. They seriously could not imagine what Yi Yuan would rely on to withstand this third sword. But without a doubt, they all hoped for a miracle to appear. If Yi Yuan died under this sword, they would have to accept the Bone Devil's 3 sword moves. Of the remaining people who had the confidence to block the Bone Devil's sword move, if Yi Yuan died, they would all have to die. But the problem was, could Yi Yuan block it? Just as they were questioning, the Empyrean Bone Devil unleashed his sword. This time, there was no sword energy. The Empyrean Bone Devil was going to approach him. The Empyrean Bone Devil gripped his sword, stabbing straight for Yi Yuan's heart. But Yi Yuan did not move and did not even use sword hollow etch. Gave up? Anyone knew that when the Empyrean Bone Devil's sword arrived in front of Yi Yuan, that would be a heaven-shocking attack. Quicker than words could tell. Without even a blink of an eye, the Empyrean Bone Devil arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Careful, Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Song Yu and the rest did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Seeing the situation, they turned pale with fright. Everyone cried out in shock, totally not knowing what Yi Yuan wanted to do. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. From Yi Yuan's dantian area, countless blue fine threads crept out, tangling over toward the bone sword. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The air gave off a series of detonating sounds. Places that the bone sword arrived at, the blue fine threads were actually broken. But as the fine threads became more and more, the speed of the bone sword's advancement also became slower and slower. This is Tao Mark? It was the Empyrean Bone Devil's first time having a fluctuation in emotion. How could a second firmament true Ji, possibly cultivate Tao Mark? This sword's power was too great. At first, the Tao marks could not tie it down at all. But later, the Tao marks became more and more and increasingly denser. Finally, the bone sword was entangled. However, the Tao marks did not stop there. Instead, they continued creeping up, tangling over toward the Bone Devil. Gradually, the bone sword was unable to advance an inch further anymore. The Empyrean Bone Devil turned pale with fright, the force in his hand becoming stronger. Second firmament true Ji. D became third firmament true Ji. D. Then became fourth firmament true Ji. D. But it still would not do. The aura on the Empyrean Bone Devil's body became stronger and stronger. When it soared all the way to seventh firmament true Ji. D. Finally, the blue fine threads broke with a snap. When at ninth firmament true Ji. D. Yi Yuan finally could not endure the Empyrean Bone Devil's powerful strength and was blasted flying out. Everyone looked at this scene in tremendous shock. They were given a scare. Such a powerful Empyrean Bone Devil was actually forced to raise his cultivation realm in the end before he could break free of those blue fine threads. Where was the agreed-upon terrifying sword move? Where was the agreed-upon same cultivation realm? This third sword, the Empyrean Bone Devil, was completely defeated. Yi Yuan did not even make a move yet, and the Empyrean Bone Devil was defeated by Yi Yuan's horrifying blue fine threads. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. They looked toward Yi Yuan in incredible shock. The current Yi Yuan already slowly crawled up from the ground. Seeing Yi Yuan's ghostly white eyes, everyone unwittingly felt a chill in their hearts. What an icy cold pair of eyes this was. The current Yi Yuan, his disposition became like a different person from before. That pair of eyes seemed to overlook all life, not carrying the slightest emotion. Heavenly Tao. That was the aura of Heavenly Tao. How could a second firmament true Ji, D, have such a terrifying aura on his body? You talked about how ancient geniuses were so and so, how the third sword was so and so. Looking at it now, it's also merely thus. Yuan looked at the bone devil coldly and said indifferently, Provocation. Yi Yuan was provoking here. He was provoking an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Was this guy mad? However, using the Empyrean bone devil's words against himself, Yi Yuan indeed made him slap his own face now. Yi Yuan did not only block this sword move, he even forced the Empyrean bone devil to raise his strength until reaching the 9th firmament true G, D realm. This was equivalent to the Empyrean bone devil slapping his own face. Although they did not do it, these children of destiny actually had a liberating feeling. From the Empyrean bone devil's mouth, ancient geniuses were merely able to barely manage to block the third sword move. But Yi Yuan already forced the Empyrean bone devil to raise his realm to the 9th firmament true G, D realm. This proved that Yi Yuan's talent was far more outstanding compared to ancient geniuses. The Empyrean bone devil used hollow eyes to stare at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan used a cold pair of eyes to look at the Empyrean bone devil. Two uncommon eyes stared just like this, silently. After a long time, the Empyrean bone devil slowly said, I take back my words from before. True G, D realm comprehending Dao Mark, this sort of thing is unheard of. Your talent, people already can't use common sense to judge it. As he said those words, the Empyrean bone devil threw the bone sword in his hand. The bone sword flew toward Yi Yuan. Everyone's faces changed drastically. The Empyrean bone devil actually yielded. This bone sword is yours. As for His Excellency's Emperor Bone, you can bring it away too. Such a prodigy coming into existence. I'm afraid the next doomsday battle isn't far already, right? Your Excellency, I've already completed my mission, and I should also rest. After the Empyrean bone devil finished speaking, his entire body directly turned weathered, scattering and dispersing with the wind. Yi Yuan put away the bone sword expressionlessly and slowly walked over toward the top of the bone mountain. On the summit, the Qilin Emperor bone gave off waves of light halo, stirring people's souls. Chapter 1993. What is that anyway? Chapter 1993. What is that anyway? Yi Yuan walked up the steps, the pressure on his body becoming greater and greater. Emperor bone. Even if it was an emperor bone that had been through countless years of baptism, it still had his pride. Yi Yuan's pair of white eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said coldly, Past glory had long already vanished like mist and smoke. You still want to make a show of power after death. The past is already over, so let it be. On Yi Yuan's body, Dao marks twined around. This pressure was not worth mentioning to him at all. Before long, Yi Yuan arrived at the summit of the bone mountain. Before his eyes was a complete Qilin Emperor bone. Yi Yuan was rippleless like an ancient well and reached his hand out to grab. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Immobilize. A voice sounded out from the void. Powerful power of laws entangled over toward Yi Yuan frenziedly, completely binding the SPAC around him. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, it's been hard on you along the way. This Emperor bone, I'll accept it. Lu Yi's figure emerged, looking at Yi Yuan with a smug face. Everyone was struck dumb with stupefaction by this sudden turn of events. No one could have thought that there was actually still someone hiding in the void. This was truly the mantis stalking the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. Except, how on earth did he do it? It's Lu Yi, that D-A-M-N fellow. He's actually already the 5th firmament true G, D realm. Guo Jingyang stared at that figure, shocked and enraged. Just these short few months of not seeing him, Lu Yi actually already broke through to become a 5th firmament true G, D. It was simply outrageous. Song Yu's eyes spewed fire as he said, this guy must have swallowed all of the profound heaven single breath fruits. D-A-M-N thing. I didn't expect that this guy still had such means of concealment. I really underestimated him. It was also too late for them to rush over now. For Lu Yi, the Emperor Bone was within easy reach. Moreover, that area of SPAC was already constrained. They could not break through at all. D.A.M. And it really D.A.M. And it. Could it be that we're going to helplessly watch this guy S.N.A.T.C.H away the Emperor Bone just like that? Hu Fei said with an unwilling face. Ha. So what if he received 3 swords? In the end, isn't the Emperor Bone still S.N.A.T.C. had away by others? Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan being intercepted, Zhou Yu was delighted in his heart. Yi Yuan didn't expect it, right? Apart from the chaos origin immobilizing talisman, this old man even has high-clarity void escape talismans. You guarded against this old man in every manner along the way. In the end, weren't you still schemed against by this old man? Ha. Obtaining this Emperor Bone, this old man will definitely be able to reach the Emperor surmounting aura. The realm of Heavenly Emperor will no longer be delusions of grandeur for this old man. Lu Yi looked at Yi Yuan, being incredibly pleased with himself. He had never thought that he would actually have the chance to break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor one day. At the thought of this, he was extremely excited. Finished talking, he reached his hand out and grabbed at that Qilin Emperor Bone. But right at this time, a ray of light bloomed from the Emperor Bone. Lu Yi's figure was directly blasted, flying out like a cannon SHELL. His expression changed, and he muttered, How can this be? However, a scene that made him even more shocked appeared. The Yi Yuan who was originally restrained actually slowly opened up his footsteps, walked in front of the Emperor Bone, and slowly picked up the Emperor Bone. Lu Yi seemed to have seen a ghost, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? My chaos origin immobilizing talisman. No one should be able to resolve it within true G. D realm. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi with a cold face and said, Coolly, foolish thing, the Emperor Bone has spirituality. Since he let the Empyrean Bone devil test us, and I said the test, it naturally acknowledged me as his master. As for your chaos origin immobilizing talisman, what is that anyway? Yi Yuan, who was under the white pupil state, had the divine vestige SPAC all around him, being untainted by myriad laws. How could a mere chaos origin immobilizing talisman really immobilize Yi Yuan? Not just Lu Yi, Song Yu, and the rest were also shocked to the extreme. They had all been immobilized by this chaos origin immobilizing talisman before. That feeling of powerlessness virtually made them despair. But Yi Yuan was actually not affected at all. Lu Yi still had one last chaos origin immobilizing talisman left. He had long planned it out, just waiting for this final moment to pillage destiny. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually not affected at all? From start to end, he was just a clown jumping around. Last time USNATC had the profound heaven's single breath fruit. You were lucky that you ran fast. This time just nice. We can settle the accounts. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi, not having the slightest emotion. A hint of viciousness suddenly flashed across in Lu Yi's gaze, and he said with a cold smile, Settle the accounts? With just the likes of you, a second firmament true G. OD? I know that you're very impressive, but I'm a fifth firmament true G. Oh dear, right now. What do you have to settle the scores with me? Suddenly, a ghost claw appeared in Lu Yi's hand. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan seemed to have not seen it, slowly walking over toward Lu Yi. This Yi Yuan made Lu Yi feel extremely uneasy. That icy cold feeling made him feel like he was virtually going to be frozen stiff. He gritted his teeth and snapped. Extreme Nether Death Soul Claw. A horrifying aura of death instantly erupted. A cloud of black gas suddenly rumbled over toward Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan still did not have the slightest movement. Blue fine threads extended out, colliding together with that cloud of black gas very quickly. That cloud of black gas seemed to have seen a ghost, immediately vanish. I plussing into thin air. Lu Yi's eyes became wide saucers, looking at this scene in disbelief. What the L were these blue fine threads? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yi turned tail and ran. Except it was already too late. The divine mark's speed of extending was even faster than he imagined. In a blink of an eye, he was engulfed inside the divine vestige SPAC. Welcome to my world. Lu Yi's pupils constricted, his face looking bewildered and lost as he said, Your world? Lu Yi was not foreign to small worlds, but Yi Yuan's world he had never seen before. How could there be such a small world? He attempted to use his ability and deploy his world power, but he discovered to his astonishment that his world power was actually unable to release outside of his body in this place. This, what the L kind of place is this? Lu Yi became more and more alarmed and terrified in his heart. In this place, he was just like a mortal. No, wait, even less than a mortal. Yi Yuan said, You don't need to know. You just have to know that your so-called destiny is nothing in front of me. Now you can go and die already. Done talking. Yi Yuan's finger pointed toward him. Lu Yi directly exploded into nothingness. When his figure appeared again, Lu Yi already evaporated into thin air. When the others saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked, speechless. Song Yu and the rest were wildly elated, sprinting over in a few steps. Brother Yi, where's Lu Yi? Yi Yuan said, Coolly, dead. Song Yu laughed loudly and said, Haha, I knew it. This wretched grandson wouldn't have a good outcome. Brother Yi, really nice means to actually be able to even easily resolve the chaos origin immobilizing talisman. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coldly, Paltry tricks, nothing to be feared. Being given this glance by Yi Yuan, Song Yu had a feeling of plunging into an ice cellar. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Song Yu. His figure moved, speeding straight into the distance. Chapter 1994. Profound Secrets, Attention. Chapter 1994. Profound Secrets, Attention. Brother Yi! The expressions of Song Yu and the rest changed, hurriedly chasing after Yi Yuan. He suddenly felt that this Yi Yuan in front of him became so unfamiliar. Brother Yi, where are you going? Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. Song Yu and the rest actually could not catch up and could only shout from behind. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's footsteps stopped, and he said in a cold voice, Stop following me. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on old friends. The figures of Song Yu and the rest turned stiff, looking at Yi Yuan in somewhat disbelievingly. Was this still the Yi Yuan they knew? Watching Yi Yuan left, Song Yu and the rest did not dare to stop him. This Yi Yuan before their eyes was too horrifying and too cold. If they had followed, he would probably kill them without the slightest hesitation. Brother Song, what's wrong with Brother Yi? Guijingyang asked puzzledly. Song Yu's expression was rather ugly as he said in a solemn voice, Brother Ye's cultivation method is indeed exceptionally rare, to even be able to disregard cultivation realm and instantly kill his opponent. But it seems to have considerable side effects and will affect one's temperament. Guijingyang's face changed, and he said, This? What to do about this? He wouldn't keep going like this, right? Song Yu shook his head and said, Of course not. But if he keeps on cultivating like this, he'll probably become a peerless powerhouse without the slightest emotion in the end. The other few people's expressions were all very ugly when they heard it. They already treated Yi Yuan as a sworn friend for life and death and were very worried about Yi Yuan. Then, is it really fine for us to let him leave just like that? Hu Fei asked worriedly. Relax, you saw his strength too. To be able to force the Empyrean Bone Devil to raise his realm to the 9th firmament True Ji. Oh, D-Realm, ordinary dangers can't do anything to him at all. Moreover, even if he's like this now, he also wouldn't possibly push himself onto the road to ruin. In fact, I feel that he might be calmer than ever under this state, Songyu said with a sigh. The rest were speechless for a while, and actually did not know what to do. Brother Song, then what should we do now? Guijingyang asked. Songyu thought about it and said, the matter here is pretty much settled. So let's return to the circle and wait for Brother Yi. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally returned to the circle. When Songyu and the rest saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of them was extremely excited. Brother Yi, you're back. You worried us to death these few months. Hu Fei said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, sorry, I've made everyone worry. By the side, Songyu suddenly said in surprise, Brother Yi, you broke through again? Not seeing for a short 3 months, Yi Yuan actually grew stronger by another minor realm. At present, he already reached the peak 3rd firmament origin pill realm and was only a step away from the 4th firmament origin pill realm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I had another fortuitous encounter these few months and broke through by a fluke. Songyu also discerned that Yi Yuan did not seem to be willing to talk too much about the events of these few months, so he also shut his mouth sensibly. But Yi Yuan's realm increasing still gave him a shock. Songyu, these few people understood that the implications of Yi Yuan breaking through a minor realm was that he was no longer the same person like in the past. The current Yi Yuan dealing with 5th firmament true Ji. Oh, D powerhouses, it would likely be a cinch too. After returning to the circle, everything settled down. Yi Yuan observed for a bit. The children of destiny that returned to the circle safely were already less than 1 in 10. Although this ancient D battlefield was teeming with lucky chances, it was also extremely dangerous. But those able to return mostly had great improvements in strength, their auras more than a level stronger compared to before. In the crowd, Yi Yuan even saw a familiar figure. It was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's gaze was also sizing Yi Yuan up. Discovering that Yi Yuan looked over, he immediately turned his head over and did not dare to meet his eyes. For the current Zhou Yu, his heart was pounding away. He was afraid of Yi Yuan coming to find trouble with him. Zhou, you did not expect that just 3 months pas, said, and Yi Yuan directly grew stronger by a minor realm. When Yi Yuan was at the 2nd firmament true Ji, D realm, he was already not a match. Now he was naturally even less of a match. If Yi Yuan was bent on finding trouble with him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Luckily, Yi Yuan just gave him a glance and did not have the intention of coming over to find trouble with him. Only then did he let out a long sigh in relief. Since entering ancient D battlefield until now, around 1.5 years' time had said. The remaining time, everyone each entered meditation, waiting for the end to end. Of course, there were still some children of destiny who kept seeking lucky chances outside, returning to the circle one after another. In a blink, the 3 years limit was up. That Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse's voice sounded out once more. Congratulations to all of your children of destiny, reaping bountiful harvests in the ancient D battlefield. However, I hope that everyone remembers my Jian family's kindness. In the future, if my Jian family has any requests, I hope that everyone doesn't turn it down. Lord Heavenly Emperor is too courteous. The Jian family's matter is my matter. Lord Heavenly Emperor rest assured. Definitely, definitely. The group of children of destiny hurriedly said. Following that Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse continued saying, after you all experience this, your destinies should undergo a change once again. After going back, let your city, lords view it. All right, let's say goodbye here. Hearing this, everyone had excited looks on their faces. The vast majority of them were imperial aura. Emperor surmounting auras were just a minority after all. If they could evolve to emperor surmounting aura, then they would have hopes of breaking through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor in the future. That would be a so good fortune to them. After all, a great imperial capital this level, wanting to break through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor was far too difficult. In the crowd, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, because he felt that the Heavenly Emperor was currently paying attention to him. It seemed like his perception was not wrong. He really caught the attention of the Jian family and even Heavenly Emperor profound secrets. But he did not express anything, waiting for the ancient G.O.D. battlefield to close the same as the rest. Everyone was currently rejoicing, only to see a light flash and the circle directly disappeared. Everyone was sent into the Pa-S sageway. At the profound secrets Bottomanda, Jian Yunshin bowed to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and said, "Father, that little fellow called Yi Yuan obtained the Qilin Emperor bone inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield this time. In addition, he even made a trip to see R.A.P. Myrtle Cave." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave is the place where Heavenly Emperor C.R.A.P. Myrtle died. Fellow Taoist C.R.A.P. Myrtle was a well-renowned, transcendent Heavenly Emperor in the last epoch. Inside the C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave is full of dangers. He, a true G.O.D., actually entered the C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave. Also, he could block Empyrean vast universes, 3-sword moves. It shows that his talent is also similar to the geniuses of the last epoch." Jian Yunshin clearly also felt that it was incredulous and said, "Indeed so. Jian Rong has been constantly observing this little fellow. After he obtained the Qilin Emperor bone, he entered the C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave alone. It's just that place S.H.I. plus L's against all probing. So Jian Rong was unable to find out just what that little fellow did inside too." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded his head and said, "Even if this emperor went, I'd also be unable to investigate the situation inside C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave, let alone talk about Jian Rong. This little fellow is really getting more and more interesting." Jian Yunshin thought about it and said, "Father, Jian Rong also discovered an interesting thing." Chapter 1995, Burning Hot. Chapter 1995, Burning Hot. "Oh, say it." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said curiously, "When that Yi Yuan received Empyrean Vast Universe's 3rd sword move, Yi Yuan actually forced him to raise his realm to 9th firmament true G.O.D. realm before defeating Yi Yuan. And after that, Yi Yuan seemed to have a great change in disposition, heading to C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave all by himself. Jian Yunshin clearly knew about Yi Yuan's affairs like the back of his hand. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard, he indeed revealed an astonished expression. The 9th firmament true G.O.D. realm? What formidable means? Even this emperor also wasn't this heaven-defined back then. Just what kind of deity is this kid? However, a great change in disposition also shows that his cultivation method has a problem. Furthermore, the problem isn't small. Whether or not he can achieve greatness in the future, it is something unknown. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exclaimed with admiration. Jian Yunshin nodded and said, "This child feels this way too. However, if Father is interested in him, why not do a divination?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you think that I didn't perform a divination before? This child can't be fathomed." Jian Yunshin's pupils constricted, incredibly shocked in his heart. "All right, this matter ends here. The world shall soon change. I hope that my Jian family can tide over this tribulation safely." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed lightly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Inside Virtuous Wind Establishment, Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan 5 people, being rather surprised in his heart. With the ancient G.O.D. battlefield opening up this time, their extreme luck great imperial capital actually had more than half return. In the past years, being able to have 2 or 3 people returning was already pretty good. Being completely wiped out was also not something impossible. In reality, with the ancient G.O.D. battlefield opening up this time, many great imperial capitals, children of destiny, did not have a single one come back. This time, not only did 5 return, furthermore, each and every one of these 5 had great improvements in strength. Especially Song Yu. He already reached peak 4th firmament true G.O.D. The other 3 people also all broke through to 4th firmament true G.O.D. Even Yi Yuan also broke through 2 minor realms in one go. One could say that it was a happy ending situation. Looks like you all had considerable harvests in the ancient G.O.D. battlefield this time. Jian Sutao said. Song Yu smiled and said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yi along the way. If not for him, we'd likely have been completely annihilated." Oh, right, when we're coming back, that Lord Heavenly Emperor said that our destinies all had changes. I wonder if City Lord can take a look for us? Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, "Naturally can." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art and looked toward Song Yu and the rest. Of course, he deliberately avoided Yi Yuan. He did not dare to look. It was all right if he did not look, but one look and he jumped in fright. When Song Yu saw Jian Sutao's expression, he asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, City Lord?" Jian Sutao clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Strange. Really strange. Making a trip to the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, you all actually advanced to Emperor surmounting aura? Let me take a look again." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art again and examined them closely again. The 4 people's destinies had indeed broken through to the Emperor surmounting aura. This was incredible. Within the entire great imperial capital, for Emperor surmounting auras actually appeared all at once. This was one of its kind. As for Song Yu and the rest, each and every one of them was extremely excited. Song Yu originally had a peak imperial aura. He was in existence only a step away from reaching the Emperor surmounting aura. Breaking through to the Emperor surmounting aura was something within reason. But the rest made Jian Sutao greatly surprised. Of course, they themselves were also extremely surprised. Among the 3 people, Guijingyang and Middle Stage both had late-stage imperial auras. Hu Fei merely had a middle-stage imperial aura. Who could have thought that even Hu Fei became Emperor surmounting aura? Although the ancient G.O.D. battlefield is a good place to change one's destiny, such a big transformation wouldn't occur too. Emperor surmounting aura isn't some cabbage. More often than not, 100 great imperial capitals can't produce one Emperor surmounting aura too. But now for popped out all at once. Counting in Yi Yuan, it's 5. Hang on, could it be that the problem lies with Yi Yuan? Jian Sutao was speculating about this in his mind. Thinking like this, he felt that it was very likely. Jian Sutao discovered that all the people who got close to Yi Yuan seemed to have massive changes to their destinies. Just take Jian Hongxiao, for example. He originally should not have the chance to return to the Stellar Hall already. Who knew that not only did he come back, he even broke through to the Empyrean realm. This destiny was simply heaven-defying. The more Jian Sutao thought, the more he felt that the probability was very high. One had to know their ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, was such an existence with extremely heaven-defying destiny. Hence, the Jian family became one of this heaven-span world's top major family clans. Even those transcendent heavenly emperors also had to give some face when seeing the Jian family's members. Could it be that Yi Yuan was actually such an existence? The more Jian Sutao thought, the more alarmed he got, and the more curious he became. Just what kind of magical power did this Yi Yuan have on him, to actually be able to have such tremendous influence? Except he did not dare to look. Whenever he gave rise to the thought of viewing Yi Yuan's aura, a feeling of immense danger would well up in his heart. City Lord, I really broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura? Hu Fei said with an upsurge of excitement. Jian Sutao said in a solemn voice, "Why? Do you doubt this Empyrean?" Hu Fei hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not. It's just, I don't quite dare to believe it. Thank you very much, City Lord." Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, "You all go out. Yi Yuan stay." Song Yu and the rest knew that Jian Sutao did it for the emperor bone and left very sensibly. After the few people left, Yi Yuan took out the emperor bone. A powerful aura immediately teamed the entire virtuous wind establishment. Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent, and he said agitatedly, "It's indeed the Qilin emperor bone. You actually really brought it out." Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, "City Lord really knew how to plan things. Don't you tell me that you didn't know who was watching over this Qilin emperor bone." On this trip, Yi Yuan could be said to have had a narrow shave. This Qilin emperor bone was not what true D-realm martial artists could get at all. This Jian Sutao was simply digging a pit for him. It was not just him. Those children of destiny who went to the Bone Devil Ridge also fell for the scheme. If they knew that there would be an Empyrean bone devil guarding the Qilin emperor bone, they would not go even if beaten to death. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very angry right now. Him being able to get the Qilin emperor bone did not mean that he was not angry. Jian Sutao's face was also thick. He just said coolly, "What? Do you want to go back on your word?" Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, "Not to the extent of going back on my word. I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word. This Qilin emperor bone is naturally for you. It's just that I don't know if you have that ability to take it or not." Jian Sutao smiled and said, "You don't need you to worry about this. Just an emperor bone. So how could this Empyrean fail to suppress it?" Yi Yuan just smiled and casually threw the emperor bone to the other party. Jian Sutao reached his hand out to catch, his state of mind agitated. But soon enough his expression changed. "Ouch!" Jian Sutao cried out strangely, directly throwing the emperor bone out. A charred smell came over. It turned out that his palm was already burned into black charcoal. This Qilin emperor bone was burning hot. Chapter 1996. Destined to meet, but not fated to be together. Chapter 1996. Destined to meet, but not fated to be together. Damn. Ennet, what trickery did you play? Jian Sutao glared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan just said coolly, "You're also looking down on me, Yi Yuan, too much. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'd never go back on my word. I said it before, take it if you have the ability." Jian Sutao gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a dead person's bone." Done talking, Jian Sutao's Empyrean pressure suddenly released. Raising his hand, a streak of divine essence fired out, enveloping the emperor bone. The power of an Empyrean was formidable to the extreme. Yi Yuan, who was by the side, had a deathly pale complexion. But right at this time, the emperor bone radiated a brilliant light and gave off a gentle but powerful energy, which actually pushed Jian Sutao's Empyrean pressure back. Jian Sutao's face changed, and then the divine essence in his palm increased more in power. However, this gentle energy was like a spring. The more he exerted strength, the greater the rebound force. Bang! Jian Sutao finally could not bear it and was directly sent flying by this powerful force. Then, that Qilin emperor bone slowly flew up and actually automatically returned to Yi Yuan's hand. Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly. At this point, how could he still not understand that this was the emperor bone having its own will, not willing to follow him? Except he was very perplexed. This Qilin emperor bone had already existed for D knows how many billions of years. Why would it still have such terrifying energy? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "You calculated everything and had children of destiny seize the emperor bone for you. But you didn't expect that only someone acknowledged by the emperor bone can take it away, right?" Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly. a trace of fresh blood dripping down from the corners of his mouth. His internal organs already sustained injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "What an insolent brat! Do you really think that this Empyrean doesn't dare to touch you?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you really don't dare to touch me. When I entered the ancient D battlefield this time, that heavenly emperor powerhouse of your Jian family was constantly spying on me. Now, I reckon that even heavenly emperor Profound Secrets also knows all about my actions inside the ancient D battlefield. If my conjectures are right, Profound Secrets Bottomanda's order is already on its way." Jian Su Tao smiled dismissively and said, "You're using ancestor Profound Secrets to intimidate me? Hoo-hoo! Putting this aside, how can the spying of a heavenly emperor powerhouse be what you, a mere true D realm, can detect? The spying of heavenly emperor powerhouses, ordinary martial artists, naturally could not discover it. But the cultivation method that Yi Yuan cultivated was extremely special, pointing straight at the source of great Tao. He was very sensitive to this kind of spying. Otherwise, he would not have discovered heavenly emperor Profound Secrets' spying too. Even though it was just a trace of blurry feel, this feeling constantly existed since entering the ancient D battlefield. This clearly indicated that someone was continuing to spy on him. And in the ancient D battlefield, who else had this ability apart from Jian Rong? Yi Yuan understood in his heart that since the Jian family's upper echelons paid attention to him, then they absolutely would not deal a killing blow to him. The Jian family members' curiosity was very strong. Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Don't your Jian family believe in fate the most? Then, with your judgment of me, do you feel that I'd be such a short-lived person?" Jian Su Tao could not help choking when he heard that. That was right. Although he could not directly use the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan, he could feel Yi Yuan's exuberance to the extreme destiny. It absolutely did not look short-lived. This point, even Jian Hongshao could detect it. As the extreme luck great imperial capital's master, studying the mysteries of good fortune, how could he not be able to feel it? Could it be that what Yi Yuan said was true? Speaking of it was coincidental too. Right at this time, Jian Su Tao's mind stirred and actually received a voice transmission. This transmission was actually personally relayed by Heavenly Emperor Yunshang. Jian Su Tao's shock was by no means trivial. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Who was Heavenly Emperor Yunshang? That was one of the Jian family's ancestors, a transcendent Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. Although Jian Su Tao was a powerhouse of a region too, compared to Heavenly Emperor Yunshang, he was nothing. Heavenly Emperor Yunshang was Ancestor Profound Secrets' biological son. Ancestor Profound Secrets had lived for countless millions of years. His offspring was numerous, but those that could live until now, like him, could be counted on one hand. This Heavenly Emperor Yunshang was one of the remaining few with great accomplishments. With Heavenly Emperor Yunshang personally sing on the voice transmission, what did that represent? It represented that Ancestor Profound Secrets might really be paying close attention to Yi Yuan. How is this possible? Su Tao, this emperor bone isn't fated with our Jian family, so don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan because of this. Additionally, you and Hong Shao have to pay closer attention to this child. Understood? Heavenly Emperor Yunshang's words directly sounded out inside Jian Su Tao's mind. Yes, Su Tao understood. Jian Su Tao had a solemn look, immediately answering in his mind. There was just this one sentence, and Heavenly Emperor Yunshang did not make any more sound. Opposite of him, when Yi Yuan saw Jian Su Tao's entire body tremble, he instantly understood. He did not expect that this piece of instruction came right in the nick of time. Everything before was all his conjectures. Him saying these naturally had some intention of intimidating the other party. But now, all of his guesses were confirmed. It seemed like the one that paid attention to him inside the palace sageway was really Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Jian Sutao stared at Yi Yuan. He was unable to calm down his emotion for a long time. This boy was truly freakish to the point of making people speechless. The prying of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Even he was also unable to detect it. So how did this boy know? Also, even if Heavenly Emperor Jianrong spied on him, how did he know that he was being followed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? If Jianrong's spying was detected by him, he could still understand it. But who was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? In this heaven-span world, those able to compete with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on both hands. His might was affirmed through countless years. A true D realm like Yi Yuan. Just what kind of capital did he rely on to detect Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' prying into? Also, what kind of being was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? This art of prying into heaven's secrets was created by his elderly self. If he was curious about Yi Yuan, wouldn't he perform a divination himself? Or was it that even Ancestor Profound Secrets could not divine Yi Yuan's destiny too? This was simply inconceivable. The suspicion in Jian Sutao's heart became increasingly stronger. The more he thought, the more alarmed he got. The more he thought, the more curious he got. His curiosity was like a cat scratching, almost scratching his heart into pieces. However, he really did not dare to spy on Yi Yuan. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who looked at Jian Sutao with an unperturbed look and said coolly, "Looks like you've already received the news. I can only tell you that you're destined to meet this Emperor Bone, but not fated to be together." Pooh work! Jian Sutao could not resist spewing out a mouthful of old blood. For the sake of this Qilin Emperor Bone, he waited for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. But in the end, it was obtained by this brat. The key was that the higher-ups even issued a death order to not get involved with this thing anymore. Except if it was gone, it was gone. But could Yi Yuan freaking not show off his cleverness after what had happened? Jian Sutao regretted it until his intestines were green now. If he had long known, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the ancient D battlefield. Now, things were great. It all became a wedding gift for Yi Yuan. But then again, could it be that this was also foreordained by the heavens? Chapter 1997. Denounce crimes publicly. Chapter 1997. Denounce crimes publicly. Ha! Congratulations to Brother Hong Shao for achieving the realm of an Empyrean. Truly to be congratulated. When Yi Yuan saw Jian Hong Shao, he had a joyful face. Not seeing him for 3 years, Jian Hong Shao was already an Empyrean realm powerhouse now. Hoo! Stop making fun of your elder brother. Becoming an Empyrean. Half of the credit goes to you. Jian Hong Shao said with a big laugh. The current Jian Hong Shao was full of high spirits. He did not look old and decrepit like when Yi Yuan saw him for the first time. The backlash of heavenly Tao was already completely dispelled. Breaking through to the Empyrean realm, he had a lot of longevity added out of the blue. The current Jian Hong Shao was no longer that mopey extreme light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion Lord. Seeing Jian Hong Shao like this now, Yi Yuan also felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hong Shao not only returned to the peak now, but you also even improved a step further. This, ye can also set my mind at ease. Coming today, it's firstly to visit Brother Hong Shao. Secondly, it's to say goodbye to Brother Hong Shao, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Jian Hong Shao's face changed when he heard that and said, "Why? Leaving already?" Yi Yuan and said, "Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that side isn't stable yet. I can't set my heart at ease. I'd better to go back as soon as possible." Jian Hong Shao also felt touched in his heart when he heard it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was newly set up. However, Yi Yuan immediately put down the matters over there just for the sake of coming to repay gratitude. For him, Yi Yuan even did not hesitate to enter the ancient Ji battlefield, experiencing life and death. Jian Hongxiao understood in his heart. People should not look at how Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor realms in a row inside the ancient Ji battlefield in a simple manner. This was because the dangers that he experienced were definitely unimaginable too. He was once the Stellar Hall's elder and naturally knew the dangers of the ancient Ji battlefield. An entire force being completely wiped out, this sort of thing, often happened in the history of extreme luck, great imperial capital. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and said, "Then I won't hold you back. When I'm free later, I'll go to Heavenly Eagle to visit you." Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said smilingly, "Brother Hongxiao, you have to keep your word." Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's city, Lord Manor's hall, 2 men, 1 woman, and 3 youngsters were sitting. Below them, city Lord Zuoshujie, Cold Feather, and the rest were kneeling on the ground. The young man on the left-hand side said with a cold smile, "Zuoshujie, your Southridge 10 cities gained autonomy and claimed kings. HI plus P, disrespecting my 5 firmament, great imperial capital. How do you plead?" This young man was called Deng Wei, the number 1 genius of the 5 firmament, great imperial capitals Deng family. Placed in the entire 5 firmament, great imperial capital, he was also of first-rate existence. The man on the right-hand side was called Dai Yang, the number 1 genius of 5 firmament, great imperial capitals Dai family. As for that cold beauty in the middle, she was the 5 firmament, great imperial capitals city, Lord Manor's number 1 genius, Lu Zi. The number 1 geniuses of 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, 3 major families, actually all gathered at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Facing these 3 great geniuses, Zuoshujie did not even dare to breathe loudly. These 3 people were clearly representing the 5 firmament, great imperial capital to come and denounce them for their crimes. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's situation was equivalent to carving out a place within the scope of 5 firmament, great imperial capitals jurisdiction, carving out territory and claiming kings. HI plus P. How could 5 firmament, great imperial capital possibly permit this sort of thing to happen? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not a place like Extreme Light Imperial City that no one dared to provoke. Zuoshujie thought that with the Southridge 10 nations being far away from the central authority, they would not intervene. 5 firmament, great imperial capital might not even take notice. But who knew that after several decades, the news still leaked out? This 3 lords are mistaken. How can our Southridge 10 cities possibly show disrespect to 5 firmament, great imperial capital? Lord Yi Yuan is just 9 pledge imperial capitals patrolling inspector. We're a city under 9 pledge imperial capitals command. Zuoshujie said. Deng Wei smiled coldly and said, "Do you take the 3 of us to be fools? Can you Wenfeng still govern you all now?" Zuoshujie panicked in his heart, but still said, "Naturally can be governed." Deng Wei could not help choking when he heard that, and said with a cold smile, "Ha! Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Do you think that with this young master's ident, 1, Tai, I still need any evidence to kill you, a puny little imperial city's city lord?" Finished talking, the aura on Deng Wei's body skyrocketed, terrifying true D-realm pressure suddenly erupted. How could Zuoshujie, a mere 4th firmament celestial deity, be able to block such a terrifying energy undulation? The bones in his body were crushed until they burst apart. Poor work! Zuoshujie and the rest directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, already sustaining extremely serious injuries. On the seat of honor, Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coolly, "All right, they merely take orders from people. The perpetrator hasn't appeared yet, so killing them is also useless." Deng Wei gave a cold snort and said, "These lowly things, Not giving them a bit of color. They don't know my prowess. Come, men. Detain these few people into the dungeons for me. Once that Yi Yuan comes back, detain him away along with the rest. Under the word of command, quite a few armored soldiers came in from outside. They were shockingly all peak true G, D realm strength. But there was no need for them to take action anymore. Zhuxuejie and the rest were all hanging in there with a breath now. Not dying was already pretty good. After dealing with them, Dai Yang said with a cold snort, "These guys are more stubborn one after another. I'm afraid that they have suck. You, bed to that Yi Yuan's influence. I'm very curious now whether that kid called Yi Yuan has 3 heads and 6 arms or not." Dang Wei faced the Lu Zi in the seat of honor with a fawning smile and said, "Miss Zi, what should we do next?" Lu Zi said coolly, "Everyone that has connections to Yi Yuan, throw them all into the dungeons. When that Yi Yuan returns, detain him and bring him to 5 Firmament, great imperial capital along with the others." Dang Wei and Dai Yang exchanged a glance, both secretly surprised in their hearts. Although this Lu Zi was a woman, her methods were not an ordinary kind of cruel. This way, it was equivalent to rounding up the Southridge 10 cities in one fell swoop. But there's still 2 true D realm powerhouses in this city. That first firmament true D isn't a problem. But that 4th firmament true D is likely not easy to deal with. Dang Wei looked at Lu Zi meaningfully and said. Lu Zi slowly stood up and said coolly, "Leave that 4th firmament true D to me. The others, you guys go and take care of it. If anyone resists, directly kill them." At this time, Bai Qin, White Light, Ning Tianping, and the rest were all gathered together. These people aren't here with good intentions, Bai Qin said with a frown. Lu Zi and the rest were all middle-stage true D realm powerhouses. He was not a match for them at all. White Light's expression changed, and he said, "Who cares? If really can't work it out, fight it out with them." Lung Chuling shook her head and said, "It isn't advisable to be impulsive for this matter. With their strength currently, we're not their match at all. This matter, we can only wait for Yi Yuan to come and resolve it." Under the effect of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, the few of them were all peak 9th firmament celestial deity powerhouses now. It was just that they were still a step away from true D realm. However, this kind of power was not worth mentioning at all in front of Lu Zi 3 people. But these few fellows are so insidious. The moment they entered the city, they sealed off all of the array formations. Now news can't go out at all. If Big Brother really comes back, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? White Light said with a frown. But Bai Chun shook his head and said, "I agree with Miss Lung's opinion. With Master's talent, he definitely already broke through to the true D realm now. Even if he's not a match for them, these few people can't make him stay either. As long as Master is fine, everything is all right." Chapter 1998. Jiangming, I've remembered it. Chapter 1998. Jiangming, I've remembered it very soon. The news spread out. People from the city Lord Manor, as well as powerhouses that were related to Yi Yuan, including those at the celestial deity realm, were all thrown into prison. One true D realm powerhouse by Qin was directly smacked by a palm move from his opponent, resulting in serious injury. The black-clothed armored guards that the 3 great powerhouses brought took charge of the entire city's defense. Everyone was only allowed to enter and not allowed to go out. The entire city was in a stir. These few years, martial artists lived very comfortably in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City under Yi Yuan's governance. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Alchemy Dao's prosperity also attracted a large number of martial artists. The overall strength of the martial artists in the city already increased by a great deal. These changes were visible in everyone's eyes. The martial artists in the city were very averse to these black-clothed armored soldiers that suddenly appeared. It was just that the strengths of these black-clothed armored troops were too strong. Hence, they did not dare to resist at all. Everyone dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak up. If only Lord Yuan was in the city. These guys definitely won't dare to be unbridled. Sigh. I heard that the ones who came this time are 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, middle stage, true G, D realm powerhouses. Even if Lord Yuan is here, it will likely be tough to stem the raging tides too. Behind them stands an Empyrean powerhouse. Even thinking about it makes people tremble. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is going to return to its state like in the past in the end? We barely experienced a few good days. Great imperial capitals were represented by Empyrean powerhouses. Empyrean powerhouses represented invincibility. At least, for an extremely long time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists never thought that they could get involved with Empyrean powerhouses. This level of powerhouse could massacre countless imperial cities with a wave of a hand. They were not in the same world as them at all. Now, being targeted by this kind of powerhouse, everyone bemoaned endlessly in their hearts. At least, the current days were much better than in the past. Who would be willing to return to the past? Oh, right, isn't there still a 4th firmament true G, D powerhouse in the city? No idea who spoke, it rekindled everyone's hope again. What they did not know was that Lu Zi was currently confronting Bai Tong at this time. Am I making a move, or are you doing it yourself? Lu Zi said coolly, without the slightest emotion. Bai Tong said coolly, I'll only use one move. If you can receive it, I'll enter the prison by myself. He was currently merely an initial stage 4th firmament true G, D, but Lu Zi was a peak 5th firmament true G, D. There was practically a difference of 2 minor cultivation realms between the two people. Although Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse, his strength was not considered strong among Empyreans. His most important item. 1. Tai was still an alchemist. Lu Zi nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll give you this chance. Make your move. Bai Tong smiled slightly. Waving his hand, he pointed a finger out. The entire void started trembling. Lu Zi's face revealed a slight look of surprise, but his expression turned to normal very quickly. It was only to hear her give a delicate cry, her dainty palm smacking out without any mercy. For a moment, a horrifying power of law was virtually going to punch through S.P.A.C. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. Bang! 2 powers of law collided fiercely in the air. Bai Tong's figure flew out backward. Lu Zi looked at the Bai Tong who fell to the ground and said coolly, Strength isn't bad, but teased just that it's still a bit lacking. Finished talking. She left with her hands behind her back. Bai Tong gave a bitter laugh, really having a feeling of a tiger who landed in a plane being bullied by a dog. But he still walked into the prison obediently. When Yi Yuan stepped into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he immediately detected that something was wrong. He furrowed his eyebrows, but still walked over in the direction of the city, Lord Manor. Lord Yi Yuan. Lord Yi Yuan came back. Very soon, the martial artists in the city recognized Yi Yuan, all revealing half hopeful and half fearful faces. Yi Yuan sensed the peculiarity in their gaze, but he did not pay mind and just answered with a smile. Suddenly, a young divine Lord Realm martial artist grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and said anxiously, Lord Yi Yuan, you can't go to the city, Lord Manor. Hurry up and leave. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that something indeed happened. What happened? Yi Yuan asked. The divine Lord Realm martial artist said, Your Excellency, don't care about it. Hurry up and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave. 5 firmament, great imperial capitals, powerhouses have already surrounded the entire city until not even water can seep through, just waiting for your appearance. 5 firmament, great imperial capital. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, not expecting that the problem actually came from 5 firmament, great imperial capital. He did not become the Southridge patrolling inspector harboring the mentality of setting up a separatist regime. It was just that making him go to 9 pledge imperial capital to report and pay his respects every day, he could not possibly do it. As for 5 firmament, great imperial capital, that was naturally even more impossible. Except Yi Yuan did not expect that 5 firmament, great imperial capital actually intervened in the remote Southridge 10 cities. The divine Lord Realm Martial Artist nodded and said, "Correct. They sent 3 middle stage true D realm powerhouses to come. Their means are all very formidable. Even that 4th firmament true D powerhouse was defeated. Hurry and leave. If still not leaving, it will really be too late." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted when he heard this. Others did not know Bai Tong's ident. One, Tai, but Yi Yuan knew. Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even if matching up against a 5th firmament true D, Bai Tong also should not lose. Being able to defeat Bai Tong, the strength of the people that came this time was really very strong. But what Yi Yuan was more worried about was still Bai Tong's safety. That 4th firmament true D, you mentioned, is he all right? Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The divine Lord Realm Martial Artist shook his head and said, "How can this lowly one know such things? Either way, the people from the City Lord Manor and people who are related to your excellency have virtually all already fallen into enemy hands. Life and death unknown." Life and death unknown. Yi Yuan's head went buzzing. Bai Chen, White Light, Lung Qiuling, and Jiang Jadehal, they all were Yi Yuan's extremely close people. If they all died, Yi Yuan would really go insane. "Yi Yuan, it's true. Hurry and leave. The guards in the city now have all been swapped out. They have probably already gotten the news. If you still don't go, it will really be too late." This divine Lord Realm clearly respected Yi Yuan a lot. His words were full of concern. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and worked hard to calm himself down. He knew that with this person's level, it was impossible to know the specifics of the matter. This incident still had to meet the other party before it could be confirmed. If someone really died, Yi Yuan would definitely destroy the 5 firmament, great imperial capital. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed widely and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" The divine Lord Realm Martial Artist was taken aback and blurted out, This lowly one is called Jiangming." Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, "Jiangming, I've remembered it." Finished talking. His figure moved, heading straight in the direction of the City Lord Manor. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A ray of sword light sped over like the wind from 10,000 feet away, arriving in an instant. But the target was not Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally felt the sword light and abruptly wanted to turn around. Except it was already too late. Bang! Horrifying law undulations directly obliterated Jiang Ming. How could a mere divine Lord Realm powerhouse block a true D sword? As a 5 firmament great imperial capital citizen, to actually turn traitor and tip people off. Truly a commoner. Death isn't regrettable. A sweet-sounding voice closed in from afar. The voice was so pleasant, but the person's action was so cruel. Chapter 1999, Lowly Commoner. Chapter 1999. Lowly commoner, although this was on a bustling street, the entire city was incomparably quiet. Only this pleasant-sounding voice was reverberating. Lu Zi walked over lightly, just like that, as if a heavenly maiden descending upon the mortal world. That appearance made all life topple. But in the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, this was a skeleton. A pink skeleton. She was heartless, she was cold, and she looked down on all living things. In her eyes, she was heaven, not allowing the slightest bit of defiance. "Your Excellency, hurry and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave." "Your Excellency, I'm called Jiang Ming." Jiang Ming only spoke a few sentences to Yi Yuan in total, the words still ringing in his ears. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing this young, divine Lord Realm martial artist. He could see Jiang Ming's feelings of idolization toward him from the other party's eyes. He was innocent, but this woman killed him in front of him, just like that. Unforgivable. An icy cold killing intent instantly swept throughout the entire street. On the streets, it was as if the temperature suddenly fell several degrees. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan expressionlessly and said while having a pitying look, "Are you angry for a lowly commoner? Truly pitiful. It likewise also shows your incompetence. You couldn't save him, and similarly can't save yourself too." Not that Yi Yuan did not want to save, but that sword move earlier grasped the situation too well. His heart was full of worry over white light and the rest. The moment he moved, he called forth all of his energy, and then the sword came from another direction. He had no time to turn around and save Jiang Ming at all. Even if he knew spatial law, it also could not make it in time. Yi Yuan's two eyes were icy cold as he questioned, "In your eyes is human life akin to GRA? You are targeting me, so why make a move against an irrelevant person?" Lu Zi had a calm look as she said, "A mere lowly commoner. If he's killed, then he's killed. What can you do to me? Moreover, he isn't an unrelated person. He tipped you off. Rebelling against us by giving information is the same crime as revolting." By the side, Deng Wei could not help laughing as he said, "Really a foolish guy. He's clearly so weak, yet he still wants to share his sympathy with such a lowly commoner. I really don't know how he cultivated reaching his realm." Dai Yang also laughed in spite of himself and said, "This kid's cultivation speed is pretty fast. The intel that we received was that he might have broken through to the true D realm already. I didn't think that he's already third firmament true D. However, it's still too weak." Lu Zi said coolly, "Rootless wood, waterless duckweed. No matter how high the realm, it's also futile." These three people chimed in one after another. Heavenly Eagle's martial artists were uncomfortable all over when they listened. In the eyes of these proud chosen of heaven, these people, were simply insignificant existences. One more, one less, it completely did not matter to these proud chosen of heaven. Of course, it was like this in the entire heavenspan world. It was just that after experiencing Yi Yuan's rule, they felt that this was a heavenly paradise. Yi Yuan was different from these high and mighty, proud, chosen of heaven. He would fly into a great rage for an insignificant civilian. This kind of warm feeling was what they had never experienced before. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his face frosty as he said, "The three of you keep harping about him being a lowly commoner. Do you really think that you're dragons or phoenixes among men? In my eyes, you guys are the out-and-out lowly plebeians." His words were full of ridicule. Lu Zi's expression was calm and did not get angry. She just said coolly, indulging in contention of mouth and tongue, "That laughable dignity of yours is actually utterly worthless. Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can win any one out of the three of us, I can bring my men and leave." 5. Firmament. Great imperial capitals' understanding of Yi Yuan was actually not much. They received a tip-off, saying that Yi Yuan was acting autonomously. It was only then they started paying attention to such a remote Southridge 10 cities. Looking into it slightly, they discovered that Southridge 10 cities' situation was indeed somewhat abnormal. Hence, that was why there was this operation. The reason why they sent out such a powerful lineup was that they knew that a fourth firmament true D powerhouse had once appeared here before. As for Yi Yuan, they did not place him in their eyes at all. But Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made these three people somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan at most just broke through to the true D realm currently. Who knew that he already reached the third firmament true D realm so quickly? But even if it was third firmament true Lu Zi still did not take him seriously. Initial stage true D realm and middle stage true G. O, D realm were on completely different levels. Yi Yuan's gaze was frosty as he said, "No need. Today, none of you can leave. In your eyes, Jiangming is a lowly commoner. But in my eyes, he's 10,000 times bleer than you all. Hence, I'll use your blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Jiangming." Dang Wei laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Ignorant thing, to actually place that lowly commoner in the same category as us. Are you trying to infuriate us? Well, you've succeeded. You'll regret it." Finished talking, he slowly walked out, aura becoming stronger and stronger, climbing to the peak very quickly. A fifth firmament true G. O.D. When the martial artists in the city saw this commotion, each and every one of their expression changed abruptly. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. They knew that every minor realm of true G, D realm had a tremendous disparity, let alone that there was a small stage between Yi Yuan and Deng Wei. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pitying look, "Originally planned on detaining and bringing all of you to the great imperial capital. Looking at it now, there's no need anymore." It was only to see two kinds of power of law fused together in perfect harmony, his aura rising a level once more. Horrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over crazily. So strong! This is wind and lightning, two powers of law fusing. Furthermore, these two kinds of laws are already cultivated to middle stage, rank 6. Truly well-deserving of being a genius that came from a great imperial capital. He's actually this strong. Lord Yi Yuan isn't looking too good. Although he also has law fusion, the realm disparity is too great. The martial artists in the city could not refrain from worrying about Yi Yuan. Reaching true G, D realm, jumping realms and battling became increasingly difficult. Moreover, Deng Wei, this kind of genius was in existence invincible in the same rank to begin with. You kin like you will never understand the difference between you and a true genius. If you can receive this wind, lightning, true grand palm and not die, this genius can consider sparing your life. Deng Wei's gaze turned cold and suddenly threw a palm out, aiming straight for Yi Yuan. But amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. Yes, there wasn't the slightest bit of law undulation on Yi Yuan's body. He also did not condense any heaven and earth spiritual energy. He actually stood there and let the other party hit. Everyone was stunned. Facing a powerhouse who was 2 minor realms higher than him, he actually stood there and did not move. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking at Yi Yuan with worried faces. Lu Zi just smiled coldly and said, "Stupid." This palm arrived in an instant and bombarded Yi Yuan's body solidly, erupting with an intense speed. Everyone looked at this scene in complete bewilderment, not knowing why Yi Yuan would do this. Dang Wei looked at that ball of light with a contemptuous look and said disdainfully, "Foolish thing, think that he's an unkillable sea Croach." But very soon the light dissipated. A figure stood there proudly, standing stone still. Chapter 2000, The Laws of 5 Elements. Chapter 2000, The Laws of 5 Elements. How is this possible? Actually completely unscathed. Lord Yi Yuan, how did he do it? This defensive strength is truly freakishly powerful. There were cries of exclamations in the city. Following that, there was joyful cheering. Not seeing him for several decades, Lord Yi Yuan's strength increased to a realm that made people tremble again. Of course, this was to the enemy. Dang Wei's pupils constricted, staring fixedly at that figure, full of disbelief. Yi Yuan stood proudly, his body not even having a damaged corner of his sleeves. How freakish was this defensive power? Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly, clearly extremely surprised by the scene. Just now, there was the undulation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. He has a defensive Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coldly, "Empyrean spirit treasure? Dang Wei looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan had an Empyrean spirit treasure on him. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, wouldn't the Empyrean spirit treasure be his? How could Deng Wei's little thought hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? He opened his mouth and said coolly, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure?" Deng Wei did not have the intention of hiding and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that there's still an unexpected harvest by coming here. That Empyrean spirit treasure, I want it." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Ken, as long as you can block a blow from me." Deng Wei burst out laughing when he heard this. He said, "Overconfident fool. You think that by relying on an Empyrean spirit treasure to block my attack, your strength outmatches this young master's strength? If this young master can't even block this blow of yours, wouldn't these several thousand years have been lived in vain?" Yi Yuan was expressionless. He had been suppressing his rage constantly. "Very well, then you receive it well." Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, arriving in front of Deng Wei like lightning. So fast! Deng Wei's pupils constricted, world domain and protective divine essence bursting out crazily. However, his world domain and protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan in the least bit at all. Yi Yuan was just like a sharp knife, barging straight into Deng Wei's world domain, two hands directly grabbing his shoulders. Deng Wei was greatly alarmed in his heart and struggled desperately, wanting to shake off Yi Yuan. But very soon, an acute tearing feeling came from his body. It was extremely painful. What happened? Why do I feel like my body isn't mine anymore? This was the last thought that flashed past in Deng Wei's mind, because his body was already torn in half by Yi Yuan using brute force. The entire city was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling the jitters. Tearing a fifth firmament true G. Oh, D with his hands. It was such a spectacular sight. It was their first time seeing such a thing happen in their lives. Too shocking, too intense, too liberating. These few fellows had always been swaggering before others, harping on and on about lowly commoners. In the eyes of these people, these ordinary martial artists, were merely targets to be exploited, sheep that they were raising. Deng Wei was forcefully torn in half by Yi Yuan just like that. Middle stage, perfect sixth transformation golden body. Lu Zi and Dai Yang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. The might of Yi Yuan's fleshy body power greatly exceeded their imaginations. Only then did they know that when Yi Yuan blocked Deng Wei's strike, the Empyrean spirit treasure was merely adding flowers to embroidery. What Yi Yuan truly relied on was his powerful to the extreme fleshy body, achieving a middle stage sixth transformation golden body. This was the lucky chance that Yi Yuan obtained inside the sea, our AP Myrtle Cave. Currently, Yi Yuan had been suppressing his rage all along, so he needed to vent. And Deng Wei was clearly the best target. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked toward Lu Zi and said coldly, "This is the so-called genius that you guys spoke of?" Merely thus. "I really don't know where your so-called sense of superiority came from. You kept saying on and on about how they are lowly commoners, but in my eyes, you guys are the lowly plebeians. They work hard and fight every day in order to live. They frequently wander the borders of life and death. They supply resources to you all, these so-called geniuses. But in the end, they became the lowly commoners that came out of your mouth. You don't need to worry about food and clothing, don't have to worry about resources, don't lack cultivation methods, and mystic treasures are free for your picking. Putting it bluntly, you all just simply reincarnated well. Even so, he still couldn't block a move from me. What a joke! You all remember for me, killing you guys today is for the sake of a young man called Jiang Ming." Yi Yuan's every word and sentence rang with power, condemning Lu Zi and Dai Yang until they were utterly worthless. He naturally had this capital. Previously, Deng Wei's words were wildly conceited, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. But in the end, he could not even hurt a single strand of Yi Yuan's hair. He could not even block one blow from Yi Yuan. Lu Zi's expression did not have much of a change. She just said with a cold smile, "This is your alliance? You think that by killing Deng Wei you've cornered us? Also, you killing Deng Wei is already a capital crime. You and the people around you all have to die." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" Swizz. H. Plus voice had not faded, and Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted. The Dai Yang who was by the side immediately felt his scalp tingle, a feeling of immense danger welling up in his heart. He used all of his energy to defend, but it was to no avail. Bang! Yi Yuan's punch landed. Dai Yang's entire person was blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. No time to even defend. And from start to end, Lu Zi observed coldly from the sidelines, not having the intention of helping. Lord Yi Yuan's strength is actually already so strong. Ha ha ha. Beat this group of condescending things to death. Lord Yi Yuan, we support you. Lord Yi Yuan, kill that girl. Take revenge for Jiangming. The martial artists in the city all watched until their hot blood boiled with excitement, shouting crazily. They all knew that Yi Yuan similarly rose from nothing. He relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. Now, Yi Yuan represented them and beat these condescending geniuses until they were utterly routed. How could they not be excited? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and was still calm as she said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but it also ends here. Although the perfect golden body is formidable, you still can't escape death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "I really don't know where the confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, came from." A sword appeared in Lu Zi's hand like a magic trick, and she slowly said, "Don't know, is it? Then this young lady will use it to tell you where my confidence comes from." Lu Zi's long sword swung. The air immediately became wet. Law of water. Following that, she beckoned with one hand. A CLUS. Terra flames wrapped around her. Law of fire. The next second, the sword light turned cold. A yellowish-brown colored light halo lit up. Law of earth. In the city, the faces of all of the martial artists changed. The laws of 5 elements. 3 appeared all at once. Furthermore, there were still no signs of stopping. Lu Zi pointed with her sword, and another green light lit up. An aura of life filled the air. Everyone cried out in surprise, "Law of wood!" There wouldn't be more, right? The expressions of the martial artists in the city changed. However, things did not go as people wanted. Lu Zi let out a delicate cry. Another power of law lit up. Chapter 2001. Conclusion. Chapter 2001. Conclusion. She actually comprehended 5 types of power of law by herself. How is this possible? All 5 elements. She comprehended all 5 elements. This comprehension ability is too terrifying. The 5 elements mutually promote and restrain each other. If utilized properly, the power could rival supreme laws. This woman is remarkable. In the city, a series of exclamations came over. They were never able to imagine that there was actually someone in this world who could comprehend 5 types of powers of law at the same time. This kind of talent already exceeded their imagination. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law. This was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But comprehending the 5 elements at the same time, the difficulty was not the least bit weaker than spatial law. Furthermore, these 5 kinds of laws were all comprehended to the level of rank 6. This was simply inconceivable. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils constricted too, his expression changing slightly. He finally knew why even Bai Tong was defeated at her hands. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Now, do you know what my reliance is? I admit that your talent is indeed pretty good, to actually be able to attain the perfect sixth transformation, golden body. But all this is nothing in front of me. This woman was confident to the extreme and also powerful to the extreme. Yi Yuan was indeed somewhat surprised in his heart. When he entered the ancient D battlefield this time, people he saw were all extremely talented geniuses. Just take Zhou, for example. He was absolutely a first-rate powerhouse among peers. But Zhou compared to this woman in front of him, the disparity was too great. Yi Yuan reined in his thoughts and looked at Lu Zi and said calmly, "It's just too bad that you seem to be unable to fuse the 5 elements law." When Lu Zi heard that, her expression could not help choking. This had always been her sore spot. She did not expect that it was exposed by Yi Yuan heartlessly. Comprehending all 5 elements and fusing 5 laws were 2 entirely different concepts. The strength difference was also worlds apart. However, fusing 2 types of laws was already something incredibly hard, let alone fusing 5 types of laws. This kind of thing, just thinking about it, felt horrifying. Her face turned cold, and she said, shamelessly boasting, "Talk wildly again after you block my laws of 5 elements." Yi Yuan shook his head. Suddenly his gaze turned cold, and he said, "It's not blocking your laws. I said it before. All 3 of you have to die today. This is the price of you killing Jiangming." Lu Zi sneered and said, "With just the likes of you?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. "With the likes of me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the bone sword. It was precisely that Empyrean spirit treasure, that Empyrean vast universe, gave to him. Lu Zi's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This guy actually had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. A defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure, an offensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities give birth to such a monster? Hang on, didn't this guy have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Why was he using a sword? Could it be that he was a martial body dual cultivator? That instant when she saw the bone sword, Lu Zi finally had a visible change in countenance. A series of doubts were raised in her mind. Today, the shock that this Southridge 10 cities patrolling inspector, who was viewed by her as a barbarian, brought to her was seriously too much. Lu Zi recollected her thoughts very quickly. Her confidence in herself was irreplaceable. "I really underestimated you. However, it's no use. My 5 elements sword art has no weakness to exploit." "Is that so?" Yi Yuan smiled disdainfully, holding the bone sword in DOS. Plussing over, and then his figure turned illusory. Lu Zi's pupils constricted again, clearly getting a shock. Spatial law. Furthermore, it was 5th level spatial law. This kid was not only extremely powerful in body refinement, but his attainment in laws was actually also so terrifying. However, there was already no time for her to be surprised. This sword of Yi Yuan had a momentum akin to an overwhelming force. Lu Zi did not dare to be neglectful. It was only to see her long sword swing. 3 types of power of laws immediately went to welcome him. Bang! Yi Yuan's fused sword intent clashed with Lu Zi's law of earth straight away. The law of earth contained the power of the earth. Its defense was the scariest. But under Yi Yuan's sword, the law of earth could not stand up to the single blow at all, practically disintegrating in an instant. However, what was scariest about the 5 elements was not the power of each type of law. 5 types of power of laws mutually promoted and restrained each other. As long as the utilization was appropriate, it would be able to unleash more than several times, even dozens of times the power of the law itself. At this time, the law of wood and law of earth mutually complemented each other. Coupled with the ceaselessness of the law of water, it actually made this sword of Yi Yuan sink into the quagmire. Yi Yuan's sword move that pressed forward with Indomitable was easily resolved by Lu Zi just like that. It was quicker than words could tell. talking about this sword move was very long. Actually, it was just a matter of an instant. However, Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, his figure swaying, attacking with another slash. Horrifying power of laws rolled in midair. The martial artists in the city had long retreated to an extreme, far place. How could they dare to approach in the slightest? The showdown between two great true D-realm powerhouses, spectators would die upon contact. Yi Yuan slashed consecutively, but no matter how his sword moves changed, he was unable to breach Lu Zi's laws of 5 elements. Lu Zi was clearly incomparably familiar with the utilization of the 5 elements law. 5 types of laws alternated indeterminately, continuing in an endless cycle, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. However, Lu Zi was constantly being suppressed by Yi Yuan and also did not have the strength left over to retaliate at all, and could only defend passively. 2 mighty powerhouses fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open in the sky of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The horrifying energy undulations made people extremely terrified. I didn't expect that you actually fused Sword Dao Law and Spatial Law, being truly out of my expectations. However, it's useless. My 5 elements law won't give you any chance. Lu Zi appeared very calm as she said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his sword momentum, leaving the battlefield. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Gave up, is it? Now it's my turn." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi and said coolly, "No need. You won't have the chance to make your move. Your 5 elements are merely thus. Next, you can go and die already." Lu Zi had a proud look on her face as she said with a cold smile, "Foolish thing, still haven't figured out your own strength until now? I've already grasped your strength, clearly. Eat a sword move from me." Finished talking, Lu Zi stabbed a sword move out. The 5 elements were continuously reproduced in an endless succession under her sword, the energy getting more and more terrifying. Yi Yuan just looked at the scene calmly. He was storing up strength. A feeling of the heart and mind being linked together came from the bone sword. This bone sword was indeed exceptional. To the current Yi Yuan, it was all too suitable. Except the current Yi Yuan, the aura on his body was very feeble and was not as outrageous as Lu Zi's. Suddenly, he abruptly snapped open his eyes. A sword stabbed out flatly. Sword Hollow Etch. Even though it was Sword Hollow Etch, this sword actually had some similarities with Empyrean Vast Universe's 3rd sword. It was just that Yi Yuan could not achieve fully retracting the sword momentum. The more horrifying the sword move was, the harder to control it. Yi Yuan's Sword Hollow Etch move, the power was too great. Just like this, Yi Yuan's seemingly ordinary Sword Hollow Etch move whirled away toward the 5 elements sword art. Chapter 2002. Stirring Up Big Trouble. Chapter 2002. Stirring Up Big Trouble. Lu Zi's face was full of disdain. The power of this sword move looked to be just that tiny bit stronger than before. This was Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. All talk, no action. It seemed like this kid only had just this bit of strength. In a blink of an eye, Sword Hollow Etch collided together with the 5 elements sword art. Bang! The houses around instantly turned to dust, as if they had never existed before. Lu Zi's expression instantly turned from disdain to stupefaction. A force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas came over from the sword light. Lu Zi's complexion turned white as a sheet, frenziedly urging her divine essence and mobilizing heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The 5 elements continuously regenerated in endless succession, attempting to stop this terrifying force. It was just that everything was futile. Lu Zi felt that Yi Yuan's power was like a tsunami, the sky rending asunder and the earth splitting open without ceasing. No matter how she utilized the 5 elements law, she was unable to withstand it too. Poor work. Lu Zi spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. directly being struck flying out by this sword move, falling heavily to the ground. The current Lu Zi had her clothes all disheveled, hair hanging down loosely. How was there still the demeanor of a fairy maiden? She was still struggling to get up, but a sword already reached her throat. Yi Yuan's sword move was too strong. Her internal organs already suffered extremely severe injuries. This is your reliance, your pride? Merely thus. Right now, you're even inferior to the lowly commoners you spoke of. So what qualifications do you have to look down on them? Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his words full of mockery. Just earlier, Lu Zi was still a fairy maiden high up in the clouds, using a proud gaze to look at the world indifferently. But now, Yi Yuan was looking down on her. All of her pride was crushed by Yi Yuan at this moment until it was shredded to pieces. What bulls? H.I. plus T genius. Nothing at all compared to Lord Yi Yuan. Really too strong. Lord Yi Yuan is really too strong. A genius who comprehended the 5 elements law is actually not even his match. Ha ha ha, really refres. H.I. plussing. Doesn't she look down on us, these lowly commoners? What about herself now? The martial artists in the city all started cheering, frenziedly. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan still had a perfect victory facing a powerful existence, with 5 laws, particularly the 5 elements. One had to know Lu Zi was 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. True G. Oh, D realm. 2 minor realms meant a disparity of several thousand years, or even several tens of thousands of years. Of course, this was just to geniuses. To those ordinary martial artists, a minor realm might be several hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Zi's expression was also extremely ugly. She never would have thought that she would actually lose to a 3rd firmament true G. Oh, this Biyum-kin-like existence in her eyes. This kind of blow virtually shattered all of her confidence. At this time, a black-clothed armored soldier hurriedly spoke up. Brat, there's Emperor Lu Yen behind Miss Z. If you dare to touch her, the entire city has to be buried in death with her. Hearing that, everyone shuddered with fear. An Empyrean powerhouse, this was something that they had never thought about, and also an existence far beyond their reach. Once an Empyrean was enraged, corpses would span 10,000 miles. If they provoked an Empyrean powerhouse, how could a mere heavenly eagle imperial city bear his wrath? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, My father is the 5 firmament great imperial capital city lord, Lu Yen. Even if you won against me, so what? Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, The person that I, Yi Yuan, want to kill. Even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't stop it too. So what if Empyrean? But Lu Zi was indifferent. She felt that Yi Yuan was indulging in contention of mouth and tongue. Empyrean powerhouse, that was A.G. Oh, like existence who would dare defy. She looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, Yi Yuan, you're a talent. I admit that I'm inferior to you, but if you dare to touch a hair of mine, you'll die without a burial ground. These lowly commoners will likewise be buried in death with you. When Yi Yuan heard that, his face was full of sneers. This woman was also too conceited. At this point, she still thought that he was pretending to be profound. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Ho! At this point, do you still feel that you're lofty and above them all? Yes? Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Lu Zi gave Yi Yuan a glance and said calmly, Stop being pretentious here. Could it be that you really dare to kill me? My father is an Empyrean powerhouse. That isn't an existence you can afford to provoke. Being able to defeat me shows that you're indeed very strong and have no relations whatsoever with these powerless, lowly plebeians. All in all, you don't dare to kill me, and even have to send me back properly. When Yi Yuan heard, he laughed in spite of himself. This woman was really hopeless. He looked at Lu Zi and said with a cold smile, Originally, I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but you never should have killed Jiangming. Maybe in your eyes, he he's just an insignificant, small character. But in my eyes, he's a young man who had affection and loyalty. If you don't die today, heaven will not tolerate it." Done talking, the tip of Yi Yuan's sword moved, stabbing right through Lu Zi's heart. Until death, Lu Zi had a look of disbelief. Was this guy mad? He actually really dared to kill her. However, Lu Zi's pupils gradually dilated. The look in her eyes gradually started turning lax. A proud heavens, chosen of her generation, fell here. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, disbelief on their faces. When that black-clothed armored soldier uttered the awe-inspiring name of the Empyrean, everyone was taken back. It was just that none of them thought that Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill people. And the reason was just a lowly commoner that they spoke of. You actually really kill a young lady, are you crazy? That true D realm black-clothed armored soldier had a look of disbelief all over his face. Could it be that this guy did not fear an Empyrean powerhouse? He actually killed an Empyrean's daughter. Yi Yuan looked at that black-clothed armored soldier and said coldly, "This Yi has a clear conscience when doing things. If I let her go, how will I give an account to the deceased Jiangming, considering everything and everyone beneath their notice? Then they have to bear the consequences of looking down on everyone and everything. Also, you all, none of you can think about leaving." That black-clothed armored soldier's face changed, feeling like he ran into a lunatic. Why was this guy so unreasonable? Completely could not talk sense. The more you spoke, the more he fought with you. When Yi Yuan saw Zuo and the rest, the rage in his heart grew even more. Zuo few people already lost most of their life, only leaving behind one last breath. If not for that, Lu Zi wanted to bring them back to 5 Firmament, great imperial capital. They would likely have already perished, and their Tao dissipating at this time. Of course, this was nothing to Yi Yuan. As long as there was a breath there, Yi Yuan could save them. However, when they knew that the 5 Firmament great imperial capital's powerhouses were completely annihilated, their faces were still incomparably shocked. This time, a big hole was poked in the basket. Such exceptionally talented figures were bound to be 5 Firmament great imperial capital's important figures. So how could they drop the matter? When Baitong saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and said, "You indeed didn't let me down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've made you suffered.